Chapter 1, Signing In at the Girls' Dormitory. 2013. Jinling University, Girls' Dormitory. A boy stood outside the girls' dormitory, knocked on the door and said, "Wu Qiong, open the door." It attracted the attention of the girls passing by. Of course, the attention was not just drawn because a boy was in the girls' dormitory, but more importantly, the boy was very handsome. This boy has a fair face, delicate features, sharp eyebrows and eyes, and thin lips. Naturally, he has an arrogant and sharp air. He is about 1.8 meters tall. Well, in short, he is very good looking. All the qualities such as sword-like eyebrows, star-like eyes, sharp face, and handsome appearance can be directly applied to him. The most important thing is that Su Shik's face and figure are 1/10 as handsome as you, my readers. Well, senior, you're here. Soon, the door opened, and a pretty girl stood holding the door, looking at Su Shik and said with a smile. This person was Wu Qiong, the first freshman Su Shik received. He was lively and cheerful, but as soon as he saw him, there was something strange in his eyes, as if he wanted to do something bad to him. There were two other girls who were also secretly looking at Su Shik. Well, just give me your forms, and then you won't have any problems. Su Shik stretched out his hand to the other party and said with a smile. Well, we have filled out the form and can hand it over to you at any time. But, senior, don't you want to come in and take a look? The other party looked at Su Shik coquettishly and said with a smile. Forget it, I won't go in. I'm a man after all, and there are differences between men and women. I'd better not go in. Su Shik quickly waved his hand and said with a smile. Senior, come in, it's okay, senior. Wu Qiong continued to persuade with a smile. No, I still won't go in. Su Shik quickly refused. No, senior, if you don't come in, I won't give you the form. Wu Qiong shook his head and said with a smile. Well, Wu Qiong, are you serious? Su Shik pursed his lips, then glared at Wu Qiong and said with a serious expression. Of course. Wu Qiong raised his chin and said fearlessly. Wu Qiong, you can't do this. You want me to go in, but they don't. You can't force others to follow your own ideas. Su Shik smacked his lips, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said with a smile. No, it's not that they don't want you to come in. You're such a handsome guy, which girl wouldn't want to drag you into the room? Wu Qiong smiled and said without any shyness. Okay, I'll go in and you give me the form. Su Shik nodded helplessly and finally agreed. That's right. Wu Qiong said with a smile, then quickly dragged Su Shik's arm and pulled Su Shik into the house. Come, senior, have some water. You must have been tired today. After Wu Qiong pulled Su Shik in, he pushed him into a chair. Today, the freshman entered the school. Su Shik was tricked by the class monitor to be a volunteer. Each volunteer was assigned to a dormitory. Su Shik was lucky enough to be assigned to a girls' dormitory, which made others envious. But Su Shik was not happy. This girl had too many things. He was just a porter today and was exhausted. Well, thank you. Su Shik took the tea handed to him by Wu Qiong with a smile, said thank you, and then took a sip. Now that he had already come in, Su Shik no longer had to be reserved. Ding, the sign-in system for the super rich has been activated. Do you want to open it? The super rich sign-in system, as the name suggests, helps the host become a super rich man with multiple wealth and talents through daily sign-in. Just now, a voice sounded in Su Shik's mind. As a contemporary college student who has read countless online novels, Su Shik certainly understands what it means. This means that Su Shik will take off soon, immediately. System. Golden finger. Not only am I handsome, but I also have cheats. It turns out that I am the one that God loves the most. Open. Super rich sign-in system unique binding. Host, Su Shik. Wealth, 2018. Items, none. Sign-in system basic skill LV1, sign in once, and you will get a certain amount of RMB according to your location, and a 5% chance of getting a super rich lucky bag. You can sign in once a day. Note, the higher the value of the sign-in location, the more RMB you will get, or the more difficult it is for the host to reach the place, the more rewards you will get. Signing in at a special location may also get you special rewards. For example, check-in locations are more common on luxury cars than on bicycles, and more common on Himalayan peaks than in ordinary places. Yeah, the more difficult it is for the host to reach a place, the more rewards you will get. Special places have special rewards. This girl's dormitory should be considered difficult to reach for me, and it is also very special. Thinking of this, Sushik chose to sign in directly. The host has signed in successfully. It is detected that the host is in the girl's dormitory, which is difficult to reach. It is very special. Congratulations to the host for receiving the following rewards. 1. 100,000 yuan in cash. 2. Passive skill, increases attraction to the opposite sex by 100%. It is detected that the host has successfully signed in for the first time. The system will issue a novice gift package. Awesome, $100,000, passive skill, so powerful. As expected, the girl's dormitory is really special to me. I'll open this gift package when I get home. Feeling the vibration of the message on the mobile phone in his pocket, Sushik knew that it must be the bank information. At this moment, Sushik was so excited that he forgot to drink water and just stared blankly at the cup. Senior, what's wrong with you? Wu Qiong waved his hand in front of Sushik, then asked with a smile. Oh, I'm fine just now, I was distracted for a moment. Is this your roommate? Sushik came back to his senses and saw a very pretty girl sitting not far away, so he asked casually. Well, my roommate, Linidong. Okay, senior, you were staring at him and got distracted just now. Do you have any shame? Wu Qiong rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Stop talking nonsense, okay? Hey, why don't you introduce it to me properly? Sushik drank a sip of water calmly, then said with a smile. If you want to get to know them, go by yourself. Wu Qiong curled her lips and said unconvinced. Just go by yourself. Sushik glanced at Wu Qiong and said indifferently. Hey, can we get to know each other? My name is Sushik, your direct senior. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask me directly. Walking up to the other person, Sushik said with a gentlemanly smile. Linidong, a freshman. Linidong of course heard Wu Qiong's call just now, so he had planned to be a little cold to Susuke later, but after looking up and seeing Susuke, he couldn't help but smile gently. Yes, that's right, this is the function of the passive skill just now. Sushik was already very handsome, so his attraction to the opposite sex was naturally unquestionable. Now his attractiveness has doubled, so there is simply no way to deal with it. Chapter 2 opens the novice gift pack. Ask for recommendation and collection. Yes, it is so perverted and so buggy. There is no doubt that if Sushik flirts with young ladies in the future, no girl will be able to resist. Classmate Linidong, can you add me on QQ? If you have any problems in the future, you can find me directly online. Sushik said with a smile. Yeah, okay. Linidong nodded with a smile, and then the two of them added each other on QQ. Sushik, you've got the form, why aren't you leaving yet? Didn't you refuse to come in before? Are you planning to stay here now? Wu Qiong suddenly ran up to Sushik and said seriously. Well, okay, I'll leave right away. Sushik rolled his eyes helplessly, nodded, and then waved goodbye to everyone. Goodbye, Linidong, goodbye Wu Qiong, goodbye, my dear schoolmates. Goodbye, Senior Sushik. Linidong also looked at Sushik with a smile and waved goodbye. Let's go. Do you really want to stay like this? Wu Qiong said unhappily, and then pulled Sushik outside. Don't pull me, I can walk by myself. Sushik said as he walked out. That won't work. I'm afraid you'll stay in our dormitory and refuse to leave. You must be expelled from it. Wu Qiong said viciously while struggling to pull Sushik. Soon, Sushik was forced out. No way, Wu Qiong, you don't have to do this. Sushik said with a smile. It is necessary. Bang! After saying this viciously, Wu Qiong slammed the door shut, which really scared Sushik. Oh, you have such a bad temper. Sushik shook his head helplessly and said with a smile. Suddenly, Sushik felt the gazes from all around him, his face changed, and he immediately ran away. It is really weird for a boy to be kicked out of the girls' dormitory, and it is easy for people to think of something wrong. Just by thinking about it, we can conclude that Sushik is most likely a wretched man, so Sushik doesn't want to stay here for a moment. He trotted downstairs and out of the girls' dormitory area, then leisurely took out his cell phone and looked through his previous messages. As Sushik expected, the 100,000 yuan had been deposited into his bank account. Happy Sushik walked on the campus humming a little tune towards his dormitory. Let us talk about the girls' dormitory. Humph. I'm so mad. This Sushik is too much. After closing the door, Wu Qiong sat on the chair and said angrily, Wu Qiong, do you like him? I just added him on QQ, are you jealous? Lin Yidong walked to Wu Qiong, sat down and said with a smile, No, I don't like him. I just think Su Shik is going too far. Wu Qiong said angrily, Ha? Too much? Lin Yidong nodded strangely, then asked curiously, Yes, I let him in before, but he refused to come in. After seeing you, he refused to leave. Isn't this differential treatment too obvious? He is just an LS who only cares about looks. Wu Qiong snorted and said unhappily, Poochie, actually, I think all boys are like this, they all look at the face, boys are all LSPS. Lin Yido chuckled and said, Well, that's true. But, isn't it too obvious? Besides, am I ugly? Wu Qiong said unhappily, No, you are very beautiful. It's Su Shik who is blind. Lin Yidong put his arm around Wu Qiong's shoulders and said with a smile, Exactly. You are very beautiful. I envy you so much. Me too, I'm so envious. No, he is not blind. He saw you, the most beautiful girl in our dormitory, at a glance. He was stunned just now. Wu Qiong's mood suddenly improved and she said with a smile, What nonsense are you talking about? How could he be stunned? Lin Yidong rolled his eyes helplessly, pinched Wu Qiong's cheek, and said with a smile, You can ask them. They both saw it. Didn't you? Wu Qiong said with a smile. Yes. Okay, you're right. Lin Yidong's face suddenly turned red and he said with a smile, Ha ha ha, you're blushing. Tell me, do you have feelings for him? No, this is the first time we meet, how could I have any feelings? Lin Yidong said with a red face. Ha ha, if we meet a few more times we'll have a duck? Wu Qiong hugged Lin Yidong and asked relentlessly. Shut up. Lin Yidong covered Wu Qiong's mouth and said viciously. Okay, I won't say anything more, just let go. Su Shik returned to the dormitory, pushed open the door and walked in, and saw 3 grown men sitting there playing games on their cell phones. Su Shik had 3 roommates, Ding Dake, Li Lesan, and Yu Hongtao. Hey, Su Shik, you're back from the girls' dormitory now? Aren't you going to stay there for one night? Ding Dake pulled his eyes away from the computer screen, glanced at Su Shik, and said sarcastically, I want to, but it's not allowed. Su Shik shook his head and said regretfully, From what you said, there are some pretty girls. Yu Hongtao's eyes lit up and he said to Su Shik with a smile, Of course. Su Shik has very high standards. He doesn't even look down on ordinary beauties. Now that he can say this, she must be a school belle. Li Lesan said seriously, as if he had seen through everything. Hearing what you said, it seems that it is really possible. Yu Hongtao smacked his lips and said with an expression of agreement. No way, Lao Su, you are just a volunteer. Why is it that you are not only assigned to the girls' dormitory, but you can also meet a school beauty? Ding Dake said enviously with his eyes red with jealousy. Ha ha, maybe it's just my luck? Su Shik shrugged and said with a smile. Lao Su, do you think we can invite them out for a social activity together? Li Lesan rolled his eyes and asked with a smile. I'll ask when I have time. I'm going to the bathroom first. Su Shik waved his hand and said with a smile. After saying that, Su Shik walked into the bathroom, locked the door, and entered the system. You still have a novice gift pack that you haven't opened yet. Do you want to open it? Yes. Su Shik muttered to himself with some excitement. In his field of vision, a red gift box burst into dazzling light, just like opening a gift package in the game. It looked very festive. The pattern was just a little distorted, and it was completely a 50-cent special effect, which made Su Shik, who had been full of expectations, suddenly lose his confidence. After all, with such special effects, everyone would be a little suspicious, but Su Shik didn't have to doubt for long. The gift package was opened and a prompt sound was heard. Boom! Congratulations to the host for winning as Zhengda Jujiantang finally renovated villa, plus 2 million RMB. Chapter 310s, hundreds, thousands, dads, fathers, grandpas. The gifts have been distributed. Jujiantang renovated villa, luxurious decoration, complete home appliances and furniture, covering an area of 887 square meters. 2 million RMB, this needs no explanation, right? It has been deposited into the host's bank account. Wow, I was scared to death. The special effects just now really messed up my mentality. Fortunately, it's okay. It's just that the special effects are not good. The rewards did not disappoint me. As expected, the system's products are of guaranteed quality. A villa, 2 million RMB, a wave of fat, I became a rich man at the beginning. Let's take a look at the property certificate first. I took out the property certificate from the system and saw that it said Jinling Zhenga Jujiantang Villa. The specific address was number 10 Kongho Road, Jiangning General Avenue, Jinling. The location is good. As a college student who has lived in Jinling for more than a year, Su Shik said that he knows this place. The location is very good, with convenient transportation. There is a university, a subway, and an airport nearby. Life is also convenient and nothing is missing. Besides, Jinling is a big city where every inch of land is valuable. Everything is expensive, let alone villas. Take a look at the prices. Fuck, a millionaire, daddy, grandpa, over 30 million, over 800 square meters. Oh my, buddy, it looks like I don't have to work hard anymore in my life, right? After looking at the property certificate in his hand, Su Shik took a deep breath and then talked to himself. At this moment, Su Shik's heart was pounding and his blood was boiling. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He originally wanted to go out to eat, but now he couldn't help but want to go back to his villa immediately. Su Shik did it as soon as he thought of it. He walked out of the bathroom, looked in the mirror, casually fixed his hair, and then put on his sneakers. I ran to the mirror and straightened my clothes, pants, and hair. After all, it was my first time going to a villa worth tens of millions, so I still had to tidy myself up, as this would add a sense of ritual. With trendy long middle-parted hair, a clean white shirt and a pair of black trousers, his outfit is simple, but it still can't hide Su Shik's handsomeness. Su Shik, where are you going? Seeing Su Shik's actions, Ding Dake asked curiously. Oh, let's go out and see the villa my father bought for me. Su Shik raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. That's right, the system is your godfather. Go to hell, we've lived together for a year, and I don't know you? You and you also have a villa? Tell me the truth, what did you go there for? Li Lesan curled his lips and said unhappily. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. Well, I just went to see the villa duck. Su Shik sighed. Really, why didn't he believe in himself? No, tell the truth. Yu Hongtao said speechlessly. I'm really telling the truth, believe it or not, okay? Su Shik blinked and said with a smile. No matter whether he believes it or not, I will just tell you the truth. It's better this way, instead of saying it directly, so that you don't feel like you're showing off. You can just show off your wealth slowly later. I don't believe it. Do you? Yu Hongtao shook his head, then looked at Ding Dake and Li Lesan and asked. I don't believe it either. Ding Dake shook his head and said with a smile. Well, I believe it. Why not? If Lao Su is really a super rich second generation, I think it's great. Really, isn't it good to have a super rich second generation roommate? Li Lesan glanced at Su Shik and said seriously. Ha, that makes sense. What Li Lesan said does make sense. Okay, I'm leaving. Su Shik said with a smile. Well, Master Su, you can go now. Ding Dake rolled his eyes and said with a smile. After leaving the dormitory, Su Shik went straight out of the school, hailed a taxi and got in. Handsome guy, where are you going? The driver asked with a smile. General Avenue, Kongho Road. Su Shik said with a smile. Okay, let's go, handsome guy. Why are you going to Kongho Road? The driver activated the driver's unique passive skill and asked with a smile. Go home. Su Shik said with a gentle smile. Oh, are you a local? Can you speak Jinling dialect? The driver asked with some confusion. No, my father bought me a house so that I can go to school. I can't speak Jinling dialect and I can't learn it. Su Shik said with a smile. TSK, you bought a house for the convenience of going to school? That's awesome. I've only saved up for one house in my entire life. You can't compare to that. The driver sighed and said with some envy. Well, it's a small house, not big, just a few hundred square meters. It's not very expensive, otherwise I can't afford it. Su Shik waved his hand and said with a smile. When it comes to Versailles literature, Su Shik was able to learn it without any training and was self-taught. Of course, almost all human beings have this talent. Wow, a few hundred square meters is not big? Young man, don't brag and don't show off. The driver rolled his eyes speechlessly and said unhappily. It was obvious that the driver didn't believe what Sushik said. Yes, Sushik deliberately put on a frivolous smile, which not only satisfied his need to pretend to be Versailles, but also allowed him to say what he wanted to say without the embarrassment of pretending to be pretentious. Well, brother, you drive, I'll play with my phone for a while. Sushik said with a smile, then picked up his phone and started reading a novel. Okay. Soon, the taxi stopped at General Avenue. After paying and getting off the car, Sushik walked excitedly to the gate of the community and went straight inside. At this moment, Sushik was filled with great ambition. It was the first time in his life that he owned such a high-end residence. He was so full of energy that he walked with the gait of a dragon or a tiger. Hello, sir, please. When the security guard saw Sushik, he immediately walked up to him and said with a smile, preparing to stop Sushik. But before the security guard could finish speaking, Sushik took out the access control card and placed it on the card reader at the door. The green light on the card reader came on and the door opened immediately. The security guard who was about to stop Sushik saw this scene, and immediately changed his mind and said with a smile, "Excuse me, do you need me to show you the way?" As expected of a security guard in the villa area, his professionalism is really high and his face-changing skills are simply unmatched. Sushik thought to himself, then waved his hand and refused with a smile, "No, I'll go by myself." Sushik didn't want anyone else to take him there. It would be bad if he made a fool of himself when he saw this villa worth tens of millions. Anyway, the system provides itself with a map, so there will be no mistakes. After Sushik left, a group of security guards started chatting. Tisk, he's so young, but he actually owns a house here. He must be rich. Comparing yourself to others will only make you angry. If I could have a small villa in my lifetime, my ancestors' graves would be filled with smoke. That's hard to say. Looking at his appearance, who knows if he's a gigolo who makes a living by selling his body? Oh, you are so jealous, you can sell it too. Tisk, it's a pity that no one wants to buy it. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. It's so ugly, who would be blind enough to buy it? That's right. Sushik did not hear the conversation between these people, and even if he had heard it, it would not have made much of a fuss. Anyway, I have never done that kind of thing. Besides, these people are just envious and jealous helplessly. Alas, the more jealous you are, the happier I am. Chapter 4, The house built with money is really high-end, please collect and recommend. Soon, Sushik arrived at his own villa. As an expensive villa worth more than 30 million renminbi, it covers an area of more than 800 square meters and is decorated perfectly. Even if you only look at it from the outside, it is luxurious and fancy. There are 3 floors in total, 1 underground and 2 above. Sushik walked in briskly. It was a detached villa with a garden, lawn, and even a swimming pool outside. Inside the house, there is an underground garage, a nanny's room, a cloakroom, a home theater, a gym, a wine cellar, a laundry workshop, a multi-purpose activity hall, a game room, a dance room, a restaurant, a Western restaurant, a Chinese kitchen, 4 guest bedrooms, a master bedroom, and so on. The space is very large, with all kinds of rooms available. Moreover, all the furniture and appliances in the rooms are branded and extremely luxurious. The decoration inside is also very nice. Overall, it is a simple Western style, but there are 2 bedrooms and a living room that are Chinese style, which makes Sushik very satisfied. Oh, so this is the villa? I've seen it all. This house built with money is really high-end. After taking a look around, Sushik finally returned to the living room and sat on the sofa in the middle of the huge and luxuriously decorated living room, muttering to himself with contentment. After walking around for such a long time, Sushik hardly stopped and hadn't had breakfast yet, so he was really tired. He stood up and walked to the water dispenser, poured himself a glass of water, and then Sushik carried the cup to the video game room. In the video game room, there is a laptop, a desktop computer, a street game console, and a basketball machine. Sushik was most interested in the 2 computers. He opened the laptop first, and found a product introduction inside. Dell laptop, Xeon 8-core processor, 128GB memory, 16GB independent graphics card, market price of 100,000 yuan. After reading it, Sushik was a little slow to react and continued to look at another computer. There is no doubt that it is still a computer with great value. Fuck, such a good computer is just a gift with this house. Oh, that's right, it's a house worth tens of millions after all, what's wrong with giving it 2 computers? Sushik took a few deep breaths, then said with a smile. Well, come on, let me try. How about this computer? Is it good value for money, or is it a rip-off? First, download a game that requires more memory and try out its performance. Sushik raised his eyebrows, said with a smile, then sat down and turned on the computer. Sushik did it as soon as he thought of it. He immediately downloaded a large standalone game and started playing it. Of course, before that, Sushik still ordered a takeout. After all, he was so rich and he couldn't let himself go hungry. Well, the operation is smooth, there is no lag, and the response is quick. Sure enough, there is a reason why this computer is so expensive. After trying it, Sushik downloaded League of Legends. As a loyal and devoted otaku, among all the games, Sushik only loves League of Legends. Is there anyone who plays League of Legends? Let's join together. Sushik picked up his phone and sent a message to the group. And me, wait a minute, I'm going to lose this one, I'll be right there. Ding Dake and Lee Lesan said this in the group one after another. Well, okay. By the way, Lee Lesan, you're not AFK again, are you? Sushik nodded, entered the League of Legends client, and then asked in the group with a smile. Ah, that's right, Lee Lesan is AFK again. You can't carry him. He is the #1 trap. Lee Lesan didn't move, but Ding Dake replied quickly. Go to hell, I've been tricked, okay? How can you just give yourself away like this? I can't handle this. Lee Lesan in the dormitory pouted at Ding Dake and replied in the group. Yeah, I understand. Smirk, Sushik nodded and sent a message in the group with a smile. Go to hell. Lee Lesan knew at a glance that Sushik was mocking him and responded immediately. Okay, I'm going to log into my account, wait for me. Ding Dake sent a message in the group and then disappeared. Yeah, okay. The quarrel that was about to break out between Sushik and Lee Lesan just disappeared into thin air, and all they could do was wait. Before long, several people entered the game together. Help me catch the opponent, I can't beat this sword girl. Here I come. Enemy double kill. Ding Dake, you'd better focus on developing in the top lane and be a little more sneaky. After a moment of silence, the jungler Sushik, who had given away a double kill, spoke. Keep calm, and you can win. Come on. Lee Lesan's voice rang out. Yeah. 2. But unfortunately, the first game ended in failure. Keep going. Go, I want to get points. After playing 4 or 5 games, more than 3 hours had passed and it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Sushik also ate a takeaway that had been delivered to the community with great difficulty. He was not hungry, but he was a little sleepy after playing games for so long. After all, as the saying goes, when you are full, you go to sleep. Yes, it was because I was sleepy. It was definitely not because I was cheated by Ding Dake and I didn't dare to fight anymore. Yes, that is it. Well, no more fighting. I'm sleepy. I'm going to take a nap. Sushik said with a smile. No, that's not enough? That's it? You guys continue playing. I'm going to sleep anyway. Bye. Sushik rolled his eyes and said unhappily, then exited the client. If it turns out to be as Sushik expected, these two guys will have to quit immediately. What qualifications do they have to mock me? He said he was sleepy and wanted to sleep, but when Sushik came to the big bed in the master bedroom, he suddenly couldn't fall asleep again. As the saying goes, when you are well fed and warm, you will think about that. Now that he has moved into a villa and his savings exceed 1 million, Sushik couldn't help but start to have wild thoughts. The girls in our class, smack, the quality is not that good. There is only one girl who is pretty, about 70 or 80 points. She is interested in me, but she is not as pretty as me. Sushik smacked his lips and sighed with some regret. Thinking of this, Sushik felt helpless. For a man, it's not good to be too handsome. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to find a girlfriend. If she is not as good looking as himself, he will never be willing to accept her. Tisk, there's nothing good to look at in the next class, the school beauty is still pretty, TSK, that leg, that figure, that face, simply amazing. Well, next time I have a chance, I must add her on WeChat and see if there is a chance to hook her into my fish pond. Just like that, Sushik, who was lying on the bed and thinking about random things, slowly fell asleep. Chapter 5, It turns out that you are really the boss. When Sushik woke up again, it was already very late. He squinted his eyes and snorted, then reached under the pillow and took out his cell phone. This made me feel much more at ease. It is said that although I am very attached to my bed, I will feel at ease as long as I have my mobile phone. After opening the food delivery app on his mobile phone, Sushik ordered another takeaway and joined the dormitory group. I have classes in the 7th and 8th periods tonight. Who can help me lift the weight? I don't want to go. There will be compensation and a meal. After Sushik typed on his phone, he sent it to the group. No, I won't go. If you want to bribe us with just a meal, forget it. Ding Dake replied. That's right, you want to bribe me with just a meal? What a joke. Li Lesan also echoed. I'll go. A meal will be enough. Yu Hongtao replied to them later. Yu Hongtao, you betrayed the revolution and the organization, you deserve to die. Li Lesan tagged Yu Hongtao in the group and said. Hey, Lao Su, aren't you planning to go back to the dormitory tonight? Ding Dake suddenly said in the group. Well, I won't go back. I'll live outside. I may move out most of the time in the future. Sushik replied in the group with a smile. Fuck, Lao Su, have you rented a house? How much per month? I want one too. Yu Hongtao quickly got rid of Li Leshan's entanglement and asked in the group. No, I don't rent a house. I live in my own house. Sushik said while typing with a smile. Really? Did your dad really buy you a house? That's so awesome, so cool. Li Leshan said in the group. Really? That's so awesome. Ding Dake also echoed in the group. Well, of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Sushik touched his chin and said with a smile. Lao Su, where is your house? I'd like to know so I can visit you later. Ding Dake said. Yes. +1. Do you know Zhengda Jujiantang? It's on General Avenue. Sushik didn't intend to hide anything, he just said with a smile. We are all roommates. No matter how hard we try to hide it, it will definitely be known in the future. Fortunately, I can confess it now. Ding Dake, General Avenue, this place is good, but I'm afraid it's ridiculously expensive. Yu Hongtao, yes, it must be very expensive. Zhengda Jujiantang? Isn't this a villa? Are you serious? Only Li Lesan grasped the key point and discovered that this was a villa. Yes, it's a villa, but it's not big. Under the teasing of these roommates, Sushik finally couldn't help it and started to show off in the group. Really? Come on, take some pictures and show me what the villa looks like. Let me see it more. Li Lesan said quickly. Well, no problem. Let me broaden your horizons for you. Sushik nodded with a smile, then typed jokingly. Then he picked up his mobile phone and started shooting videos, and after finishing they sent them to the dormitory group. In the video, the living room has a wall-sized TV, a huge luxurious sofa, an exquisite table, and beautiful decorations, all present, revealing the style of a wealthy person. After the video was uploaded, the other 3 people in the group opened it and started watching. Then, the group fell into silence. No way, brother, you are actually the boss. Why didn't you say it before? Finally, Ding Dake broke the silence and said in the group. That's right. You didn't tell us before. It was so hard for us to keep it a secret. Yu Hongtao also echoed. We are suffering, and in order to hide it from us, Lao Su himself is also suffering. He lives in a dormitory, eats in the cafeteria, wears no brand name clothes, and doesn't even have a car for transportation. Li Lesan said in the group. Ahem, I'm not hiding anything from you. My dad just made some money recently, and I just became a rich second generation recently. Sushik had already thought about it. His previous life was too ordinary and completely out of touch with the present, so it was normal to say so. Ah, you're a second generation rich kid after graduating from college. What luck! That's incredible. Your dad is really awesome. Awesome, Lao Su, you won without any effort. I envy JPG. When you become rich and powerful, don't forget me. Don't forget me, oldly, from now on. Hahaha, I also think I'm lucky. I will definitely not forget you in the future. Sushik said with a smile. I've been waiting for you to say this. Li Lesan typed and said with a smile. Lao Su, how big is your villa? Yu Hongtao asked curiously. It's just over 800 square meters. Sushik said with a smile. This Versailles is really something that once you try it, you will be addicted and can't help but try it. More than 800 square meters. This, awesome. Fuck. Too strong. Sure enough, as soon as these words were uttered, the group went into an uproar. After all, in a big city like Jinling, generally speaking, 100 square meters is considered a small house, and more than 800 square meters is a completely different concept. Okay, let's stop talking. My takeout has arrived. Su Shik said with a smile, then got up to get the takeout. The other side. Tisk, isn't Lao Su's luck so damn good? He used to be an ordinary person, but after entering university, he suddenly became a rich second generation. I am so envious. Ding Date glanced at the other two people and said with some envy. Who wouldn't be envious when encountering something like this? Lao Su has become financially independent all of a sudden. I don't know how many years of struggle I will have to endure before I can achieve financial freedom. Yu Hongtao sighed and said enviously. If you stay in Jinling, you will have to struggle for most of your life to achieve financial freedom, let alone buy an apartment. Of course, the same goes for me. Li Leshan smacked his lips and said. Alas. The dormitory suddenly fell silent. Don't be discouraged. After all, we are students of Jinling University, and in the computer science department. As long as we study hard, we will definitely find a good job in the future. Besides, Lao Su will never forget us. Li Leshan suddenly clapped his hands and said with a smile. Well, I will never skip classes again and will study hard. Me too. I will definitely go to the library more often in the future. Come on. 3. This is the vigor of young people and this is the confidence of students from 985 University. Su Shik had no idea that he had directly irritated his roommate by just showing off his house in the group. Encourage them to study harder and become better versions of themselves. Please add to collection, recommend, and invest. Chapter 6. Now that I have money, of course I have to buy a car. On the other side, after Su Shik finished his takeaway, he leaned back in his chair and patted his belly contentedly. Well, after eating and drinking, let's go play games. Su Shik shook his head, said with a smile, then got up and went to the video game room. After playing games for an hour or two, I felt tired and started reading novels. After midnight, I took a bath and went to bed. The night passed like this. The next morning, the sunlight moved slowly and finally shone on Su Shik's face. Su Shik felt uncomfortable, then opened his eyes and woke up. After waking up, Su Shik did not rush to get up. Instead, he found his cell phone first and checked the time. It's about 8:40, well, time to get up. Thinking of this, Su Shik got up from the bed and started to put on his clothes. After putting on his clothes, Su Shik heard a prompt sound in his ear. Sign in? Sign in. Sign in successfully. It is detected that the host is in a villa worth tens of millions of yuan. It is very valuable. Congratulations to the host for winning 100,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a super rich lucky bag. Wow, it's really a villa, it's different. It came directly for 100,000 yuan. And it also came directly with a super rich lucky bag. It's confirmed, I am the Emperor of Europe. Su Shik shook his head and said with a smile. While I'm lucky now, I'll quickly draw this lucky bag. Host opens the lucky bag. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mission activation card. Task start card, you can post tasks. After completing them, you can gain experience points, which can be used to upgrade your sign-in skills. There is no penalty for not completing the task. What a good stuff. Su Shik smacked his lips and said with a smile. After putting it into the system space, he turned around to brush his teeth and wash his face. After a long time. TSK, come to that, what should we do later? Su Shik sat at the dining table, eating takeout while thinking about this question. Today is Friday and there are very few classes, only one in the afternoon. Even if he doesn't skip class, Su Shik still has a morning to have fun. Tisk, let's buy a car. I've been eyeing a sports car for so many years. Now that I finally have money, I must buy one. Well, let's eat first and then go out to buy it later. Su Shik thought to himself and made the decision. With 2 million in his hand, Su Shik was not in a hurry at all. He just wanted to buy a handsome sports car immediately to fulfill his wish for many years. Su Shik finished his meal leisurely and walked out slowly. After hailing a taxi, Su Shik arrived at the Yuhua International Automobile Trading Zone in Yuatai district of Jinling City. If you want to buy a car in Jinling, it is very convenient to come here. There are more than 30 dealers selling luxury cars such as BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Audi, Porsche, Jaguar, as well as relatively affordable vehicles such as FAW, Volkswagen and Chang'an Automobile. Here, whether you are rich or ordinary, you can find your favorite car model and a vehicle that suits your status and salary. After taking a deep look at this place, Su Shik let out a breath. The previous Su Shik would never come to such a place, not because he didn't like it, but simply because he had no money. Even the cheapest car here was beyond Su Shik's ability to afford. Smacking his lips, Su Shik started strolling around here with a smile. After you have money, your mentality is completely different. With money in your pocket, you will feel confident and can naturally wander around with a smile on your face. After a tour, he visited one luxurious car showroom after another and saw one luxury car after another. Finally, Su Shik stopped outside the Four Sons store of Jinling Porsche. His eyes were completely attracted by a sports car inside. The car is all white, with a flat and smooth body and a rear wing installed on the slightly raised tail of the sports car. In Su Shik's eyes, this car speaks of two words: handsome. There is really nothing to say about that. Sports cars are always very cool. As a man who loves sports cars, Su Shik certainly knows that this is an entry-level sports car, the Porsche 911. After standing outside and watching for a while, Su Shik came to his senses and walked in without hesitation. Although the Yuatai Automobile Trade Zone is not crowded with people, it is almost everywhere. But when Su Shik walked into Porsche's Four Sons store, it suddenly became much emptier and was mostly filled with sales staff. As soon as Su Shik stood still, a young girl in uniform walked over quickly and said with a smile, "Hello, sir. I am Su Jia, a salesperson at Porsche's Sons store in Yuhua district. I am very happy to serve you. What is your name, sir?" I took a look at Su Jia. She had fair skin, a pair of big bright eyes, delicate and beautiful makeup, and a row of white and neat teeth when she smiled. She gave people a graceful feeling. "My last name is Su, and we are actually from the same family. We were one family 500 years ago." Su Shik took a quick look at the other person, then said with a smile. Su Shik was not at all timid when he entered the luxury car store for the first time. Instead, he smiled and made a joke. There was no special reason, it was just because Su Shik had money in his pocket. Mr. Su is right. We were one family 500 years ago. So, Mr. Su, what do you need? Do you have a car model you like? Su Jia said with a smile. Well, I haven't decided yet. How about you take me to see it first? Su Shik asked with a smile. Although he had already set his eyes on the 911, Su Shik still wanted to take a look at other models. After all, it was his first time here and he wanted to broaden his horizons. Well, okay, Mr. Su, no problem, I'll show you around right away. Su Jia still said with a sweet smile, then turned around and introduced Su Shik. This is the most popular SUV. It is relatively affordable, has high comfort and good performance. After hearing Su Jia's introduction, Su Shik smiled and nodded, but did not show any interest. This is a sedan. It's a little more expensive than the SUV just now. After introducing for a while, there was no car model that Su Shik liked. Finally, a car model that Su Shik had seen before was introduced. Porsche 911. This is the latest 2013 Porsche 911. Compared with the previous model, the front line is more slender, and the front spoiler can provide 5 kilograms of pressure to the front of the car, making it more stable. After hearing this, Su Shik smiled and nodded, looking at the other person with interest, which meant, "Tell me more, I want to hear more, I'm very interested." Seeing Su Shik's expression, Su Jia's eyes lit up, and she immediately became full of energy and continued to introduce with a smile. Although she didn't think Su Shik could afford it, this was her job and she needed to take it seriously. If she could get feedback, she would be even more passionate. Please recommend and collect. Dear readers, these are really important for new books. Chapter 7 Porsche 911 Please recommend. This car uses a horizontally opposed 6-cylinder 3L supercharged twin-turbocharged engine with a maximum power of 450 horsepower. It can reach the fastest speed in the shortest time. Here is the convertible button. It only takes 25 seconds to open the convertible. You can open or close the convertible at will even when driving, as long as the speed does not exceed 40 km/h. The car structure uses relevant technology, so even with the carport open, you still won't feel cold inside the car. With the help of the through-type taillights and the through-type car logo, the rear of this 911 can be said to be particularly sexy. After listening to Su Jie's introduction, Su Shik became more and more satisfied. He walked around the vehicle slowly with a smile. What's more, I discovered a strength that Su Shik had previously overlooked, which is that she is actually quite cute. With two big headlights on top, it looked like a pair of big eyes, making Su Shik feel inexplicably cute. How much does this car cost? Su Shik raised his eyebrows, looked at Su Jie and asked with a smile. The additional tax for the bear car is 1.53 million yuan. Su Jie said with a professional smile. Well, can I sit in and try it? After hearing the quote, Su Shik was not scared at all. Instead, he said it with great interest. As a man, as long as he has money in his pocket, he is not afraid of anything. Yeah, sure. Okay, that's fine. Su Shik nodded with a smile, then opened the car door and got in. Su Jie squatted next to Su Shik, looked up at Su Shik, and continued the introduction. Well, okay, I'm very satisfied. Let's buy this car. Now let's talk about the options. Su Shik raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Mr. Su, okay, please wait a moment, I'll go get you the option list. After hearing what Su Shik said, Su Jie thought she had misheard at first, but then she realized that Su Shik was playing a trick on her. But because of her professionalism, Su Jie still kept smiling, then stood up to get the option list. After a while, Su Jie came over with the configuration list and said with a smile, "This is the configuration list. You can choose the specific configuration of the vehicle according to your needs and preferences. Well, if I want to pick up the car as quickly as possible, how much should I spend on options?" Su Shik took the options list, didn't even look at it, and asked. As we all know, although there is no rigid price requirement for optional features of luxury cars, the delivery time between the standard and top configurations is very different. Of course, if you are not in a hurry to take delivery of the car, you don't have to worry about the optional amount. Well, 10% of the car price will be enough. Su Jie grinned and said with a smile. Okay, I'll spend 200,000 on the options. When can I get the car at the earliest? Su Shik nodded and said. Well, you can pick up the car tomorrow morning. Su Jie said with a smile. Tomorrow morning? Okay, then I'll choose it. Su Shik nodded and said with a smile. Finally, Su Shik finished the selection and chose Pirelli P0 tires worth more than 40,000 yuan, a silver sports exhaust worth more than 30,000 yuan, matrix LED headlights worth more than 20,000 yuan, leather seats worth more than 40,000 yuan, and so on. After making the selection, Su Shik handed the selection list to Su Jie beside him, and said with a smile, "That's it, I'll buy it." After hearing Su Shik's words, Su Jie was a little confused and looked at Su Shik blankly. Swipe the card. Su Shik did not turn around, so of course he could not see Su Jie's expression at that moment. He just calmly took out the industrial bank savings card and handed it to the other party. Oh, okay, Mr. Su, I'll go get the pose machine and the car purchase contract. After Su Jie reacted, she glanced at Su Shik and thought that the other party was not playing a joke on her, so she happily took the bank card handed over by Su Shik. After taking the bank card, Su Jie turned around and left in a hurry. Only Su Shik was left sitting in the car, groping around aimlessly. On the other side, Su Jie rushed to a middle-aged woman with a smile and started chattering. Manager, the gentleman I just brought wants to buy a Porsche 911. How is it? Isn't this a good order? Huh? Does he really want to buy it? How old is he? His clothes, well, are very ordinary. Can he really afford it? I'm not kidding you. The sales manager looked at Su Shik, frowned, and then said, Sister Lan, don't judge a person by his appearance. Some people just like to keep a low profile. Su Jie blinked and said with a smile. That's only the case for a very small number of people. Generally, wealthy people will definitely wear branded clothes. Even if they are not branded, they will not be the goods sold online. Of course, this is only the average person. Sometimes there are indeed people who like to keep a low profile. Sales manager Wang Lan said with a smile. Yeah, I remember it. Now I think he must be an extraordinary person. Su Jie approached the sales manager and said with a smile. A few minutes later, in the customer service center on the first floor. Mr. Su, I'm the sales manager of the Porsche showroom in Yuatai, Jinling. I just heard from Xiajie that you have decided to buy this car, is that right? The sales manager looked at Su Shik with a smile and said very politely. Yes. Su-shik nodded and replied with a smile. Then take a look at this contract. If there is no problem, you can sign it. The other party handed a contract to Su-shik and said with a smile. After casually glancing at the various items in the contract, Su-shik picked up the pen and signed his name. After all, it was difficult for him to change anything in the car purchase contract. After doing all this, Su-shik officially paid the money. Only after he entered the password and the 1.73 million yuan in Su-shik's bank account was transferred out, did Su-shik actually buy the car. Mr. Su, have some water. Seeing Su-shik paying the money so casually, allowing her to complete a million-level transaction so quickly, she quickly picked up a cup of tea and handed it to Su-shik with a smile. Thank you. Su-shik took the teacup, nodded at the other party and said with a smile. Mr. Su, we can help you apply for a license plate. Do you need us to handle it? Sales manager Wang Lan glanced at Su Jia and asked with a smile. Well, sure. Thank you for your help. Su-shik nodded and agreed immediately. For this kind of thing, even if the other party didn't say it, Su-shik would ask her to help with it. After all, it was really pointless to ask him to make such a trip. Okay, then Mr. Su, you can come and pick up the car tomorrow, and the license plate will definitely be issued. Wang Lan said with a smile. Yes, sure. After chatting for a few more words, Su-shik walked out of the Porsche 4 Sun store with a smile on his face. Chapter 8, Street Consumption. Walking out of the car shop and standing on the street, Su-shik raised his eyebrows and looked at the people coming and going with excitement. This was the first time Su-shik bought a car in his life, and it was a sports car worth more than 1 million yuan. He couldn't help but be excited. Turn on the system. Super rich sign-in system unique binding. Host, Su-shik. Property, 650,000. Items, none. Sign-in system basic skill LV1, sign in once, and you will get a certain amount of RMB according to your location. There is a 5% chance of getting a lucky bag. You can sign in once a day. Upgradable, current experience slot 0100, sign in once to add a little experience value. The novice gift package was worth 2 million yuan, given twice, and he spent 1.5 million yuan on the car purchase for the 200,000 sign-in, so Su-shik now has 650,000 yuan left to spend. With so much money in hand and it was only morning, Su-shik certainly didn't want to just go home in such a hurry. Just decide and go buy some clothes. Since Su-shik had made his decision, he went to his destination, Daeji, in a happy mood. As the capital of Jiangsu province and the ancient capital of 6 dynasties, Jinling naturally has shopping malls specializing in selling luxury goods, the most well-known of which is Daeji Plaza. This place is full of luxury goods and is a paradise for the rich. It is the favorite place of Pinduoduo celebrities, a place for ordinary people to unleash their potential, and a forbidden place for the poor. Turnbull Acer. What kind of brand is this? I've never heard of it. But the price in the store looked like a high-end luxury product. Su-shik blinked in confusion and thought to himself. This is why Su-shik doesn't care about luxury goods. Of course, even if Su-shik paid attention, he might not recognize it. This brand is a very niche one among luxury goods. Although it rarely advertises, it was founded in the UK in the 19th century and has a history and culture of top brands. Turnbull Acer has a wide variety of fabrics to choose from, with about 1,000 types. Well, this may not express how cool this brand is, so let us put it another way. Winston Churchill and Al Pacino were both regular customers of the store. Even Prince William of the United Kingdom wore a Turnbull Acer suit for his official engagement photo with Kate. His father, Prince Charles, is the #1 fan. Is it clear now? Although this brand is not as famous as LV and other brands, its style and quality are very high. Come on, let's go in and take a look. I have money anyway, so I might as well broaden my horizons. Su-shik shrugged, thought to himself with a smile on his face, and then walked in. Hello, sir. Do you want to buy clothes? As soon as Su-shik entered the door, a young female salesperson came up to him with a smile and said politely. Yes, that's right. When buying clothes, does your brand mainly sell shirts? Su-shik looked around for a while, and all he saw were shirts, so he asked with a smile. Yes, that's right. Our brand focuses on shirts. The saleswoman blinked and said with a smile. Why don't you introduce it to me? Are you going to let me see and understand it by myself? If so, how can I have the motivation to buy clothes? Does your boss like to do charity so much? Sushik glanced at the other party and asked with amusement. Well, hello sir, our brand is Turnbull Acer, and its Chinese name is Tenhua Acer. Have you heard of this brand before? The female salesperson looked up at Sushik and said with a smile. Well, no. Sushik raised his eyebrows and said. I looked at the other person in confusion. Could it be that this woman was teasing me now because I had just teased her? It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Our brand is very niche, not many people know about it, and we seldom advertise. But we are also a top luxury brand, and Prince Charles is our brand's #1 fan. The female salesperson glanced at Sushik, then said with a smile. Her tone was very nice and her words were quite normal, but Sushik felt like she was mocking him. Is she really mocking herself? Probably, I am overthinking it. Our brand has both ready-to-wear and custom-made clothes. If you have time to wait, custom-made clothes may be more comfortable than ready-to-wear clothes. Well, okay, let's go take a look at the ready-made clothes first and try them out. If they're good, then consider customizing them. Sushik nodded and said with a smile. Yes, sir. Not long after, Sushik, wearing a white shirt and a pair of trousers, stood in front of the mirror, looking at himself in the mirror with a smile. This luxury product is just different. There is a reason why such expensive clothes are expensive. Not to mention how good the fabric is and how comfortable it is next to the body, just the appearance alone makes it worth it. Compared with his previous shirt and trousers, this outfit looks obviously straighter and more energetic. No, I'm so handsome, I must take a photo to commemorate myself, and I can post it on WeChat moments later. Sushik suddenly thought of this, and quickly took out his mobile phone and took a photo of himself. Then Sushik continued to try on a few shirts and trousers. He was quite satisfied with them all. He took a few photos and then called the female salesperson over to check out. This shirt is 3,550 yuan, this shirt is 2,700. A total of 3 sets of clothes, 12,000 yuan. The female salesperson took the clothes and took Sushik to the front desk. After calculating the bill, she looked at Sushik and said with a smile. Well, no matter if he was a little unhappy before, now he is a real customer and he should be treated as a god. Smiles are worthless anyway. But this performance is valuable. Swipe the card. Sushik took out an ordinary bank card from his pocket and handed it to the other party with a calm face. Yeah, okay. After the card was swiped, the other party respectfully handed the bank card back to Sushik and said with a smile, Thank you for coming. However, do you need a custom-made shirt? No need, I'm too lazy to customize it. Anyway, I'm so handsome, like a human-shaped clothes hanger, so I can just buy ready-made clothes. Sushik shrugged and said jokingly. In fact, he simply felt that there was no need to buy too many shirts, 3 would be enough. Ha, you're right. Okay, let's go. Sushik took the bag and walked out with a smile. After coming out, Sushik continued to go to other luxury stores. LV, Burberry, Hermes, Sushik decided to take a good look at them all. It didn't matter how many clothes he bought, but he just wanted to broaden his horizons. It didn't matter anyway. Chapter 9 is really dull and boring. This, and this, they all look good, not bad, let's pack them all up. Sushik smacked his lips and said with a smile. Sir, do you want to pack everything up? The saleswoman looked at Sushik with a smile and asked happily. Yes, pack them all up. Sushik nodded casually and said with a smile. Looking at the salesman's back, Sushik suddenly felt some emotion in his heart. Is this the pleasure of spending money like water? It's really comfortable. No wonder those girls like shopping for clothes so much. No wonder those rich people like to shop in one store so much. Sushik is now in an LV store. A set of clothes costs thousands or tens of thousands. Sushik buys 3 or 4 sets at a time, and he has also bought a lot of other brands before. So, of course, he is enjoying the pleasure of spending money like water today. After visiting several stores and buying countless clothes, Sushik left home with his bags. I bought so many clothes today, spending a total of more than 100,000 yuan. Even though Sushik already has the system, he still feels very distressed. He was caught up in that kind of pleasure before, and when it came out, Sushik felt a little distressed. Of course, he doesn't regret it too much. Anyway, he already has the system, so he should spend money and buy things as he pleases. Now that he has money, he should enjoy it and make himself happy. Sushik, you are so obsessed with your own 1,000 square meter villa, a mansion worth tens of millions, that you don't even want to go to class? After returning home and dropping off all his things, Sushik picked up his phone and found that Dingdake had tagged him in the group. No, there's not 1,000 square meters here. If there were 1,000 square meters, it would be really comfortable. Sushik shrugged and typed with a smile. Come on, sir, do you have to be like this? I'm so envious and jealous. Li Lesan suddenly said speechlessly and uncomfortably. Don't say that. I'm already envious and jealous. Yu Hongtao echoed. Okay, I'll go to class later. You don't need to help me answer questions. I'm just late at most. After Sushik saw that these people had started to criticize him, he smiled and changed the subject, typing in the group. Well, come here quickly, we should study hard together. Li Lesan was satisfied and said this in the group. Go to hell, don't I know you? You are studying? I might as well believe that a sow can climb a tree. Sushik smiled and shook his head, saying speechlessly. If you don't believe it, then don't believe it. Anyway, I will work hard. You can just wait and see. You will know when you look at my future results. Li Lesan quickly sent a message with a solemn promise. Oh, I don't believe it. After sending this message, Sushik threw away his phone and stopped thinking about this matter. It was obvious that Sushik did not believe at all that they would study well. Alas, the life of rich people is so dull and tedious. Sushik lay on the sofa, talking to himself with a smile. I looked at the time before, it's past 12 o'clock, and there are still more than 3 hours before class, so I might as well play for a while. Because he had not eaten before, Sushik ordered a takeout first, and then turned on the TV to watch a movie. This TV is exceptionally large, not normally large, but an entire wall is filled with TVs. So the feeling of turning on the TV gives people a sense of science fiction, which directly suits Sushik's preferences. Let's watch Drawing Sword. After switching the TV program to Drawing Sword, Sushik lay back on the sofa and started watching it seriously. Drawing Sword is a TV series that Sushik has loved since he was a child. He has watched it several times and still loves it very much. So this time he immediately thought of Drawing Sword and wanted to try it out with this giant TV to see how it feels. Wow, it's so big, I'm not quite used to it. At the beginning, Sushik thought so in his heart, but not long after, he was immersed in the plot of Drawing Sword and didn't think about anything else. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang. Sushik reacted and realized that it was the takeaway that was delivered. Because there was a yard downstairs and the gate was closed, Sushik had to get up and go downstairs to greet the delivery boy. Thank you for your hard work, Sushik said with a smile after taking the takeaway. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. This is my job. Hey, brother, how much did you pay for this house? He seemed to have seen that Sushik was easy to talk to and had a good personality, so he asked with a smile. Well, maybe tens of millions. Sushik grinned and said. Wow, brother, you are amazing. You look like you are only in your teens or 20s, and you own a house like this. That's amazing. The delivery guy looked at the villa with envy, then said with a smile. I'm not that great. I didn't buy this myself. My father bought it for me. You are the real great one. You make money and support yourself. He glanced at the other person's face and felt that he was not much older than himself, so he smiled and said, give him some praise and encouragement. Thank you. The delivery guy said with a smile, then turned and left. He also has to work hard to make a living. After getting the takeaway, Sushik turned around and went upstairs to eat. After dinner, Sushik tidied himself up a bit and went out to school. Getting ready for class to go birding. Because he hasn't picked up the car yet, Sushik can't drive the sports car he just bought to school to show off. He can only keep a low profile and take a taxi. When he arrived at the classroom, Sushik saw Yu Hongtao and others sitting in the front row at a glance, and then walked over quickly. Old Su, you're here? You're not late? Li Lesan glanced at Sushik and said with a smile. Of course. I told you I was going to attend class. Sushik chuckled, then said seriously. Sure. Dingdake said with a smile. By the way, what's going on with you guys today? Why are you sitting in the front row? Sushik raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. Study hard and attend class seriously. Yu Hongtao chuckled and said seriously. Okay, just don't be a flash in the pan. Sushik shrugged and said with a smile. Since he was already seated, Sushik didn't want to sit in the back anymore since the teacher wouldn't care anyway. Thinking of this, Su Shik took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket and started playing with it. Chapter 10, No need to think, I am more than enough for you. Ask for recommendation votes. This teacher is so annoying. He doesn't explain things clearly and I can't understand. Ding Dake frowned tightly, threw away the pen in his hand and said with a distressed look on his face. That's right, it's so difficult. Yu Hongtao also said with tears in his eyes, looking like he had lost all hope in life. Hey, brothers, you just said that you would study hard. You must not give up halfway. Su Shik blinked and said to the two of them with a smile. The sarcasm is simply maxed out. Come on, I'm still persisting. Don't give up halfway. Li Lesan glanced at Su Shik, looked at the other two people, and said encouragingly. Yeah. The other two also glanced at Su Shik, then picked up their pens again, stood up straight, and looked at the teacher on the podium without blinking, trying hard to keep up with the teacher's ideas. Oh, you guys are pretty good. You actually plan to study hard? Have you received some kind of stimulation or something? Su Shik finally realized that these guys were serious and were no longer the kind who just talked and laughed. Oh. Hoof. Ding Dake and Yu Hongtao glanced at Su Shik, and then made a sound in perfect sync. As for Li Lesan, he looked at Su Shik deeply, then retracted his gaze and went to class to listen seriously. It's because of me? Did I stimulate them? Was it because I suddenly became a rich man? So they were stimulated and wanted to work hard on their own? Oh, I feel really sorry for them. That's not right. After all, they should thank me. If it weren't for me, they would still have to live in a muddle. Seeing the expressions and tones of the three people, Su Shik reacted quickly. With just a simple reasoning, he knew almost everything. After figuring it out, Su Shik looked at the three people who were studying hard and nodded slightly. He didn't know how long they could persist. But Su Shik felt that they should be able to hold on for quite a long time. After all, they all passed the college entrance examination and were admitted to Jinling University. They were the real best among all the senior high school students, so it was normal for them to have perseverance. As for Su Shik, he had no motivation to study hard at all. He just held his mobile phone and focused on playing with it. Su Shik, please answer this question. Suddenly, the teacher on the podium pointed at Su Shik and said with a smile. Well, this question, first of all, is not simple, so we should first study on our own and think about what this question is going to test. Su Shik stood up hastily, looked at the question in a daze, and had no idea what to do. He could only talk nonsense like this. Poochie. Yu Hongtao really couldn't help laughing when he saw Su Shik talking nonsense in a serious manner. It seemed like a switch was turned on, and the other people in the classroom couldn't help but burst into laughter one by one. Teacher, I don't know how to do this question. Su Shik pursed his lips and looked at the teacher helplessly. What's going on? Why did they pick me? Because I'm so handsome, so I stand out from the crowd and was picked directly? Could it be because of this? When did being handsome become a burden? Uncomfortable JPG. Since you don't know how to do it, why are you still playing with your phone? And you're sitting in the first row? Look at the boys next to you, they are all studying hard, but you are the only one playing with your phone. Are you ashamed? Unexpectedly, the teacher pointed at Ding Dake and a few others, then looked at Su Shik and said, Don't play with your cell phone while sitting in the first row in the future, otherwise I will deprive you of the right to sit in the first row. Finally, the teacher glared at Su Shik and said seriously. Yeah. Su Shik hummed twice quickly, then sat down, put down his phone obediently, and looked up at the blackboard. After a long time, the get out of class finally ended. Ha, if you play with your phone again next time, I will deprive you of the right to sit in the first row, ha. After the get out of class was over and the teacher left, Ding Dake couldn't bear it anymore and said with a laugh. First of all, well, this question is not simple, so we should think about it seriously. Yu Hongtao coughed twice lightly, and then said in a sarcastic tone, an expression imitating Su Shik's previous tone. You know what, it's so vivid. Ha 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 ha. The remaining two people burst into laughter, and even other people in the classroom laughed out loud. You bastards, don't go too far, otherwise. Su Shik's mouth twitched, and then he said, gritting his teeth. What else? Ding Dake didn't have any insight at all and asked with a smile. I originally wanted to take you to socialize with the female students. Su Shik frowned and said in a cold tone. Junior? Social gathering? What does that mean? Yu Hongtao raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. Don't you understand yet? Lao Su brought a girls' dormitory with him when school started. Li Lesan suddenly thought of something, glanced at Yu Hongtao, and then said, "Oh, Lao Su, we were just joking just now. We didn't mean to laugh at you. I just had a brain spasm." Ding Dake's pupils suddenly shrank, then he hugged Su Shik's arm and said with a smile, "Well, are you kidding? I was kidding too." Su Shik waved his hand and said with a smile, "What about the junior schoolmates, socializing?" Yu Hongtao rubbed his hands, looked at Su Shik and asked with a smile, "Well, no problem." Su Shik glanced at a few people, curled his lips and said with a smile, "Wow, this is the advantage of being handsome." He originally wanted to use the social gathering as a way to get close to Linidong in a more open and aboveboard manner, and bringing them along was just a convenient move. However, Su Shik was able to easily control the other people because of this casual act. "Good brother." Yu Hongtao hugged Su Shik and said with a smile, let's go. The class is over. Why are you still staying in the classroom?" Su Shik dragged Yu Hongtao on his back and walked out of the classroom. "Lao Su, what do they look like?" Yu Hongtao continued to ask shamelessly. "Didn't Lao Su say this before? There's a very pretty girl and he's attracted to her." Ding Dake raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Even if we don't talk about her, she is more than enough to match you guys." Su Shik slapped Yu Hongtao on the shoulder and said jokingly, "That's right, I'm just a rough guy, I'm more than capable of dealing with anyone." Yu Hongtao didn't feel angry. Instead, he shrugged and said with a smile, Hey, I haven't told them yet. I just want to have a social gathering. It's just an idea." Seeing how excited they were, Su Shik quickly poured a basin of cold water on them and said, "It's okay. Lao Su is worth 1,000,000 soldiers. As long as you take action, they will definitely agree." Li Lesan said with a smile, Yes. Chapter 11. I bought this car invitation to a social gathering asking for recommendation votes. Wow, what kind of car is this? It's so cool. Suddenly, Ding Dake pointed to a car not far away, widened his eyes, and said excitedly, "Sports car? Is this the first time you see it? Why are you so excited?" "There are quite a few sports cars in our school." Su Shik looked in the direction where the other person's finger was pointing, rolled his eyes in annoyance, and said speechlessly, "Wow, rich people are different. They are so dismissive of sports cars." Li Lesan chuckled and said in a teasing tone, "Ha ha ha, rich people are rich people." Yu Hongtao couldn't help but said with a smile, "Old Su, you are a rich second generation now, right? You already have an 800 square meter villa, why don't you buy a sports car?" Ding Dake looked at Su Shik, his eyes suddenly lit up, and asked with a smile, "Yes, I have already bought it." Su Shik blinked and said with a smile, "What, Lao Su, you've already bought it? So awesome? You're a real rich man." Ding Dake stared at Su Shik with wide eyes and said with a smile, "By the way, when did you buy it?" Li Leshan's eyes lit up and he asked with a smile, "Boys, at college age, will be very interested in cool things like sports cars. Sometimes, a handsome sports car worth millions may have a greater impact on them than a villa worth tens of millions. After all, boys are visual animals, especially boys of this age. Well, I bought it in Yuwatai district this morning." Su Shik shrugged and said with a smile, "Sure, you're really fast. I would like to call you the fastest man." Yu Hongtao looked at Su Shik and said with a smile, "Oh, go away, do you know how to speak?" Su Shik rolled his eyes, slapped Yu Hongtao on the shoulder and said unhappily, "Ah, Lao Su, ignore him. Tell us, what kind of car did you buy?" Li Lesan put his arm around Su Shik's shoulders and asked with a grin, "Porsche 911, not expensive, a very ordinary sports car." Su Shik shrugged and said indifferently, "Fuck, Porsche. Fuck, when will you drive it to the school to show it to us? I won't borrow it from you, I just want to touch it. If possible, let me sit in it and try it out." After hearing Su Shik's words, Li Lesan hugged Su Shik tightly and said excitedly, "Haha, no problem." Su Shik said without hesitation. There was nothing to refuse about these things, so Su Shik of course agreed directly. "Lao Su, when can you pick up the car you bought today?" On the other side, Ding Dake asked with a smile, a face full of curiosity. "It can be done tomorrow," Su Shik said with a smile. Wow, so you can drive into the school tomorrow? And then go pick up some girls? Ding Dake smacked his lips and said with envy. Look at what you said. I bought this car because I like it, and it is also a means of transportation, not a tool to pick up girls. Sushik curled his lips and said unhappily. I understand. Ding Dake chuckled and said. You know shit. Sushik said speechlessly with the corner of his mouth curled up, then shrugged and walked forward. That's right, you know shit. Li Lesan also said with a smile, and then followed Sushik. That's right, you know shit. Yu Hongtao also followed the crowd and said the same thing to Ding Dake. Oh, you guys are being so unkind. Ding Dake smacked his lips and said uncomfortably. Ha ha ha. Soon, Sushik and his friends returned to the dormitory together, chatting and laughing. Okay, I will work hard for your happiness. Sushik sat down on the stool, took out his cell phone, looked at everyone and said with a smile. Come on, I believe you can do it. Ding Dake smacked his lips and said seriously. Come on, I think so too. Li Lesan and Yu Hongtao said with a smile. Yeah. Seeing that no one else was arguing with him and all looked serious, Sushik smiled and nodded. Then he lowered his head and began typing. Sushik, Jr., are you there? Linidon, yes, Senior, what can I do for you? Oh wow, a reply in seconds, this is a big victory. Ding Dake, who was secretly staring at Sushik's mobile phone, widened his eyes, looked at Sushik and said with a smile. He didn't peek at the screen, but Sushik didn't turn off the sound, so the fact that the other party replied immediately was obvious. Of course, who am I? If there is a program to select the most handsome boy in school, I will definitely have a place. Sushik chuckled twice, then said with a smile. Go away, stop being narcissistic and go flirt with her. Li Lesan waved his hands and said with a speechless smile. Yeah. Sushik nodded, then continued typing with his head down. Sushik, well, tomorrow is Saturday, do you have any plans? Linidon, well, what's wrong? Why are you asking me this, Senior? He. Sushik, what else can I do? I want to treat you to a meal. Linidon, is that so? You just added me on QQ yesterday, and you're going to have dinner with me tomorrow? This isn't good? When Sushik saw this message, he was not panicked at all, but rather a little happy. Because the other person is interested in me, otherwise, he wouldn't say that. Wouldn't it be better to just reject it? So I quickly changed the topic to the social gathering. Sushik, well, if it's just the two of us, that's definitely not good, but your dormitory can socialize with ours. Linidon, so this is a social gathering. What's going on? Why do I feel a little sorry for her? Thinking of this, Sushik sent a message directly to ask tentatively, why? Do you think the social gathering is not good, or is it better for just the two of us to go out for dinner together? Linidon, Senior, what are you thinking about? Grin. Seeing that the other party's meaning was not obvious, Sushik quickly laughed. It's nothing, I was just kidding. Linidon, that's more like it. After smacking his lips, Sushik thought that he should not continue talking about this topic. If he continued, his purpose would be too obvious. It doesn't mean that you should pretend to be uninterested when pursuing a girl, but you should not do it too obviously. Otherwise, the girl may be scared by you, even if she clearly has a crush on you. This kind of thing should be done step by step. So he quickly typed, ask your roommates if it's possible. Linidon, well, okay. Chapter 12 Linidon blushes, and plans are made at the party. Sister Meng, I have something to say to you. On the other side, Linidon, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, put down his mobile phone and said to others with a smile. What's the matter? Wu Qian looked up from the phone, looked at Linidon, blinked, and asked with a smile. Well, Senior Sushik, you haven't forgotten, right? Linidon smacked his lips and said with a smile. Of course. Wu Qian snorted coldly and said a little unhappy. Ha, he's so handsome, how could I forget him so quickly? Zhang Jiajie said with a smile, hugging the pillow. That's right, I won't forget it. By the way, what you want to talk about is related to him. Lili also looked at Linidon curiously and asked with a gossipy look on her face. It must be related to him, he. Stop. It's not what you think. Their dormitory wants to have a party with ours. What do you think? Seeing that what they said had become confusing, Linidong quickly told them everything. Wow, he talks nicely, saying he wants to have a get-together with our dormitory, but he's definitely here for you. How hypocritical. Wu Qiong curled her lips and said with disdain and contempt. Ha ha ha, what Wu Qiong said makes sense. Lily was very gossipy to begin with, and now that Wu Qiong was leading the charge, she also started to play a supporting role, and said with a smile. Let's not talk about this. Let's just say, are you going or not? Tomorrow afternoon, at 5:30 in the evening. Linidong rolled his eyes and said helplessly. Go, why not? The boys must be treating, right? Why not go and get a free meal? Wu Qiong blinked and said with a smile. That's right, we have to go. Not only do we get a free meal, but we can also look at handsome guys. Isn't that great? Zhang Jiajia also said with a smile. Hey. Okay, since you all agreed, I'll tell him now. Linidong ignored what they said, nodded to himself and said with a smile. Look at you, Linidong. Are you interested in Su Shik? You are smiling so happily. Wu Qiong asked jokingly when she saw Linidong's expression. No, we've only met once, how could I fast forward to something interesting? Linidong waved his hand, restrained his smile, moved his lips slightly, and then said with a smile. Really? If you like him, just say it. We won't tell anyone anyway. Besides, Su Shik is so handsome, it's normal to like him. Wu Qiong insisted and continued to tease with a smile. That's not the case. Linidong pursed his lips and said seriously. Okay, Wu Qiong, stop talking. I'm blushing because of shyness. Lily said with a smile. Yidong looks even better after blushing. On the other side, Zhang Jiajia stared at Linidong blankly and said with a giggle. Hey, you're not lusting after Linidong's body, are you? Wu Qiong looked at Zhang Jiajia and said puzzledly when he saw her expression. Yes, what's wrong? Yidong is so beautiful, isn't it normal for me to like her? Zhang Jiajia did not refute at all, but said with a smile. That's right, Yidong is so handsome. Lily smacked her lips and said with envy. Seeing the three of them saying that they were very beautiful, Linidong's mouth curled up slightly, then he picked up his phone and went to call Su Shik. Linidong, I just asked, they can all go tomorrow. After waiting for a while, Su Shik received Linidong's reply and immediately replied with a smile, then I would like to thank you on behalf of our roommates for your efforts for their happiness. Linidong, ha, what you said is true. They agreed to go to the social gathering not to find love, but just to go out and have a meal. Grin. Su Shik, it's okay, it's just an opportunity anyway. Linidong, senior, I have to go to class. Let's talk again in the evening when we have time. Su Shik, no problem, go to class first. Aha. Su Shik nodded, smiled, took his eyes off his phone, and looked at the other people in the dormitory with a smile. How is it? Did they agree? Yu Hongtao approached Su Shik and asked with a smile. Of course he agreed. Old Su is a great man. He has the potential to be a reader. When Li Lesan saw Su Shik's relaxed expression, he knew the result and began to flatter him with a smile. Wow, Loli, please don't be like this. It's so coquettish. Ding Dake rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. Ahem, I agreed. The time is also set. It's 5:30 tomorrow night. I'll go pick a good place later. Su Shik shrugged and said relaxedly. This was not a difficult thing to do, and it was really not worthy of Su Shik's pride. Lao Su, awesome. Yu Hongtao's eyes lit up and he said excitedly. Lao Su, are you thirsty? Do you want me to get you a cup of tea? Li Lesan glanced at Yu Hongtao and asked with a smile. Well, now that you mention it, I do feel a little thirsty. Why don't you bring me a cup of tea? Su Shik twitched his mouth and said jokingly. Go away, you are just kidding. Do you really think you are a master? Li Lesan curled his lips and said unhappily. Ha, since the invitation has been discussed, let's talk about the money? Su Shik waved his hand and said seriously. As for money? Let's share the cost among the four of us. The girls don't have to spend any money, right? Ding Dake raised his eyebrows and said. I think it's okay. Yu Hongtao agreed. Well, this is more appropriate. After all, we invited them. Li Lesan also nodded and said with approval. Well, let's make it a deal then. As for the location, I've thought about it and I think it's better for us to decide together. Sushik smacked his lips and said with a smile. After all, we are all spending money together, so it is better to choose the location together. Well, let's make sure first. We can't go to a bad place, because it will lose face, and we don't need to go to a particularly good place, because it will not have substance. Li Lesan smacked his lips and said with a smile. Yeah, that makes sense. Yu Hongtao nodded and said in agreement. Well, in that case, the number 4 bistro near our school is a good choice. It's not too expensive, and the decoration and environment are all very good. Li Lesan pursed his lips and suggested with a smile. Should we order a set meal for multiple people? Ding Dake nodded and said. Yes, there is no set meal suitable for 8 people. Yu Hongtao scratched his head and said. That's easy, order 2. Sushik said with a smile. Okay, let's do it here. If we split the bill evenly, it'll only be around 100 per person. Li Lesan nodded and said. Can. Chapter 13, The Junior Schoolgirl is not junior at all. Well, very good, it's decided. Now everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Sushik nodded and said with a smile. Yeah, socializing. Smack my lips. I'm already a sophomore and this is my first socializing. Thinking about it, I'm actually quite excited. Yu Hongtao smacked his lips. Ha ha ha, that's normal. I'm just a little bit better than you. I'm also a little excited. Li Lesan waved his hand and said with a smile. Go! 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 Okay, I'm going to stay out tonight. Don't miss your dad. Sushik raised his eyebrows, interrupted the conversation of several people, and said with a smile. It's outrageous that a sophomore student lives in an 800 square meter villa. Ding Dake opened his mouth and said enviously. Let's go, tomorrow is Saturday, I don't have classes, and I'm going to sleep on my 3-meter long luxurious bed until 12 o'clock. Sushik didn't care about Ding Dake's words and continued to talk arrogantly. Go away. If you don't leave, don't blame us for not letting you go. Li Leshan's mouth twitched, and then he said in a grim tone. Okay, I'm leaving. Really, is it necessary to do this? We have been sleeping in the same room for so long. Sushik quickly waved his hand, got up and left the dormitory, then took a taxi back to his big villa. After returning to his luxurious villa, Sushik went to the home theater to watch a movie. Let's take a look at the No Man's Land. I've only heard about it, but I haven't seen it yet. Sushik smacked his lips, thought with a smile, and then was transferred to the No Man's Land. To be honest, this ill-fated movie is really good and interesting. It completely captured Sushik's attention, so he watched the movie attentively the whole time. Wow, Ning Hao is Ning Hao. This No Man's Land is so beautiful to watch. After watching the movie, Sushik leaned back on the sofa, sighed, and said with admiration. If there were more films of this quality every year, our country's film industry wouldn't be so bleak. Forget it. This has nothing to do with me now. I don't have the money to play in the entertainment industry. Even if I want to enter it, I have to wait until I have a lot of money in my hands. Thinking of this, Sushik temporarily put aside the idea and stood up to pour himself some tea. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, Sushik's cell phone rang. Putting down the teacup, Sushik calmly picked up the phone and looked at the screen. Yes, it was Linny Dong who sent the message. Senior, I'm done with get out of class. Well, don't call me senior, just call me by my name, junior sister Linny Dong. Seeing this, Sushik raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Then why are you still calling me junior? Junior sister, at that? I'm not junior at all. Linny Dong replied quickly. Yeah, you're not small at all. Sushik replied with a smile. This sentence was actually quite frivolous and a bit too casual, but after all, Linny Dong had already expressed his interest in Sushik. Of course Sushik was not polite. The fact that she took the initiative to find Sushik speaks volumes. There must be no shortage of dogs who have been licking the boots of such a beautiful girl since childhood. There must be dogs licking the boots everywhere. There was absolutely no need for her to take the initiative to look for any boy, especially someone like them who had just met each other. It took a long time before Linny Dong replied to Sushik. Linny Dong, Sushik, are you thinking about some messed up things in your mind? No, it's impossible. Sushik reacted quickly and denied 3 things in a row. Ha! What's wrong with you boys' minds? Curious JPG. Linny-dong was silent for a while, then asked. No, I wasn't thinking about anything messy just now. It's all your fault, okay? Mr. Lucen said, if there is Buddha in your heart, then Buddha will be everywhere in your eyes. If there is shit and urine in your heart, then there will be shit and urine everywhere. From this, we can infer that your heart is messy, and what you see is also messy. Sushik used his hand speed that he had gained from being single for more than 10 years to quickly type out the long list of words and sent them out. Did Mr. Lucen say this? Why haven't I heard of it? Linny-dong was silent for a long time, as if he was thinking about something, and then replied with this sentence. When Sushik saw Linny-dong's reply, he was stunned. Is this the point of what I said? Is it something that Lucen said? Is it important? I really want to see what is in her little head. Well, it wasn't Lucen who said that. It was Lu Sushik-sun who said that. Sushik smacked his lips and continued to reply wittily. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is? You just made this up. Linny-dong responded very quickly this time. It seemed that she directly skipped over Sushik's previous criticism of her. Instead, she became more interested in Sushik's nonsense. Hey, what do you mean by nonsense? Doesn't what I said make sense? Sushik raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. Well, that makes sense, but it's enough that it makes sense. There's no need to say but. Even though he is just an ordinary person like me, he still makes sense. Sushik didn't let her type the sentence after but and interrupted her directly. All right. That's right. Sushik typed with some joy. Before, he thought that Linny-dong was a cool, iceberg type of girl, but unexpectedly, after just chatting with her for a while, he felt that her personality was actually a bit silly and cute. Senior, is there anything you like? Linny-dong asked, taking the initiative to start the topic. Linny-dong himself didn't know that at this moment, he was like a dog. But Sushik, who had been in college for a year and had experienced a lot, was much more sensitive and felt it immediately. A little surprised. Of course, he has had many bootlickers, but the looks and temperament of those bootlickers are far inferior to Linny-dong. This is the first time he has had a bootlicker of this level. Maybe this is the result of doubling the attraction to the opposite sex? Wow, this is awesome. Sushik thought of this thing immediately. He didn't dare to say it was entirely because of this, but it was definitely related to the reward. Well, what do you like? I like listening to music, watching movies, traveling, and playing games. There are so many things I like that I can't explain them all. What about you? Sushik finally replied to Lin Yido with a smile. Even if she has a tendency to become my bootlicker, I still have to be more attentive to her. After all, she is so beautiful. Chapter 14. She really started to become a dog. I like listening to songs, too. What type of songs do you like? I like listening to folk songs. Linny-dong replied quickly. Folk songs? I like them too. Do you have a favorite singer? Sushik raised his eyebrows and replied with a smile. Linny-dong, no, I don't have any particular favorite singer, but I like most folk singers. What about you? Do you have a favorite singer? Yes, Jae Cho. I like Jae Cho very much. Sushik typed with a smile. Jae Cho duck? Pretty good. Yeah, ha ha ha. Sushik sat on the sofa and chatted with Linny-dong attentively. As time passed slowly, Sushik moved from the sofa to the bed. I'm going to take a shower. We'll talk later. Linny-dong suddenly said this in the evening. Yeah, go ahead. Sushik then realized that he hadn't taken a shower today. TSK, I actually chatted with a girl for so long. Wow, it seems that the reason I got annoyed so easily before was because I hadn't met the right person yet. This is not because I only look at the face, it is simply because Linny-dong's personality is compatible with mine. Sushik put down his phone, thought with a smile, and then went to take a shower with a smile. More than half an hour later. Sushik, are you done washing? I'm done. Linny-dong asked Sushik in a message. I've finished showering, but you, how come you're so fast? Shouldn't girls take a long time to shower? Sushik blinked and asked in confusion. Well, maybe it's because I'm different from others? Linny-dong on the other side supported his chin, squinted his eyes and smiled, then typed. She would never admit that she actually wanted to chat with Sushik earlier, so she hurriedly took a shower, blew her hair casually and came to find Sushik. Logically speaking, her reaction shouldn't be so obvious, but there was nothing she could do. This was the first time she was so interested in a boy, so she was a little overwhelmed. Oh, I see. That's right. After all, every individual is different. Sushik shrugged and typed with a smile. Yes, that's it. Well, our dormitory has already chosen a place for the party. Let me tell you, what do you think? It's number 4 restaurant near our school. Sushik only now remembered that he had not told them the location of the party. Whatever. We just started school and we don't know where it is. Linny Dong said indifferently. Okay, then it's settled. We'll meet at the school gate tomorrow. Yeah. Well, I have something to do now. Let's talk later. Sushik said this suddenly because he received an invitation from his roommate to play LOL together. Okay, then go and do your own thing. On this side, Sushik dropped his phone, immediately turned on his computer, and started playing games with Lilesan and the others. On the other side, Linny Dong put down his phone and pouted unhappily. I rushed to talk to him, but after just 2 sentences he said something. Humph. Not happy at all. He is a bad guy. Maybe he really has something to do. He may have no choice. He should also want to chat with me. Why don't you make it clear if you have something to say? Are you just being so casual? Maybe he is not convenient to say it? At this moment, Linny Dong's mind began to wander, and the two thoughts kept arguing with each other. It was obvious that she had begun to worry about Sushik. Linny Dong, what's wrong with you? Why does your face keep changing? Suddenly, a voice entered Linny Dong's ears and woke her up. Looking up, it turned out to be Wu Qiong. Nothing. Linny Dong moved his lips and said with a smile. You were chatting with Sushik just now, right? And then your expression became strange. TSK, he won't bully you, will he? Wu Qiong blinked and said with a smile. No, let me tell you where the party is. It's room 4. Meet at the school gate on time. Hey, you're changing the subject. I don't. You are. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Ha ha ha, you didn't, ha. You're so cute like this, smack, which stinky man is lucky enough to get you? Wu Qiong suddenly said with a smile. Humph. I'm going to bed. No way? You go to bed so early? We are contemporary college students, don't be so decadent, okay? Wu Qiong raised his eyebrows and said jokingly. Going to bed early and getting up early is good for your health, and it's good for your skin. Linny Dong said, and then he really lay down and began to sleep. The next day, Sushik got up from the bed after a comfortable sleep. When he looked at his mobile phone, it was already past 10 o'clock. Sucks, so comfortable. After stretching, Sushik let out a breath, said with a smile, and then turned on the system. Sign in? Sign in. Ding, the host is detected in a villa worth tens of millions of yuan, which is of high value. The following rewards are given: 1. 10,000 yuan. 2. Noble and imposing, makes the host acquire a noble temperament. Wow, noble temperament? Ha, am I going to become the most handsome man in the world? And this villa is really not an ordinary thing. Good things are given for signing in. I have to choose more special places like this to sign in the future. Sushik thought with a smile. After receiving the reward, Sushik got up and went to wash up. Good morning? She wants to pursue me, right? She actually took the initiative? But this is not bad. After washing up, Sushik picked up his mobile phone and saw the message Linny Dong sent him in the morning, and thought with a smile. Good morning. After smiling, Sushik quickly replied. Senior, have you just woken up? I don't know if Linny Dong was playing with his phone or something, but he replied immediately. Yeah, I just got up. Hey, didn't I tell you not to call me senior? Linny Dong, but I think the title of senior is more intimate. Okay, as long as you like it, junior sister, you know what, it's indeed more friendly. Sushik smacked his lips and said with a smile. Do you have anything to do today, senior? Yes, I'll be going out soon. Sushik did have something to do today, and he had to go pick up the car. All right. What's wrong? Why are you asking this? Do you want to invite me for a walk? Sushik was now completely relaxed and the conversation became very casual. It's not impossible, but it's a pity that you have something to do, senior. Lin Yidong also replied playfully. Really? If it's true, then I'll be fine. Even if knives rain from the sky or my roommate gets cancer, I will still be there to accompany you. Su Shik raised his eyebrows and typed. Fake. On the other side, after Lin Yidong replied, a faint blush appeared on his face, but his eyes were obviously excited. Oh, if that's the way to go, then I'm going out. Su Shik replied with a smile. Well, go out. I want to read a book too. Well, study hard, junior high school girl. Chapter 15 Pick up the car, host interaction. Since the chat was over, Su Shik put his phone in his pocket and went out with full of expectations. Mr. Su, you are here. Are you here to pick up your car? As Su Shik walked into the Porsche 4S store he visited yesterday, a uniformed service staff came up to greet him. Still the same girl from yesterday. Yes, I came here today to pick up the car, should that be okay? Su Shik blinked and said with a smile. Of course, I'll take you to pick up the car right away. The other person said respectfully with a sweet and lovely smile on his obviously young, collagen-filled face. Well, let's go. Lead the way. Su Shik nodded and said with a smile. Soon, Su Shik was brought to his own 911. A white Porsche with smooth lines and cute headlights is simply stunning. Su Shik couldn't help himself and got into the sports car in great excitement. He started the engine and stepped on the accelerator impatiently and drove out. Wow, this sports car feels so comfortable to drive. It was the first time that Su Shik drove a luxury supercar that truly belonged to him, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. Of course, Su Shik didn't dare to drive fast. After all, this sports car was a little different from other cars. It was Su Shik's first time driving, and he was still quite unfamiliar with it. Safety came first. TSK, I have to come to this car to sign in tomorrow. The value here is quite high, and I should also get rewards related to sports cars. Well, let's do it. Su Shik suddenly thought. It's almost noon now, and the social gathering won't start until after 5 in the evening. What can I do with so much time left? Su Shik thought about this as he drove around the city leisurely. Su Shik thought about it and couldn't find anything to do, so he had to drive back to the villa. This is the decadent daily life of contemporary college students. Apart from playing, most people don't want to do anything else. Of course, there are also many people who love learning, like reading, study all day long, and keep working part-time to accumulate work experience. However, Su Shik obviously does not need to do this. Others have to work hard and make continuous progress for their future lives, while Su Shik, even if he wants to make himself better and better, he just wants to be more outstanding, but he does not need to care about his future life at all. Let's watch the live broadcast. I haven't watched a game live broadcast for a long time. Su Shik sat in front of the computer, smacked his lips, and thought with a smile. Then I went into Who You Live and found a female League of Legends anchor, who was cute, and was at the Black Rose King rank. She had a nice voice, so even though I couldn't see her face, she was still quite famous. Of course, Su Shik couldn't say that he liked her very much, but she was the only female anchor he could watch. Yeah, can you play with me? I have to play in the promotion match. Su Shik suddenly had an inspiration and sent a message in the live broadcast room. What are you thinking about? Still playing games? Exactly. Who are you? Why? If you want to play with me, you have to join me. You are not qualified. Of course you can, as long as you open an emperor, there will be no problem. That's right, it's okay to brush a few treasure maps. As soon as Su Shik's barrage appeared, many other barrages immediately appeared behind the previous one, besieging Su Shik and defending the sanctity of their goddess. So cruel, are all these fans so cruel? I never noticed it before? Maybe it's because I used to be one of them? Su Shik didn't care about the tone of these people, but thought so instead. As for the reward? I'll give him 2 treasure maps. In this way, he will definitely add me on QQ, so that I can ask her to take me flying, and I may also have the chance to see what she looks like. Anyway, I have a lot of money now. Su Shik touched his chin and thought with a smile. That's right, 2 treasure maps can be used to add each other on QQ. After all, a treasure map costs 5,000 yuan, and it's only 2013, so of course you are a big boss. Su Shik did it as soon as he thought of it. He recharged immediately and then rewarded 2 treasure maps, which directly earned him a lot of praise in the live broadcast room. I'm a student, no money, and I have 2 treasure maps. Sushik typed and sent it with a smile. Is this what a real student party is like? 10,000 yuan to spend casually. The rich have the rich. Sure enough, the world of ordinary people and rich people is completely different. Is this the pocket money left over from the boss? Seeing this kind of barrage, Sushik actually felt a sense of pleasure. Thank you Tang Seng, who loves washing hair, for the 2 treasure maps. Thank you, thank you. The female anchor's sweet thanks further increased the pleasure and vanity in Sushik's heart. TSK, no wonder there are so many rich people willing to spend so much money. No, I can't do this. I can't indulge in this kind of pleasure and live a life of luxury. Otherwise, wouldn't I become a pure nouveau riche? How can I be considered a super rich person? I have to pay more attention to my inner self, make myself better and better, and learn more. Sushik quickly broke free from this emotion and secretly warned himself. After reacting, Sushik looked at the computer and saw that the host was sending him a private message. Thank you, boss. What's your QQ number? Can I add you? 1519. Sushik sent his QQ number to the other party without hesitation. After all, Sushik originally wanted to add her on QQ and let her see him before giving her the treasure map as a reward. Ding. Message requesting friend. Agree. Do you want me to take you to the promotion match? The other party came straight to the point without any polite words. Well, we need to advance from diamond to master. Sushik raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. He didn't really care about the other party's tone. As long as he could get more points, the matter could still be discussed. Okay, I'll add you and we can play together later. Can we just stream it live? Well, okay. Sushik thought about it and then agreed. Just live broadcast it, you won't lose anything anyway. Okay, wait a minute, I'll talk about it in the live broadcast room first. Okay. Soon, the 2 of them were duo queuing together and gaining points. Hello, can you hear me? Sushik asked with a smile after the microphone was connected. Yeah, I can hear it. Well, that's fine. Will you still play mid lane later? Sushik asked with a smile. Yes, I play mid lane. What about you? What position? Asked Cute Duck. Jungler, wait for the mid and jungle to work together. Yeah, sure. Help me catch more later. Okay, no problem. Leave it to me. Sushik said with a smile. Are you reliable? The Cute Duck asked jokingly from the other side. Chapter 16. Can we video chat now? Absolutely reliable, right? The wild dad is talking about me. Sushik said seriously with a smile. What? He said he was a wild dad? Shame on you. I am the real wild king. I don't know if you are the real wild king, but you are definitely not as rich as him. As soon as Sushik finished speaking, similar comments began to scroll through the live broadcast room. Hey, don't look down on me, I'm really strong. Girl, what do you think of my skills? Sushik turned his head to look at the live broadcast room and the computer next to him, and said helplessly. I think that would be pretty good, very nice. The Cute Duck said with a smile without hesitation. Although she couldn't lick her parents who provided her with food and clothing, it really wasn't difficult at all for her to just give them a simple compliment. Yeah, you think so too, right? Just wait and see how I perform. Sushik patted his chest confidently and said with a smile. Yeah. The Cute Duck couldn't help but said with a smile. It's okay, just stay calm. Keep steady, don't waste time, you can win. This was Lovely Duck's attitude towards Sushik at the beginning, but not long after, something started to go wrong with the other party. He started to act sarcastic. I told you to take a look and clear your eyes, but why didn't you do that? Now you've been caught, right? The Cute Duck angrily retorted to Sushik. No way, no way? You and the top laner were killed by a 1-on-2? Didn't you want to be the carry? Why are you exploring the bushes? Sushik was completely confused by the opponent's scolding. He had been playing in an orderly manner and his operation was also okay, but now, he went straight into sleepwalking mode. Of course, in the end, after much hardship, Lovely Duck finally won the game with Sushik. Yeah, we won, we are the champions. As soon as the duck won, his expression changed in seconds and he said with a smile. It is obvious that this person is a real points slave. As long as he succeeds in gaining points, there will be no problem. Well, we are the champions, how about another game? On this side, Sushik was also a point slave. As long as he won, he would selectively forget the opponent's previous sarcasm and continue to invite the other party. Okay. The cute duck agreed without hesitation. Soon, the second round was over. This time, Sushik's condition was much better than the previous one. He was no longer sleepwalking, but instead started to become quite powerful. The two of them won the game easily. How is it? I said, my first time was an accident, this time it shows my true level. Sushik smacked his lips and said with a smile. Yeah. The cute duck just hummed in a flat tone. Duck sister, you should be going off the air soon, right? Sushik asked with a smile after hesitating for a while. Yeah, almost there. By the way, how about we have a video chat before we part? Sushik asked with a smile. Before cute duck could say anything, the live broadcast room exploded. There are a lot of barrages. Oh wow, so awesome? You want a video chat with me the first time we play together? What are you thinking about? You want to see the cute duck's face? That's right, are you qualified to see my wife's face? You're not. Duck sister, if you agree, let us have a look. Please show your face once, duck girl. 10,000 people's blood letter 1 10,000. 10,000 blood letters plus 2. Yes, Yame, you can show your face once, and then you can also see me, you definitely won't lose out. Sushik glanced at the barrage in the live broadcast room and asked with a smile. Well, no. The other party refused in a delicate voice. Yeah, you will show your face sooner or later, right? It doesn't matter if you show your face now, it's not a loss, you can get to see a handsome guy like me. Sushik continued. Are you handsome? The cute duck was silent for a few seconds, then asked with a smile. Yes, I am the campus idol of our university. I am definitely handsome enough. Sushik's eyes lit up. Knowing that he had a chance, he shamelessly boasted about himself. I don't believe it, unless you send me a photo first so that I can check the goods. Cute duck may have thought Sushik was bragging, so she said playfully and cutely. He thought he was a master of all trades, but who knew that Sushik was just one of those handsome guys who liked to speak the truth. Okay, I'll send it to your QQ. Sushik said excitedly without any hesitation. Then I found a photo that I was most satisfied with and sent it to the other party's QQ. Well, it has been sent, take a look. Sushik said with a smile. Duck girl, look, what does he look like? Is it ugly? Why are you not responding? Hurry up and show us. It's over. The anchor is eating alone. Ah, so it looks like this, then he must be a handsome guy, right? No way, is the anchor really going to eat alone? Ahem, no, I don't want to eat it alone. I want to ask him if he can post it for you to see. Cute duck coughed, then explained himself. Of course, she was indeed surprised by the photo. She never expected Sushik to be so handsome. I almost froze up, and now that Fan said this to me, I inexplicably felt shy. Anchor, is he good looking? Wife, is he as good looking as me? If this photo is real, then he is indeed very handsome. Why, do you really want to see it? Asked Cute Duck. You heard it too, they want to see you, are you willing? Lovely Duck did not continue talking to the fans, but asked Sushik with a smile. Sure, no problem. They will be able to see it via video later anyway. Sushik said indifferently. Okay, then I'll show it to them. She asked again. Come, let me show you, this is a photo. Lovely Duck did not delay. After Sushik agreed, he dragged out the photo. Oh my god, so handsome. So handsome, and so young, it turns out he is really a student. Well, he's 1/10 as handsome as I was when I was young. Wow, brother, I'm still single, 19 years older than you, pretty and sweet-voiced, can you consider me? Is he handsome? I don't think he's as handsome as me. Yes, I think it's quite normal. Some people are envious, some are jealous, and that's normal. After all, when there are hundreds of people, there are all kinds of weird things. Besides, how could there be only 100 people in the live broadcast room? How is it? Can we start the video? Sushik didn't care what was said in the comments at all, he just asked with a smile. Chapter 17 Video, Chat, Beauty, Handsome Guy. Okay. The cute duck was silent for a moment, then agreed with a smile. She had promised Su Shik before, so now she was just fulfilling her promise, not because Su Shik was handsome. Yes, if it weren't for this reason, no matter how good looking he is, I would not agree easily. When Su Shik saw that the other party agreed, he quickly sent a video invitation. Soon, the two people successfully started the video. Fuck, this is really not an internet picture? I think he looks better than in the photo just now. Brother, you want to debut as a star? I will definitely be your fan. Look at me, I'm trying to lay eggs. Hey, where's the cute duck man? Where's the cute duck man? No way, the anchor won't show his face? Wasn't this agreed upon? Hurry up and show your face, anchor. After the video started, the live broadcast room exploded with activity and became bustling with noise, making the popularity of the room higher and higher. As for Su Shik, when he saw the girl on the screen, he thought she was really pretty and was definitely a beauty on the same level as Linny Dong. She has a gorgeous appearance and seems to be seducing when she smiles. She has a pretty and tall nose, delicate petal-shaped lips, a pair of charming peach blossom eyes, fine and neat eyebrows, and a full and beautiful face. She is totally a seductive vixen. On the other side, the cute duck was also stunned. She had previously thought that Su Shik would definitely look better in photos than in real life, but unexpectedly, Su Shik in the video was even better looking. Well, I won't write any adjectives. Anyway, it's just about as good looking as the readers. She only took one look and knew that Su Shik was the most handsome man in her life. Of course, there are two passive bonus effects of Su Shik, which makes him look noble and attractive to the opposite sex. Cute duck, you are so pretty. Why didn't you show your face before? Su Shik was the first to react and said with a smile. In this era, there was no such messy beauty filters as in the future, so Su Shik praised the other person without any hesitation. I'm a technical anchor, not a looks anchor. Of course I don't need to show my face. Cute duck smiled, then said seriously and as a matter of course. When she smiled just now, there seemed to be water flowing in her eyes, her smiling eyes were curved and as gentle as water. I see. That makes sense. Now everyone asks you to show your face in the comments. Su Shik nodded and said with a smile. Maybe it was because Su Shik had said before that the cute duck was pretty, the fans in the live broadcast room became even more crazy and posted comments crazily. Well, I promised it before, so there will be no problem. Show your face now. The cute duck nodded and said with a smile. Then he hung his face in the live broadcast room. Ah, my wife, she is really beautiful. Ah, it's so beautiful. Show your face later, so we can see more. Raising his eyebrows, Su Shik already had an idea after seeing the cute duck. After all, she was so pretty, any boy would definitely have some ideas. Can we play games together in the future? Su Shik glanced at the barrage and asked with a smile. Sure, I'll help you get higher scores. Okay, then don't look down on my poor skills and make you unhappy. Su Shik blinked and said with a smile. Cute duck? Why does it feel like what you said is a little bit inappropriate, but it seems like there's nothing wrong with it? Besides, aren't these eyes so beautiful? Why is he blinking? Is he trying to seduce me? No, of course not. You are my financial sponsor, how could I despise you? The cute duck, who had been daydreaming, quickly reacted, coughed twice, and said with a smile. Then he looked up at Su Shik, worried whether he had noticed his momentary distraction. Fortunately, Su Shik looked calm and probably hadn't noticed. Okay then, it's settled. We'll play together from now on. I have something to do here, so I have to log off. Su Shik said with a smile. Well, fine, I'm going to go offline too. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Then, the two of them decisively ended the video. Let us not talk about how fierce the noise was among the fans in the live broadcast room of Kiaya. On this side, after Su Shik finished the video, he did not ignore Kiaya and continued to chat with her. He actually didn't want to end the video so quickly, but he was too embarrassed to stare at the other person in public. Then fishing like this would make Su Shik even more uncomfortable. Have you logged off? Well, it's off the air. So fast? Won't they explode? Su Shik asked in surprise. It's okay, I've always been like this. Besides, I did say a few words. Yeah, you've always been like this. Hey, what's your name? Su Shik asked while typing with a smile. Lu Xinning, what about you? What's your name? Lu Xinning replied immediately. Su Shik, 1.82 meters tall, 20 years old, sophomore at Jinling University, still single. Su Shik typed a reply with a smile. Humph, you scoundrel. Lu Xinning on the other side thought so, then lowered her head and typed, I just asked you what your name is, why are you talking so much? If I ask him this, will he just say that it's because he likes me? If he said that, what should I do? Well, I can't accept it, otherwise, wouldn't I become a casual woman? So that you don't have to check your household registration in the future. Su Shik said with a smile. On the other side, Lu Xinning looked at Su Shik's message, exhaled a breath of embarrassment and relief, and then continued to type a reply, why would I check the household registration for no reason? I won't do that. Yeah, okay, you won't. Are you working now? Su Shik asked with a smile, not caring about the other party's vague resentment. No, I'm still a college student, a senior. So, do I look very old? The resentment before was only intermittent, but now it is completely different, almost overwhelming. No, I just think Sister Lu is more mature and very domineering, so I wanted to ask. Su Shik reacted immediately and said sweetly. Humph. That's more like it. You just said you were from Jinling University? Yes, Jinling University, what about you? Me? I'm just an ordinary second-tier university student in Shanghai. I can't compare to you top students. Lu Xinning smacked her lips and said enviously. My sister is amazing too. She's already a big technical anchor in her senior year, and she's so pretty. She's definitely a winner in life. Unlike me, I'm still confused. You look like a rich second generation. It doesn't matter if you're confused. We are different. Hey, don't be envious, you will be one of the richest in the future. Thanks to your good words, I will definitely do my best. Well, come on, don't forget our friends when you become rich and powerful. Su Shik typed and said with a smile. If I were really a first-generation rich, I would never forget you. I will definitely find a way to support you. This is what she thought in her heart but didn't say it out loud. Chapter 18 It's good to be a straight man. Sister will definitely be a first-generation rich person in the future. When I have time to go to Shanghai to visit her, you will probably treat me well, right? Su Shik asked with a smile. Sure, if you come over, I will definitely treat my brother well. Then I'll go find my sister when I have time. Su Shik's eyes lit up and he said with a smile. Hey, it's good to be handsome. Can I go play with her so soon? She is good looking, a big anchor, and she doesn't show her face. It's just too good to be true. Hey, you talk about your sister all the time. Do you often look for sisters and younger sisters? Do you have a lot of sisters and younger sisters? Lu Xinning asked this suddenly. No, how is that possible? I swear, I don't have any other sisters except relatives. Su Shik suddenly felt a sense of alarm and quickly made a promise. Su Shik knew that Lu Xinning was a little suspicious whether he was a scumbag, so of course he had to prove decisively that he was not a scumbag. Okay, I'll believe you for now. The scumbag must die. It's not known whether Lu Xinning believed it or not, but she replied like this. Well, you are right, the scumbag must die. After saying this, Su Shik always felt a little uneasy. Hey, I'm not a scumbag. I'm still single. Isn't it normal to flirt with beautiful girls? Well, the scumbag must die. Sister Lu, I have something to do right now. How about we chat again in the evening when we have time? Su Shik grinned and typed. He was a little confused. Has Lu Xinning been hurt by a man? Why did she repeat this sentence, as if to emphasize the tone? What he didn't know was that Lu Xinning was actually trying to scare him by saying this. Okay, let's chat again in the evening. Putting away his phone, Su Shik had something to do and was ready to go out. It was almost 5 o'clock now and he had to go to school to meet up with Linny Dong and the others. Then go to a social gathering together. La, I'm an expert in buying abalone. I won't wait until tomorrow to see the abalone. I'll see it today. I'm in a good mood. Today's abalone is of good quality. Su Shik hummed a strange tune and walked out with a step that didn't recognize any relatives. Sitting in his Porsche, Su Shik started the car and drove off. This time I have to pretend to be an excellent writer in front of Ding Dake, Li Leshan, and others. Soon, Su Shik drove to the school gate and was stopped. After all, it is a school. For the safety of students and the future of the motherland, we still have to check it. Well, are you from our school? The school security guards are no longer surprised by luxury cars. Not to mention that there are many rich second generations driving luxury cars in and out every year. And he has been doing this for many years, so he is sure that he will not lose his composure. Besides, he is not young anymore, so he doesn't have the energy to care about luxury cars or something. Yes, my campus card. Sushik took out his campus card from his pocket, showed it to him, and said with a smile. Record the license plate number so you can come in directly next time. The security guard took a look at Sushik's campus card and said with a smile. Okay. Well, go in and be careful. The security guard nodded and said with a smile. Okay, thank you, uncle. Sushik thanked with a smile, then drove into the school. Soon, Sushik drove the car to the downstairs of his dormitory, found a parking space, and parked it steadily. Hello, I'm downstairs at the dormitory. Are you guys ready? Sushik did not get out of the car. He sat inside and sent a message to the group. It's almost there, just wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Ding Dake replied to Sushik. Hurry up, we are boys, don't be late, otherwise you will have no chance. Sushik nodded and typed with a smile. According to Sushik's previous experience, as long as he said so, they would definitely not drag their feet. And Lee Leshan will definitely be the first one. Don't be fooled by his gentle appearance, he is actually very repressed. Yu Hongtao and I are ready. Yu Hongtao is still changing his shoes. He will go downstairs after changing his shoes. As expected, Lee Leshan was the first to jump out and speak. Well, hurry up, I'll wait for you. I've driven the Porsche downstairs to the dormitory, you can find it yourself later. Oh, a Porsche is coming? I want to get off right away. Yu Hongtao said with some excitement. Wait a minute, let's go down together later, I want to touch it carefully. Ding Dake was obviously a little anxious. Well, it's okay, don't worry, the car is here anyway. After posting this in the dormitory group, Sushik went to find Linny Dong to find out about their situation. Don't forget about the social gathering later. Of course, Sushik was not as direct as he was to Ding Dake and the others. I didn't forget. It's the first social gathering. How could I be late, let alone forget it? Linny Dong replied quickly. Sushik, okay, I'll tell you guys after I leave. Okay, tell us so we don't keep you waiting. Linny Dong was very considerate. He was not at all like some girls who would lose their temper as long as the girl was a little bit pretty. Being late is just normal operation. It's okay, not yet. You can dress up nicely. Make sure you dress up beautifully. Ha ha ha. Sushik raised the corners of his mouth slightly and typed with a smile. Well, they are dressed very beautifully, especially Wu Qion. She looks so pretty after putting on makeup. On the opposite side, Lin Yaito frowned and typed indignantly. Humph, what do you mean by dressed up beautifully? If I don't dress up, am I not beautiful? You really don't know how to talk. No matter how beautifully others dress, they are not as good looking as you. Sushik typed with a smile. Wow, you're talking nonsense, how can I be that good looking? Although Linny Dong said this, if Sushik could see her expression, he would definitely know what was going on. Okay, you're not that good looking. Sushik smiled and continued with her words, going with the flow. Wow, look at you still pretending here. Humph. I'm going to go dress up. Linny Dong snorted coldly and typed angrily. Okay, see you later. After putting away his phone, Sushik didn't wait for Linny Dong's reply. He raised his head and turned it to look at Lee Leshan and the other two. He didn't bother to care whether Linny Dong was unhappy or not. Anyway, I haven't officially pursued her yet, so it's good to be a straight man now. Chapter 19. Wow, junior sister Linny Dong, you look so beautiful today. Sushik glanced at the few people, then rolled down the window and looked at them with a smile. Old Su, is this your car? It's so damn cool. Yu Hongtao said with envy while lying on Sushik's window. Yes, what do you think? Isn't this car cool? Sushik nodded and said with a proud smile. Yes, it's really cool. I don't know if I can have a sports car of my own in this life. Ding Dake smacked his lips and said enviously. Don't doubt it, you will never own a sports car like this in your life. Lee Leshan next to him curled his lips and said jokingly. That's not necessarily true. I want to be a big boss in the future. It's just a sports car, how can I not afford it? Ding Dake was not angry, but just said arrogantly. That's right, from now on, our boss Ding will even look down on sports cars. Yu Hongtao laughed a few times and said with a smile. That's right, Mr. Ding will look down on sports cars in the future. Li Lesan also nodded and said with a smile. Humph, you are mocking me here now. When I drive a sports car worth tens of millions in the future, you will know how stupid you are today. Ding Dake couldn't help laughing, but he quickly restrained himself and spoke seriously with a tight face. After saying this, Ding Dake finally couldn't help laughing. Okay, it's time for us to leave. Su Shik waved his hand and said with a smile. Well, it's almost time. Let's go directly to the school gate. We boys should go there a little earlier. Yu Hongtao nodded and said in agreement. That's right. Ding Dake nodded in agreement. That's for sure. Hey, come on, are you going to drive there? Li Lesan agreed first, and then continued to ask. Yes, are you driving? It looks like you have a 4-seater sports car, which can accommodate 3 people, just right for the 3 of us. Yu Hongtao's eyes lit up and he asked with anticipation. Even if I drive there myself, even if I bring people with me, it won't be your turn, right? Why don't I have to bring girls? Su Shik rolled his eyes and said unhappily. That's right, boys, you have to be gentlemen and stop thinking about yourself. Otherwise, when will you be able to find a girlfriend? That is. Then I don't have a chance to try the feeling of a sports car today? Yu Hongtao ignored what the 2 men said. Instead, he looked at Su Shik reluctantly and asked pitifully. Okay, get in the car now. I'll take you to the school gate and let you taste it. Then after the girls come, you can get off. Su Shik looked at Yu Hongtao with disdain, nodded helplessly, and said unhappily. Oh yeah, I'm going to ride in a $1 million luxury car for the first time, huh? Seeing that Su Shik actually agreed, Yu Hongtao was so excited that he was about to climb into Su Shik's car. Come on up, Dad will let you experience what a $1 million luxury car is. Su Shik blinked and said with a smile. Perhaps out of respect for this Porsche 911, these funny and argumentative people did not criticize Su Shik. One by one, they filed into the Porsche, touching here and there, looking up and down. By the way, he also started to complain. Fuck, this should be real leather, right? How much does this leather seat cost? Well, these are indeed real leather seats. They are so comfortable to sit on. TSK, this space is not very big, but it doesn't affect anything. Su Shik on this side turned a deaf ear to the words of these 3 idiots. Instead, he took out his cell phone and told Linidong that he had already left the dormitory. Then, after receiving the news that the other party had also set off, Su Shik quickly drove to the school gate and found a place to stop. Okay, they'll be here soon, just wait a moment. Su Shik parked the car, shrugged and said with a smile. Lao Su, how much did you spend on this car in total? Let me give you a rough idea. Li Lesan smacked his lips and asked with a smile. It's more than 1 million. It's not expensive, but it's not cheap either. Su Shik shrugged and said with a smile. TSK, I can't afford it at all. Li Lesan said with some regret, smacking his lips. With this money, why don't you buy a house? Or use it to buy something like a sports car? Su Shik raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. I can't afford any of them. Li Lesan laughed and said. Why are you asking this? Everyone has to have dreams, right? 2. Suddenly, Su Shik's cell phone rang. Linidong, we are almost there, where are you? Oh, we are all in the car. I'll be out soon. It's the parking space on the right side inside the school gate. Su Shik typed a reply on his mobile phone while opening the car door and walking out, not forgetting to turn around and drive everyone out of the car. Get off the bus, they are here, you have to let them see it. Okay. Standing in front of the car, Su Shik took a quick look and saw Linidong, Wuchong, and a few others. After all, Linidong is so handsome, like a crane standing out among chickens, so it must be easy to find him. Here. Su Shik raised his hand and waved it vigorously a few times towards them, shouting loudly. In the distance, Linidong turned a deaf ear to Su Shik's voice and looked down at his mobile phone, but Wuchong was found immediately. Then he brought them all here. Today, Linidong was indeed dressed very beautifully as Su Shik said, and it could be said that she was stunning. A pair of clear and bright pupils, curved eyebrows, long eyelashes trembling slightly, the fair and flawless skin seems to reveal a faint blush, and the thin lips are as tender as rose petals. She was wearing a light yellow long skirt, which showed off her tall figure beautifully. Wow, junior sister Linny Dong, you look so beautiful today. Su Shik smiled and praised without hesitation. No, it's just average. Linny Dong smiled and waved his hand, saying modestly. Don't be so modest. As Su Shik's roommate, let me tell you, the reason why Su said you are beautiful so directly is that you must have amazed him. Li Leshan said with a smile. What are you talking about? Su Shik rolled his eyes and said unhappily. I didn't say anything. I was just telling the truth, right? Li Leshan shrugged and said indifferently. Chapter 20. Fasten your seatbelts, I'm going to drive. That's right. Yu Hongtao and Ding Dake looked at each other, then nodded in unison and said with a smile. Seeing them all say this, Linny Dong seemed a little shy. Her cheeks, which were already a little pink, became increasingly pink, and then turned into a deep red, which was very cute. Hey, what do you mean? Is it that Yi Dong is the only good-looking and we are not? Seeing this, Wu Qiong hurried to help Linny Dong out, frowned, and said to Li Leshan, pretending to be unhappy. No, how is that possible? I saw you from a distance, and then I thought to myself, these girls are all very pretty. Li Leshan quickly waved his hands and tried to excuse himself with a smile. Humph. You're lying with open eyes. Wu Qiong rolled her eyes at Li Leshan and said unhappily. He. Li Leshan was speechless after being criticized by Wu Qiong and could only laugh dryly. In fact, his heart was already exploded. What's wrong with this woman? She said before that I didn't say she was pretty, and now she said I was lying with my eyes open? He. Okay, let's get ready to go. I'll drive and take 3 of them, and the other 4 will take a taxi. We discussed it and decided that I'll take the 3 girls, and the rest will take a taxi. Su Shik said with a smile, helping Li Leshan divert Wu Qiong's attention. Is this your car? Wu Qiong indeed shifted his attention and looked at the Porsche behind Su Shik and asked curiously. Yes, mine. Su Shik said with a smile. Wow, a sports car. I didn't realize that Senior Su is also a rich second generation. Wu Qiong blinked with a smile and said in an exaggerated tone. It's okay, this car is not very expensive, it just looks cool. By the way, what do you think of the plan I just mentioned? Su Shik waved his hand and said with a smile. Well, I think it's totally possible. What about you? Wu Qiong shrugged and said indifferently. Sure. No problem. Everyone nodded and agreed. Okay, then among you girls, who will take a taxi with those 3? Su Shik nodded with satisfaction and asked. After looking at each other for a few times, they were silent for a while, and then Zhang Jie stepped forward to break the silence. Well, how about it be me? Oh, what should we do? Let me do it. After someone suggested it first, Linny Dong actually volunteered with a smile. This is not good. Senior Su organized the party for you. If you don't go and sit with the seniors, he will be so disappointed. I'd better go. I can chat with them. Wu Qiong quickly stopped Linny Dong and said. Linny Dong. All right, let's stop talking. It's settled. It's already so late. Are you going to have dinner or not? Seeing that they seemed to want to say something else, Wu Qiong said this directly, blocking Linny Dong's words in his throat. Well, okay, you all get in the car, they will take a taxi. Su Shik nodded, said to Linny Dong and the others with a smile, then got into the driver's seat. In addition, Linny Dong was directly pushed into the co-pilot seat by others. Fasten your seatbelts, I'm going to drive. Su Shik turned to look at Linny Dong next to him and said with a smile. Feeling Su Shik's gaze, Linny Dong felt embarrassed to turn around and look at Su Shik. He just looked straight ahead and said Then he lowered his head and started fastening his seatbelt. Su Shik did not continue to pursue Linny Dong to chat, but drove directly on the road. Soon, the silence in the sports car was broken. Senior, do you have many classes in your sophomore year? It was Zhang Jie who broke the silence earlier and asked Su Shik curiously. I'm a sophomore. The classes are probably similar to those of a freshman. Su Shik answered casually while driving. I thought there would be fewer classes in the sophomore year, but I didn't expect that there would be no fewer. Another girl, Li, sighed and said helplessly. Wow, you come to university to learn knowledge. If you have more classes, you will have more time to study. How can you feel that classes are a burden? This attitude is not good. Su-shik smiled, put on the airs of a senior, and began to preach seriously. Wow, senior, are you serious? You drive a sports car and you actually say something like that? Lily said with a smile. The better you are, the harder you have to work. Then you will find that you are still not good enough. Su-shik said seriously without changing his expression. What you said makes a lot of sense, senior. Yes, you are really my life mentor. Senior, how are your grades? Linidong glanced at Su-shik and asked with a sweet smile. Ahem, what about my grades? Actually, grades in college are not very important. What we look at is the cultivation of comprehensive qualities. Su-shik coughed, then avoided the question awkwardly and said with his usual smile. Ha, senior, stop pretending. Everyone can see it. Linidong rolled his eyes in annoyance and said with a smile. Ahem. Su-shik coughed awkwardly when he saw that he was exposed, and then drove away seriously. It wasn't far from the school to the destination, and after a while, Su-shik and his friends arrived at the destination. There was no awkwardness along the way, and they chatted casually just like before. Taking this opportunity, Su-shik quickly became familiar with them. Well, we're here. This is it. Su-shik got out of the car first, then looked at the store in front of him and said with a smile. It looks quite ordinary. Lily also came out of the car, stood next to Su-shik, and said with a smile. Don't be fooled by its ordinary appearance, but, okay, the taste is not that great, but it is still quite delicious. Su-shik said with a smile. As long as it tastes good, it's fine. It's not like we're going to have a banquet or something. Linidong pursed his lips and said with a smile. Yeah, that makes sense. Su-shik said with a smile, and then led them inside. After finding the private room that had been booked in advance, Su-shik and his friends sat down and chatted while waiting for others to arrive. Fortunately, the taxi was very fast and after waiting for a minute or two, they arrived. How come you came so quickly? Yu Hongtao raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. Of course it's fast. When my car is on the road, everyone else will stay away and give way to me. Of course it's fast. Su-shik shrugged and said with a smile. Chapter 21 You will go sooner or later equals I will entertain you sooner or later. Oh wow, is this the speed of rich people? They can even enjoy preferential treatment when driving on the road? Li Lesan clicked his tongue twice and said enviously. Ha, let's not talk about this. Let's order some dishes so that we can eat early. I think you all must be very hungry. Su-shik waved his hand and said with a smile. Well, let's order some food. I'm really hungry. Dingdake sat down on the chair, nodded and said in agreement. Then everyone sat down and started ordering food. Order whatever you like. Don't be restrained and don't try to save money. Li Lesan clapped his hands and said with a smile while looking at the girls opposite him. I won't be polite. This is the first time that the seniors are treating us, so of course we have to have a good meal. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss if we don't have the chance to do so in the future. Wu Qiong said with a smile, holding the menu and looking at Li Lesan. Haha, how could there not be a next time? There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. You are only a freshman, and we are only sophomores. Su-shik waved his hand and said with a smile. Oh, so you mean that you will continue to treat us to dinner in the future? This is like showing kindness without any reason. You are either a traitor or a thief. Wu Qiong blinked and said to Su-shik in a teasing tone. What you said is only natural for seniors to treat juniors to dinner. How can you be too nice for no reason? Su-shik glared at Wu Qiong and said unhappily. You're just standing here making trouble. Everyone knows that you must have some ulterior motive. I'm afraid you've fallen for some beautiful woman. Wu Qiong also rolled his eyes and said sarcastically. Wu Qiong, what are you talking about? Linidong finally couldn't help it and said to Wu Qiong with a red face in anger. Okay, I won't talk nonsense anymore. Wu Qiong saw Linidong's expression, covered her mouth and said with a smile, with a hint of teasing and ridicule in her eyes. It is obvious that Wu Qiong is a woman whose personality is so eccentric that it is a bit outrageous, but still normal. After Linidong said this, he stopped teasing others. Well, hurry up and order some food. Order some food while you're talking. Eat early and then we'll go out and play after dinner. Sushi clapped his hands and said with a smile. Go out and play? Where to go? Wu Qiong's eyes lit up and he asked with some curiosity and anticipation. How about singing? If you find singing boring, you can go to a bar and dance. Sushi thought for a while, then said with a smile. I want to go to a bar to dance. I've never been there before, and I want to go and broaden my horizons. Wu Qiong couldn't wait to say it as soon as Sushi finished speaking. Well, let's talk about it later and see what everyone thinks. Sushi waved his hand and said with a smile. Well, okay. Wu Qiong smacked her lips and nodded. It was impossible for this to all depend on her ideas alone. Okay, everyone introduce yourselves. Otherwise, how can we get to know each other if we don't know each other? I don't need to introduce myself. Sushik directly changed the subject and said with a smile. That's right, how can we become good friends in the future and have meals together? Wu Qiong said with a smile. Ahem, Li Lesan, you go first. Sushik glanced at Wu Qiong, ignored her, turned to look at Li Lesan, and said with a smile. Hello everyone, my name is Li Lesan. I'm from Shandong. I'm the best roommate and friend of the campus hunk Sushik. I'm also the deputy director of the Discipline Inspection Department. If you're late for morning reading in the future, you can tell me. Maybe I can help you make up for it. Li Lesan straightened his chest and said with a smile. Wow, you actually used public resources for personal gain and abused your power. Be careful or I will sue you. Wu Qiong wrinkled his nose, looked at Li Lesan, and said viciously. On the contrary, Sushik's title of school idol was simply ignored. It seems that Wu Qiong still agrees with this point. Hey, I'm just talking. Also, even if I show partiality, it's only to help you. Is there any need to be so hateful? Li Lesan rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. Thank you, but we don't need it. We are good students. Wu Qiong curled her lips. That's right. +3. That's impossible. You will definitely evolve in the future, and then you will be like us, wanting to skip classes every day. Before Li Lesan could say anything, Ding Dake confidently retorted, Well, hello everyone, my name is Ding Dake. Who do you think is you? There is no way I can fall. My name is Zhang Jia, and Jia means beautiful woman. Zhang Jia curled her lips and said with disbelief. She worked very hard in high school to get into Jinling University, a well-established top 985 university, but she didn't come to university to have fun. Yeah, you're right. I believe you because I'm the same as you. I also love learning. It's not easy to meet someone like you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yu Hongtao. Yu Hongtao grinned, then stared at Zhang Jia and said. Hello. Zhang Jia glanced at Yu Hongtao, nodded and said with a smile. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Dong, and I'm from Yangzhou. Lin Dong just smiled slightly, then looked at Sushik and introduced himself. Li, from Guangdong province. After the self-introductions, everyone had ordered their food and started chatting while waiting for it. Lin Dong, you are from Yangzhou? Yangzhou must be very beautiful, right? Sushik asked Lin Dong with a smile. Yes, our Yangzhou is really beautiful. You know, there is a poem in ancient times that goes, 1/3 of the world is bright moonlight nights, and 2/3 of the scoundrels are in Yangzhou. Lin Yido nodded and said proudly. Well, I also know a similar line, 2/3 of the bright moon and the sound of the flute, and the other half belongs to the 24 bridges in Yangzhou. Yeah, I've wanted to go there before but never had the time or the opportunity. I must go there someday. Sushik smiled and echoed the praises of Yangzhou. Of course, this is not licking, it's just agreeing, and then Linidon will be very happy, without any effort and loss. Well, when you come over next time, I'll be your tour guide and play with you. Linidon's eyes lit up, and he looked at Sushik and said with a smile. Is it so good? Then I will definitely go. Sushik raised his eyebrows and said to Linidon with a smile. Well, then, senior, where are you from? Linidon opened his beautiful eyes, looked at Sushik without blinking, and asked with a smile. Me? I'm from Changsha in southern Hunan. Sushik said with a smile. Changsha, it should be fun, right? If I visit you there in the future, will you treat me? Linidong asked Sushik expectantly. Of course you can. You are my tour guide, so how can I not agree? Sushik touched his chin and said with a smile. Oh, not only have I agreed, I will also entertain you well. Ha ha ha, then I will go if I have the chance in the future. You have to go. Chansha is really fun. I'll take you there to eat delicious food and have fun. No matter how fun it is, it depends on whether there is an opportunity. Okay. Sushik smacked his lips with some regret. I will probably go sooner or later. Seeing that Sushik seemed a little regretful, Linidong said quickly. Then I'll wait for you. Well, that means I will entertain you sooner or later? He. Yeah. Linidong nodded cutely. Chapter 22, Letting Go of the Meat-Eating Girl. Here, except for Sushik and Linidong, who were a little unscrupulous, everyone else had already started chatting. Even Li Lesan had switched seats with Zhang Jia and ran to sit next to Wu Qiong. After all, we are all sophomores and have already developed some thick skin. Seeing this, Sushik also asked Li Li to change seats and sit with Linidong. Then it ended there, and the boys and girls now sat with separation. Sure enough, when they go to college and there is no one to care about them, whenever boys and girls get together, they will inevitably be attracted to each other. What is lacking is only opportunity, but most people do not have the courage to create it. Obviously, this opportunity is very good. Once we started chatting, time passed quickly and the food was served. Well, senior, what do you like to eat? Linidong suddenly blinked and asked Sushik with a smile. Me? I like to eat meat, except snakes and frogs, and some disgusting-looking things. As for the rest, I like to eat chicken, duck, mutton, and beef. What about you? Sushik stuffed a piece of chicken into his mouth and asked with a smile. Oh, you like eating meat so much? I don't like eating meat very much. I prefer vegetarian food. Linidong raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. So, you don't have any meat that you like to eat? Sushik's eyebrows moved, and he looked at Linidong with confusion and asked. Of course, I like chicken the most. Linidong pursed his lips and said with a smile. There happens to be some chicken here. Come and eat it. It tastes quite delicious. Sushik said with a smile. Yeah, I did eat. Linidong nodded and said with a smile. Well, I just ate a little less. Sushik glanced at Linidong and said with a teasing smile. So that means you have maintained your good figure by controlling your diet? What are you laughing at? You are not allowed to laugh. Seeing the mockery in Sushik's eyes, Linidong said angrily, wishing he could reach out and pull down the corners of Sushik's mouth. Yeah, I'm not laughing, ha ha ha. Sushik forced himself to purse his lips, and before he could say a few words, he couldn't help laughing again. Ah, you are going too far. Linidong cursed angrily, and then actually reached out to cover Sushik's mouth. Sushik didn't let her cover her face. He kept dodging backwards while laughing. I won't laugh anymore. I won't laugh anymore. Sushik saw that she was actually getting stubborn, so he had to smile and said. You're still laughing then. Well, I won't laugh anymore. Sushik pursed his lips, nodded, and said seriously. That's pretty good. Linidong curled his lips and said with satisfaction. Rolling his eyes speechlessly, Sushik picked up the chopsticks and stuffed the meat into his mouth, then boasted to Linidong, this chicken tastes really good, not bad, so fragrant, don't you want to eat it? Ah, you're going too far. Linidong's eyes widened as he looked at Sushik, and said with some disbelief. This was the first time in her life that she had seen such an ungentlemanly boy, and he treated her like this without any concealment. Hey, what's wrong? Don't you want to eat? Sushik pretended to know nothing and said with a smile. Well, I don't care. It doesn't matter if I eat a little more occasionally. Linidong glared at Sushik angrily, then looked at the dishes on the table and said to himself. Then I was no longer as restrained as before and started eating meat to my heart's content. Ah, so you eat like this? Aren't you afraid of gaining weight? Sushik widened his eyes, looked at Linidong, and asked in shock. According to experience, a girl who is so beautiful will definitely pay attention to her figure. After all, she is already a goddess and cannot become a fat girl. It's okay. I'm not fat anyway. It doesn't matter if I eat a little. As long as I pay attention, it will be fine. Linidong snorted coldly, then said. Well, then eat more and enjoy it. Sushik smacked his lips and said with a smile. Linidong snorted coldly and ignored Sushik. Sushik didn't take it seriously and just ate his meal. This made Linidong even more unhappy. He ate with an unhappy look on his face. The pleasure of eating without restraint was greatly reduced in less. Za! This shrimp is a representative dish of Jinling cuisine. It tastes great. I fell in love with it the first time I ate it. You should try it. Su Shik pointed to a dish on the table and said with a smile. Yes, this shrimp not only tastes good, but also looks beautiful. It is named phoenix tail shrimp because its tail shell is bright red and shaped like a phoenix tail. In addition to its good taste and beautiful appearance, it is also rich in nutrients. The main ingredient is river shrimp, supplemented with egg white and peas, which nourishes blood and strengthens essence, and can delay aging and improve the body's disease resistance and immune function. Li Leshan's eyes lit up, and he found an opportunity and started to drink like crazy. Looking at Li Leshan, Su Shik suddenly felt a little envious. Li Leshan's memory was really excellent, just a little short of being able to remember everything he saw. He was simply a natural-born academic master. If possible, well, there's no way I'd be willing to trade the system for his memory and IQ. It's beautiful, delicious, healthy, and nutritious. Well, I want to eat it. After hearing this, Wu Qiong widened her eyes, chewed something in her mouth, and said hummingly, while her hands did not stop, holding the chopsticks to reach for the prawns. On the other side, Lin Yidong also let go completely and went for the prawns. The actions of these two people directly inspired Zhang Jejia and Li Li to liberate the demon in their hearts. After a long time, the 8 people finally finished their meal and they ate up all the food on the table. Well, are you full? If not, you can have more dishes and rice. Su Shik leaned back in his chair and asked with a smile. I'm full. +7. Are you all full? Yeah. +7. Okay, let's rest here first and go out to play later. By the way, where do you want to go to play? Su Shik nodded and said with a smile. I want to go to the bar and dance. Wu Qiong said without hesitation. What about you? Su Shik looked at the others and asked with a smile. Well, I want to go to the bar and take a look. Please come with me. I haven't been there yet. Please. Wu Qiong rolled her eyes and hugged Lin Yidong directly, begging the 3 girls pitifully. I don't care. Lin Yidong smiled helplessly and said. Go ahead, I can go and take a look too. Zhang Jejia said with a smile. That's fine with me too. Li Li also said so. Chapter 23, Who says singing love songs together means falling in love? Okay, it's decided. Let's go to the bar later. Su Shik made the final decision with a smile. No way? Lao Su, you don't even ask us? Li Leshan widened his eyes and said in disbelief. That's right, Lao Su, you betrayed the organization. Ding Dake also said to Su Shik, and the remaining Yu Hongtao also looked at Su Shik with resentment. Everyone wants to go to the bar to have some fun. What's the point of asking you? Will you object if I ask? Su Shik rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Although this is true, aren't you treating people too differently? Li Leshan snorted and said seriously. Okay, let me ask you now, where do you think we should go for fun? Su Shik's mouth twitched, and then he said helplessly. Ahem, let's go to a bar and dance. I haven't been there before either. Li Leshan coughed awkwardly and then said. Isn't that it? There is still no change. Su Shik said jokingly with a smile. Ah, this is my right. Li Leshan smacked his lips and said. Okay, it's your right. Su Shik was so embarrassed that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Oh, that's not right. Bars usually open after 9 o'clock. There's no point going now. Su Shik suddenly thought of something and said with a smack of his lips. As a boy who seldom went clubbing, Su Shik also neglected it. Ah? That means we can't go today? Wu Qiong exclaimed, somewhat disappointedly asking. Not really. We can do something else first and then go to the bar. Su Shik shrugged and said with a smile. How about going singing first and then going to the bar? Wu Qiong pouted and looked at everyone expectantly. Okay. It's the weekend anyway, just have fun. Oh yeah, then let's go sing first. Wu Qiong said excitedly. In a private room in KTV. Since none of you are moving, I'll go up first. Wu Qiong said with a smile, then ran to the front, picked up the microphone, and looked at Su Shik and others with a smile. Well, I want to sing Fireworks Fade Away, who wants to sing with me? I'll do it. Li Lesan volunteered, then rushed out and stood opposite Wu Qiong with a smile. Yeah, okay. Then the two of them started singing, and they sang very well, while the people below were chatting among themselves. Linidong, how about we sing a song together called Fireworks Fade Away? Sushi asked with a smile, sitting next to Linidong in the corner. Well, isn't this bad? Linidong smacked his lips, a little hesitant. What's wrong with that? It's just singing together. It's not a big deal. Look, aren't they two a good couple? Sushi coaxed. Well, is that so? Linidong looked at Wu Qiong and Li Lesan, muttering to himself. Yes, it's okay. How about we sing a song together? Sushi looked at Linidong with a smile. Yeah, okay. After getting the answer, Sushi was greatly encouraged. After Wu Qiong and the other person finished singing, he pulled Linidong over and brought up the topic. Suck, this hand is so soft and comfortable. Sushi thought to himself as he walked. Well, it is clearly stated here that Sushi did not intentionally try to pull Linidong in, he just did it out of convenience. You, let go. Linidong smacked his lips, looked at Sushi with a red face, bit his lip, and said shyly. Oh, I didn't pay attention just now, I'm sorry. Sushi looked suddenly realized, and quickly let go and apologized to Linidong. Well, it's okay. Although his face was flushed and his expression was shy, Linidong still waved his hands to indicate that he was fine. Hurry up, you two are holding the microphone without singing, or standing in the toilet without taking a shit? Wu Qiong said loudly with a smile. Wow, it's only been a while, why are you so anxious? Sushi rolled his eyes and said unhappily, then ignored her rebuttal and said to Linidong with a smile, let's sing Fireworks Fade Away, shall we? In 2013, the fireworks quickly cooled down, and it became a complete mess, especially for college students and high school students, who loved it very much. Yeah. Linidong nodded. The sound of prosperity, retreating into Buddhism, has ruined the world. The dream is rather cold, and I have accumulated several debts of love in my life. If you accept life and death as waiting for circle after circle of growth rings, whose soul was destroyed when several floors of the pagoda were broken. At first, Linidong was a little reserved and embarrassed, but soon she got used to it. She actually sang face to face with Sushi. Her eyes were full of tenderness when she looked at Sushi, her eyes were like water, and she wished they could melt into honey water. Well, it seems that she has completely fallen in love with Sushi. Although it happened very quickly, it is still logical and not just a simple case of lust. When I first saw this handsome senior, I had an impression of him. Later, when we chatted, I felt that Sushi was humorous. Now I think Sushi sings well, is gentle and refined, and is also a rich second generation with an excellent personality. Everyone who sees it likes it. As for Sushi, his expression was much simpler. When he looked at Linidong, his eyes were full of admiration. A beautiful girl like Linidong was standing opposite him singing. The flickering lights in the KTV shone on Linidong's face, adding to her beauty. The sound of shepherd's flute in the suburbs falls on that wild village. Fate has taken root with us. Fate has taken root with us. Listening to the sound of rain in the Galan temple, I hope for eternity. After a song was finished, the people in the audience started shouting loudly. Lao Su, you sing beautifully. Wow, Lao Su, why don't you just debut as an idol? You're so handsome and you sing so well. It would be a shame if you didn't become an idol. Yes, if you become an idol, I will be one of your first loyal fans. Stop. There's no way I can be an idol, okay? I'm so rich, what's the point of being an idol? Sushi quickly interrupted these people and said speechlessly. That's right. If you go into the entertainment industry, you will definitely become a capital tycoon. How can you be an idol? Li Lesan nodded and said with a smile. The entertainment industry is so filthy, I won't go there. Okay, you guys continue singing. Sushi waved his hand and said with a smile. Then he quietly grabbed Linidong's hand and walked to the corner of the KTV and sat down. Linidong was stunned by Sushi's surprise attack, and sat in the corner with Sushi in a daze. Please recommend and add to my collection. My ranking on the signing list keeps dropping. It's painful. Click here for recommended tickets. Chapter 24, Just a Brother. Sushi, what are you doing? Let go. After sitting down, Linidong finally reacted and said in a panic. Linidong, I like you. Sushik not only did not let go, but instead held Linidong's hand tightly, looked at Linidong without blinking, and said seriously. Linidong's face suddenly turned red, and it was unclear whether he was shy or excited. He just hummed softly and didn't say a word. Moreover, the slender hands that had been struggling before stopped moving and just stared blankly at Sushik. Be my girlfriend, Linidong, I like you. Seeing that Linidong did not resist, Sushik spoke frankly and said with a smile. Well, okay. Linidong bit his lip, then nodded shyly. Ha, Idong, you are so cute now. Sushik was in a good mood when he heard the affirmative answer. He stretched out his hand to hold Linidong's slender waist and teased with a smile. Don't laugh. It's all your fault. It happened so suddenly. I must have been panicked. Linidong pouted her cherry lips, covered Sushik's mouth with her hands, and said angrily. I didn't want to do it so suddenly and quickly, but since you're so beautiful and cute, and we can talk to each other and have similar personalities, I couldn't help it. Sushik grabbed Linidong's hand and pulled it away from his mouth, saying with a smile. Well, you don't just like it now and won't like it in the future, right? It's just a momentary impulse, and you don't really like it at all? After hearing what Sushik said, Linidong's expression froze and he said with some fear. As a girl who was in love for the first time, after Linidong met the boy who made her heart beat and whom she liked, and after she met such an outstanding boy like Sushik, she completely lost her composure as soon as Sushik confessed his love to her, and now she is a little scared. I'm afraid of meeting a scumbag, afraid that he is just playing around. No, don't be unhappy, don't be afraid. I will definitely always like you. Not to mention anything else, just because you are so beautiful, how could I bear to give up you? Sushik hugged Linidong, touched Linidong's fair cheek, and quickly comforted him with a distressed look on his face. Well, are you serious? Will you always like me? Linidong turned his head and looked at Sushik without blinking, asking with anticipation. Of course it's true. Sushik patted his chest and assured righteously. Well, I believe you. Linidong's expression changed. He had been worried before, but now he was full of trust. I believe Sushik is definitely not a scumbag and will always like her. Well, that's what women are like. After falling in love, they like to think about good things. Hey, Sushik, what's going on between you two? Why are you holding hands and even hugging each other? Wu Qiong stared at Sushik, shocked. Wow, can't you see it? Sushik said with a smile. You guys are together so soon? This is too fast, right? Wu Qiong opened his mouth and said in disbelief. What are you talking about? I'm just a brother. Sushik waved his hand and said with a smile. What did you say? Linidong, did you hear that? He is a big scumbag. Wu Qiong pointed at Sushik in shock and said to Linidong. I'm talking about my beloved brother. Sushik raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. You are still joking about such things. You are definitely not loyal to your relationship. You must be a scumbag. Idong, don't be fooled. Wu Qiong wrinkled his nose and said angrily. Idong, do you believe me? Sushik pinched Linidong's little hand and asked with a grin. Yeah. Linidong nodded heavily to Sushik. Idong is so nice. Sushik tapped Linidong's little upturned nose lovingly and said with a smile. Although the noise here was not big, everyone else in the private room saw it. Congratulations, you have finally achieved your goal and won the beauty. Li Lesan smacked his lips and said to Sushik. That's right, Linidong is so beautiful, I'm so envious. Yu Hongtao looked at Sushik with envy, licked his lips and said with a smile. What's your name? Call me sister-in-law. Sushik rolled his eyes at Yu Hongtao and said unhappily. Wow, call me sister-in-law? You are not the eldest brother, you are still the youngest. Yu Hongtao curled his lips and shrugged. That's right, you can't call me sister-in-law. We are all older than you and Linidong's seniors. Li Lesan also said with a smile. Okay, since you all don't want to acknowledge me as your big brother, then forget it. I won't force you. But I won't treat them as my younger brothers in the future. Then there are many things, that they won't have a part in. Sushik shrugged and said with a smile. Wow, okay, you were nice to us before, it turns out you treated us as your little brothers? Ding Dake widened his eyes and said exaggeratedly. I'm just kidding. How is that possible? We are brothers. Sushik laughed a few times. Ha, that's about right. Yu Hongtao nodded. Okay, let's sing. I won't be a single dog anymore. You guys should also work hard. Sushik waved his hand, telling them not to worry about him and to continue singing and playing. Sing, sing. Li Leshan also realized that Sushik wanted to have a private conversation with Lin Yidong and didn't want to pay attention to them, so he greeted other people with a smile. Seeing that other people still occasionally glanced at him secretly, they did not come to disturb them. Sushik smiled and hugged Lin Yidong, put his face close to her cheek and kissed her. Well, you don't want to. Lin Yidong said in a panic, like a frightened little white rabbit. What? I'm your boyfriend, can't I kiss you? Sushik said with a smile, and then continued to kiss Lin Yidong. Well, we just got together, and you're touching me now? You, this is not good. Lin Yidong bit his lip and said with some embarrassment. How long do we have to wait before I can kiss you? I can't help it, you're so beautiful. Sushik raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Well, yeah. Lin Yidong, who was originally a beautiful woman who was quite cold and generous, now felt soft and at a loss in Sushik's arms. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Sushik laughed, hugged Lin Yidong tightly, and continued to say sweet words to each other. Please vote for recommendation, click here. Chapter 25, with money in your pocket, you won't be worried. Well, we should go to the bar now, right? After a long time, Lin Yidong, who was nestled in Sushik's arms, suddenly looked up at Sushik's chin and asked with a smile. What? Are you curious? Do you want to go too? Sushik lowered his head slightly and put his chin on Lin Yidong's cheek, asking with a smile. Well, I really want to go. I haven't been to a bar yet. I really want to go and take a look. Lin Yidong pursed his lips and said softly. It's okay to go to a place like a bar occasionally with your boyfriend, but don't go alone. It's quite messy and not suitable for you. Sushik's heart moved slightly and he said with a smile. Sushik had been to the bar once or twice and thought it was okay, not too chaotic and quite fun, so it was fine and normal to go there alone. But if his girlfriend went, Sushik would naturally be unhappy. That's right, Sushik is such a double standard. Having said that, Sushik is completely a double standard dog. Yeah, I definitely won't go there in the future, unless I'm with you. Lin Yidong nodded heavily and made a serious promise. Girls who often go clubbing won't have bad luck during pregnancy. A naive girl like you is really not suitable for going to bars. Be careful of being cheated by bad guys. Sushik's eyes flashed with happiness. He rubbed Lin Yidong's face with satisfaction and said with a smile. The pregnancy won't be too bad? Why? The naive Lin Yidong blinked his eyes, not realizing Sushik's pun, and asked in a naive manner. Pregnant. Sushik said with a smile. Oh, is that so? I won't go. Lin Yidong nodded and said seriously. Well, it's not that I don't let you go or want to control you. It's mainly because the bar is really messy, especially for a simple and beautiful girl like you. Sushik explained with a smile. Yeah, I know. On this side, Sushik and Lin Yidong were being affectionate with each other, and on the other side, a group of people were shouting and laughing, which was very joyful to watch. Space Plus, a nationally renowned chain nightclub brand, is one of the most popular nightclubs in Jinling. Ranked 53rd among the top 100 DJ clubs in the world by DJ Mag magazine. In the city of Jinling, because of the collision of culture and electronic trends, the historical ancient city is covered with the cloak of an international club, and the ancient architectural art is combined with modern technology. It has a more beautiful feeling. This time, just like before, Sushik drove 3 girls and the rest took a taxi. But this time, it was Li Leshan and his friends who arrived first. Maybe this is the ability of taxi drivers. Here, we are here. Li Leshan saw Su Sikei's car from a distance. After seeing Su Sikei get out of the car, he shouted loudly. At first glance, Sushik saw Li Leshan, a tall and thin man. With a height of about 1.8 meters, he already stood out from the crowd, very obviously. Yidong, Jia, Li. Wu Qiong came to Lin Yidong, hugged her with a smile, and then looked at everyone else. Tisk, Lao Su, look at these cars over here, all Porsches and Ferraris. Why are there so many rich people here? Ding Dake also walked up to Sushik and looked at the cars here with envy. Outside the nightclub, all kinds of sports cars and luxury cars gathered together. Ordinary BMWs and Mercedes-Benzes could not even rank among the crowd. Even Sushik's 911 was only considered upper middle level. In today's society, there are really more and more rich people. The thing that the world has the least of is rich people. Sushik raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Yes, there is always a shortage of rich people. Let's go in. There are a lot of people here. Sushik shrugged, then grabbed Linidong's hand and walked inside. The decoration of the bar is exactly the same as what is described in TV dramas and novels. The neon lights are constantly flashing, giving it a sense of splendor and extravagance. There are several security guards in suits at the door. They are strong and muscular, making people feel safe. As soon as you enter, the loud music is deafening, the air is filled with some intoxicating smell, and countless people are staying inside. Colorful neon lights flickered, people were crowded together, and they were twisting their bodies madly as if they were possessed. Under the light, it was like a group of demons dancing wildly. Ladies and handsome guys, there are some empty booths here. Are you interested? The male receptionist looked at Sushik and the others and asked with a smile. Well, open one. Sushik nodded and said nonchalantly. Although he knew that even if he didn't use the booths and just sat around, it would cost a lot of money to come to the bar. After using the booths, the consumption would only go higher. But Sushik didn't care at all, he had money, and he came easily and casually. Hey, brother, you really are my brother, but the minimum consumption for opening a booth is 10,000. The male receptionist's eyes lit up after hearing Sushik's words, and he spoke with a flattering look on his face, somewhat servile. Open it and lock the card for me. Sushik took out the bank card from his pocket and handed it to the other party, waving his hand and said, Hey, brother. The male receptionist took the bank card and said enthusiastically. He looked like he had really met his own brother, extremely respectful. Maybe this is the charm of money. After the booths were opened, Sushik and others were led to their seats by the enthusiastic male receptionist. There's nothing special about the location of this booth, it's just a little higher than the dance floor and the bar, and can barely overlook the entire venue. But with just these few benefits, the consumption is much higher, so the target of this sale is just people's vanity. Please sit down. I'm no longer single today. Mr. Su will pay for all the expenses. Sushik pulled Linidong to sit down and said with a smile. Then I won't be polite. Old Su is worthy of being the big boss. Lilesan also sat down with a smile and said to Sushik. Lilesan made a joke, and the others also sat down with a smile. After everyone was seated, the waiter handed over the drink menu and Sushik took it and took a look. The first few pages are all about drink packages costing a few hundred or 1,000 yuan, such as Chivas Regal, but it's different when you turn to the back pages. They were all high-end champagnes that cost thousands of dollars a bottle. The famous Ace of Spades is of course indispensable. The gold version is 2,888, the silver version is 3,588, the pink version is 3,988. The most expensive one is the golden Ace of Spades, which costs 8,888 yuan per bottle. Seeing this, Sushik's face remained calm. After all, these were all within his spending power. As for the others, they could only watch Sushik look through the drink list. To be honest, these drinks are really expensive, but now with the sign-in system, Sushik could only sigh in his heart. After all, when you have money in your pocket, your mentality is different. Chapter 26. Maybe it's because you're all too ugly. Well, 8 bottles of the last one, Ace of Spades, priced at 88.88, and some fruit desserts or something, a little more. Well, these desserts and fruit should be free, right? Sushik gently waved the drink list in his hand, looked at the waiter and asked with a smile. Well, of course, fruit desserts are definitely free. After hearing Sushik's words, the waiter's eyes lit up and he said with a smile. Well, give me a few more, some pizza, chicken wings and chicken feet, and more fruits. Sushik said with a smile. Of course, of course. Well, that's it. Let's do it this way. Oh, okay. After the order was placed, the waiter politely left and prepared drinks, desserts, etc. Only after he left did Sushik have time to look around. When he first came in, Sushik's eyes were filled with the lights and the wildly twisting figures. Now that he had gotten used to it, he began to look at it carefully. The young ladies here are all wearing tights. They are pretty, have good figures, and look very cool. Moreover, they are all very open, playful, and passionate. Sushik thought that he could just flirt with them and take them away. But that was not right. He didn't need to flirt with them at all. He had to ask them to flirt with him. What are you looking at? Lin Yidong, who was beside Su Shik, saw Su Shik's eyes, grabbed Su Shik's waist, leaned close to Su Shik's ear, and said viciously, "Well, I just haven't been here before. I was curious and wanted to take a look." Su Shik felt the pain in his waist and quickly retracted his gaze from everywhere, sitting up straight and speaking. "Why do girls like to pinch others' waists? Is this something that is in their genes?" "Oh, is that so? That means this is your first time here?" Lin Yidong pursed his lips and asked with a smile. "Yes, this is my first time here." Su Shik quickly expressed his attitude, patted his chest and said seriously. What he won't say, of course, is that he's been to other bars before and that the first time was only relative to this one. "Yeah." Lin Yidong nodded with satisfaction and moved her little hand away from Su Shik's waist. "Yidong, what do you think of this place? Do you like it?" Su Shik asked Lin Yidong with a smile. "It's too noisy. I don't like it. I don't want to come here anymore." Lin Yidong smacked his lips and said seriously. "Well, it's better not to come. The bar is not a good place. It's quite messy." Su Shik nodded and said in agreement. "Yeah." Lin Yidong nodded and hummed softly. Soon. When the DJ came on stage, the atmosphere suddenly became much hotter and more enthusiastic. Before it was just lively, but now it was completely a carnival. At this time, the waiter finally brought over the drinks, desserts, fruits, etc. "Brother, these fruit desserts are free. If you want more, you can order more, and it's still free." The waiter looked at Su Shik and said enthusiastically. "Oh. Thank you." Su Shik nodded and said with a smile. "Hey, brother, you're welcome. This is because you take care of me. Brother, what's your name?" The waiter smiled and said enthusiastically. "May." "Well, Mr. Su, are all the drinks opened?" the waiter asked with a smile. "Well, open them all." Su Shik said nonchalantly. "Okay, Brother Su." The waiter responded, opened all the drinks, poured them into the glasses, and said with a smile, "Brother Su, I'll stay here. If you have anything to say, you can tell me directly." "Yeah." Su Shik nodded calmly and ignored him. He picked up the wineglass, took a sip, then smiled and said to the others, "Drink, drink. You come to the bar to drink. Well, this wine looks quite high-end. How much does it cost?" Li Lesan picked up the bottle, looked at it, and asked with a smile. "A bottle is more than 8,000. Oh, let's not ask this. Just drink it quickly." Su Shik waved his hand and said indifferently. "Fuck, so expensive?" After hearing this, Li Leshan's eyes suddenly widened and he said in shock. "How much does this table cost?" "One bottle is over 8,000, so 8 bottles would be 60,000 or 70,000. Yu Hongtao looked at the drinks on the table and muttered to himself. The others also looked at Su Shik in shock. After all, this wine was indeed expensive. "Isn't this too expensive?" Lin Yidong leaned close to Su Shik's ear and whispered. "It's okay. This is the first time I bring you out to play, so I have to be serious. Besides, I have money in my bank card. Don't worry, I'm not bragging. I'm driving a sports car." Su Shik turned his head slightly and said to Lin Yido with a smile. "Well, it's enough for you to be aware of it, but don't spend too much." Lin Yidong felt sweet in his heart when he heard him say that he spent so much money because it was the first time, but he still said it with a smile. "Smack, this wine doesn't taste good. Why is it so expensive? It doesn't seem worth it." Wu Qiong suddenly smacked his lips and said in surprise. "I don't think it tastes good either." Ding Dake nodded and said in agreement. "Ah, this wine is not so expensive just because it tastes good. What you are buying is the status and vanity. As long as you buy such expensive wine in the bar, countless girls will come to chat with you, and many people will look at you with envy." Li Lesan put down the bottle and said with a smile. "Why doesn't anyone come to talk to you when you say that?" Wu Qiong rolled his eyes and said unhappily. "Because there are 4 boys and 4 girls here, and you are all so beautiful, how could they come over and humiliate themselves?" Li Lesan waved his hand and said calmly. "That makes sense. Indeed, it's because we are so beautiful." After listening to this, Wu Qiong nodded seriously and said seriously. "Ha ha ha, there is another possibility. It might be because you 3 are too ugly." Su Shik suddenly interrupted with a teasing smile on his face. "You are talking nonsense. Quick, shut this man up." "Ha ha ha, What are you doing? I think Su Shik is right. Zhang Zhejiao said with a laugh. In a lively place like a bar, people's emotions can be easily aroused and everyone becomes completely unrestrained. Then, what about Su Shik? No one has approached him yet. Doesn't he look good? Li Lesan gritted his teeth and pointed at Su Shik. Lin Dong is next to him. Isn't Lin Dong good looking? I don't think many girls are confident that they are prettier than Dong. Wu Qiong curled her lips and retorted. You. Li Lesan said you a few times, but found himself at a loss for words. Ha 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 ha. Everyone else burst into laughter when they saw this scene. Chapter 27. She is so cute. Well, I'm going to the bathroom. You guys enjoy your drink. Everyone chatted and drank together. Time passed quickly and they drank a lot of wine. Su Shik suddenly felt the urge to urinate. Well, go ahead. Please help me take good care of her. Okay, no problem. Yes, don't worry, there are so many people here, nothing will happen. Su Shik nodded, smiled, stood up and left, walking towards the toilet. After using the toilet, Su Shik came out to wash his hands. Through the mirror, he saw a woman standing not far behind him, staring at him without blinking. Handsome guy, can we meet each other? She noticed that Su Shik had seen her, so she leaned against the wall, looked at Su Shik and said with a smile. This woman has a face that looks like an internet celebrity and a good figure. Overall, she is a beauty. Not interested. But Su Shik looked down on her and was really not interested. Looking at this woman, she had a face full of mischievousness. Wow, handsome boy? Don't you think I'm good looking? The woman slowly walked behind Su Shik and asked with a smile. With a charming look on her face, she seemed to want to get close to Su Shik and do something. No. Su Shik turned around and looked at the other person, saying with a cold face. Hey, even though you have a girlfriend, there's no need to do this, right? Besides, she's not here and won't know. Let's go into the bathroom. The other person glanced at Su Shik resentfully and said, wanting to go forward and hold Su Shik's hand. Su Shik moved away her outstretched hand, completely ignoring her, and walked out. Hey, I'm not ugly, am I? I should be pretty good looking. Don't you want to do it in the toilet? Isn't it exciting? The woman standing behind said to Su Shik. Su Shik left without looking back. As expected, boys must learn to protect themselves when they go out. After Su Shik left, he took a deep breath and said with emotion. Su Shik did feel that doing as she said was indeed very exciting, but Su Shik was not the kind of person who would eat anything when he was hungry. Moreover, this is not safe. Who knows if the other person has some disease or wants to take revenge on society or something. Not to mention, Su Shik is a loyal and good man. Su Shik quickly walked back to the booth, sat down, poured a glass of wine, and then put the previous things aside. Su Shik, I feel dizzy. Lin Dong leaned on Su Shik and said in a daze. Maybe it was the first time he drank so much alcohol. Lin Dong's face was red and his eyes were hazy. It was obvious that he was drunk. Although drunk and confused, Lin Dong was still very cute, just like Sleeping Beauty. It's getting late today. How about we go back? Su Shik rubbed his eyebrows and said with a smile. Well, what time is it? Let me see. Wow, it's almost 12 o'clock, it's really late. Wu Qiong took out his mobile phone, looked at the time, and said in a daze. But her situation was much better than Lin Dong's. Lin Dong was almost drunk and unconscious. At least Wu Qiong could still tell the time, so it wasn't a big problem. Well, let's go back. Li Leshan and the others also nodded and said in agreement. Okay, let's go. Su Shik smacked his lips, supported Lin Dong and was about to go out. The others followed one after another. As for the money, Su Shik had already paid it, a little over 70,000 yuan. Well, let's take a taxi back together. Su Shik smacked his lips and suggested. Then what about your car? Leave it here? Li Lesan pointed at Su Shik's Porsche not far away and asked puzzledly. Well, that's right. I'll find a designated driver, and I can take 3 people with me. Su Shik thought for a while and then said. Yes, sure. Soon, they found 2 taxis and a designated driver, and then Su Shik and Lin Dong sat in their own car together, enjoying their own world, while the others took taxis. Go to Jinling University. Su Shik said to the designated driver with a smile. Yeah, okay. Su Shik, I feel so dizzy and uncomfortable. Lin Yidong lay on Su Shik and said uncomfortably. Hearing this, Su Shik opened the window to allow more fresh air to flow into the car. How are you? Are you feeling better? Su Shik asked with a smile. Yeah, much better. Then you continue to sleep. I'll call you when we get there. Su Shik touched Lin Yidong's hair and said with a smile. Yeah, you're so nice, Mua. Lin Yidong suddenly looked up at Su Shik, pouted and leaned over to kiss Su Shik on the face, then said with a smile. Yeah. Su Shik touched Lin Yidong's hair with satisfaction, signaling her to have a good rest. Is this the taste of love? It suddenly becomes so sweet, intentionally or unintentionally. TSK, I will treat her well in the future. Soon, everyone returned to school, and the boys had to first send the girls to the dormitory safely. Well, okay, you're outside the dormitory. Su Shik put down Lin Yidong, who was on his back, pinched her nose and said. That's right. Su Shik carried her on his back all the way here. He was drunk, and it was more tiring to support her than to carry her on his back. Besides, she was his girlfriend, so he had to love her well. Well, are we there yet? Although Lin Yidong had been slightly sobered up by the cool evening breeze outside, he was still in a daze. Well, we're here. Hurry up and go upstairs. Wash up and have a good sleep. Su Shik rubbed Lin Yidong and said lovingly. No, I can't bear to leave you, Lin Yidong snorted softly and said pitifully with hazy eyes. Then, I'll hug you and you go to sleep. Su Shik said gently. No, I want another kiss. Lin Yidong said with a frown. Okay, and a kiss. Su Shik laughed a few times, then agreed. He hugged Lin Yidong tightly, bent down to kiss her, and then handed her over to Wu Qiong and others around him. Take her upstairs and take care of her. Su Shik said with a smile. Yes, no problem. It's getting late. You should go back as well. Well, bye. Just like that, after both parties said goodbye, the boys staggered back. Wow, Lao Su, you and Lin Yidong are so sweet. Ding Dake said enviously. TSK, I didn't expect that, Lao Su, you were so capable. Not only can you seduce girls, but you can also take care of and care about people? Li Lesan said jokingly, but his envy was beyond words. Ah, she is so cute. I will learn it even if I don't know how. Su Shik said with a smile. Yeah, if my girlfriend was so pretty, I would beat myself when we had an argument. Li Lesan nodded and said in agreement. Chapter 28. The system still has vision. Tisk, let's not talk about this. Except for Lao Su, everyone else is single. It's boring. Let's talk about the beauties in the bar before, shall we? Ding Dake raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Oh my, there are a lot of beauties in the bar, and they are all dressed very coolly. When Yu Hongtao heard this, his eyes lit up and he said with a smile. Since you think she's pretty, why don't you take action? Just go up and talk to her. Maybe you can have a beautiful night together. Li Lesan grinned and teased. That won't work. There are 4 girls here. If I go and chat up others, wouldn't that be a slap in their faces? Ding Dake waved his hand and said seriously. Oh, I think it's because you don't dare? Li Lesan rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Hee, you talk as if you dare. It's okay to chat up girls, but it's really a bit timid to chat up beautiful women, okay? Ding Dake smacked his lips and said indifferently. It's good that you don't try to pick them up. Among the beautiful women who often hang out in bars, how many of them are clean? How many of them are simple? I'll kill you with them. Li Lesan curled his lips and said seriously. Ah, that makes sense. Even though these cars look new, their actual mileage is frighteningly high. Su Shik laughed and said. At least it looks new and shiny. Yu Hongtao smacked his lips and interrupted, proposing another idea. Hey, your idea is really too good, isn't it? Ding Dake rolled his eyes and said unhappily. To be honest, as long as they look glamorous and beautiful, there will definitely be a lot of people who like them. It won't be our turn. Yu Hongtao shrugged and said seriously. So what you mean is that if they like you, it's your luck? Ding Dake asked relentlessly. That's not what I mean. What I mean is that we are not good enough now, we are not good looking and we don't have money. How can we be liked by beautiful girls, no matter what kind of personality they have? So, we have to study hard, make money hard, and keep improving ourselves. Yu Hongtao said seriously. You've gone around in circles to make this point. Ding Dake looked at Yu Hongtao in amazement. Okay, I just want to have a fight with you. Yu Hongtao shrugged and said with a smile. Ha 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 ha. A few of them returned to the dormitory chatting like this. Su Shik also stayed. It was too troublesome to sleep outside now. At least there were beds and quilts in the dormitory, which was convenient. We were all tired from playing today, so after returning to the dormitory, we simply washed up and fell asleep. The next morning, Su Shik rubbed his eyes and slowly got up from the bed. Sign in? No. Su Shik directly rejected the sign-in reminder. He was not so stupid as to sign in the dormitory. If he didn't sign in his own villa, he should at least sign in his own sports car, right? Seeing that others had not yet gotten up, Su Shik quietly put on his clothes, then got out of bed to wash up. Su Shik, we were together yesterday. You are my boyfriend, right? After washing up, Su Shik picked up his mobile phone and looked at the message Linidong sent him in the morning. Yes, you are my girlfriend and I am your boyfriend. You are not going to regret it and don't want to do it anymore? Su Shik grinned and asked in typing. No, I do. Linidong's tone was a little excited. Ha, yeah, I'm willing to do that too. By the way, you were drunk yesterday and went to bed late, so why did you get up so early today? Don't you want to get a good night's sleep? Su Shik asked with concern. Well, I am used to getting up early. Well, early to bed and early to rise makes a healthy body. So do you have a headache? Well, a little. I drank so much yesterday, and you didn't stop me? It made me feel uncomfortable today. Linidong on the other side pouted and typed. You got drunk so suddenly that I had no chance to stop you. Su Shik smacked his lips and typed with amusement. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have a very poor alcohol tolerance. You only drank a little bit and then suddenly got drunk. Su Shik laughed when he thought of Linidong who was drunk yesterday. Ah! You are talking nonsense. It's not because I have a low alcohol tolerance, it must be because of you. It's all your fault. You didn't persuade me. Linidong on the other side was a little angry and embarrassed. He bit his teeth and typed unhappily. Yeah, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. Since you have a headache, why don't you take a nap? Su Shik smiled and typed. Well, I need to get some more sleep. Well, then you go take a nap now, and then I'll take you out for lunch at noon, how about that? Su Shik pursed his lips and invited the other party with a smile. Okay. Do you like Chinese food or Western food? Su Shik asked in advance. After all, they were already boyfriend and girlfriend, so there was no need to be so cautious and everything could be discussed. This can make you feel more comfortable with each other. I'm fine with it. You can take me to eat anything, as long as you like it. Oh, then I like to eat you. Ah, hate it, I'm not going to pay attention to you, I'm going to sleep. Well, then you should have a good sleep. Kiss me. Mwah. Hey, I love you. I'm going to sleep now. Shaking his head, Su Shik smiled and put the phone in his pocket. He was quite satisfied with the current situation. Linidong was very accommodating to his personality. She didn't show the kind of defensiveness that other girls showed, nor did she act too clingy towards him. Although he had been in love before, they were all just casual fun and nothing as sweet as the one he has now. Are you all awake? Do you want me to bring you breakfast? Su Shik looked up at the people lying on the bed and said in a neither loud nor soft voice. 2 meat buns. A cabbage pancake. 2 vegetable buns and a cup of soy milk. As expected, these people were already awake, they just didn't want to get up. Each and every one of them is lazier than Su Shik. Alas, the system really has vision and chooses the most diligent one. Su Shik smiled and walked out to eat. I didn't eat anything expensive in the morning, just steamed buns, soy milk, and the like. This person needs to have fine clothes and delicious food, but he also has to adapt to simple meals. This is what a real person is. Please give me recommendation votes, dear readers. I don't want any rewards. If you like it, just give me a few recommendation votes. Recommended. It has been listed as a hot recommendation. If possible, you can cast a recommendation vote to help the author stand out from the hot recommendations. Thank you, dear readers. Chapter 29, late, but still early. Get up, get up. I've finished breakfast and brought it to you. Why aren't you getting up yet? Sushik patted the table, put breakfast on the table, and said loudly. Well, I don't want to get up at all. I just want to lie down there until the end of time. Lilesan sighed and said with emotion. Well, get up, get up. You can't stay in bed forever. We still have to get up and face life. Ding Date got up and said with a smile. Ha, it's just getting out of bed, do you really need to be like this? How about facing life? Yu Hongtao was the fastest. He had already gotten out of bed and put on his shoes. He rolled his eyes and said with a smile. That's right, it's just getting up, you are worse than primary school students. Sushik said in agreement. Then can we be the same as primary school students? We were very energetic when we were young, so we didn't know the joy of sleeping in. Lilesan shook his head and said with emotion. That's right, I really didn't cherish it enough at the beginning. Stop, stop, stop. Stop pretending here. I'm going to play games. Sushik rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. After saying that, Sushik no longer paid attention to what they were saying. He simply turned on his computer and prepared to play games. He already has a relatively complete plan for today. He is now playing games in the dormitory. It will be convenient for him to pick up Linidong for lunch at noon, and then go out to play and stroll together. It should be almost evening. Then we can say goodbye. Well, it's very comfortable. Not only can I play games happily, but I can also take advantage of my girlfriend openly. As expected, I am a genius. Sushik thought to himself. When playing games, time passes extremely quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was already past 11 o'clock in the morning. Sushik was also going to pick up Linidong. Idong, are you up? Sushik took out his cell phone and sent a message. Yeah, I just got up. Then I'll come and pick you up now? Sushik asked with a smile. Well, wait a moment, I'll wash up first, and come pick me up in 15 minutes. Linidong hesitated for a while, then sent a message. Okay, no problem. Sushik naturally agreed. Then I changed my clothes, put on some pants, and fixed my hair. I had to dress up properly before going on a date with my girlfriend. No matter how good looking you are, dressing up can make you look better, make you more confident, and it is also an attitude. After getting everything ready for 15 minutes, Sushik did not set off immediately. Instead, he played in the dormitory for another 10 minutes before going downstairs and driving to the bottom of Linidong's dormitory building. Well, she is not ready yet, so Sushik has to wait a while. Sho, this sports car is so cool. Which rich second-generation kid from our school is here to pick up his girlfriend? I'm so jealous. Why don't I have a boyfriend like this? This is a Porsche 911, which costs at least 1 million. You are daydreaming if you want to find a boyfriend like this. Hey, I don't like what you said. I'm so pretty. Some girls passing by saw Sushik's car and started chatting with him out of envy and curiosity. At this time, Sushik was sitting in the car and chose to sign in through the system. Sign in successfully. The host is detected in a Porsche 911 sports car, and the reward is Advanced Driving Skills Special. Advanced Driving Skills Special, the host obtains advanced driving skills, and the basic driving skills can pass the driver's license test. When the host drives a sports car, he will obtain master-level driving skills. Oh, sure. As expected, when I sign in the sports car, the reward I get is related to this sports car. Then when I drive a sports car in the future, I will have master-level driving skills. I'll have a chance to run a lap on the track in the future. Sushik raised his eyebrows and thought with a smile. Now that the sign-in was over, Sushik leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes and dozed off, waiting for Linidong to come down. After waiting for nearly another 15 minutes, Linidong finally came down from upstairs reluctantly. Sushik's previous decision was very smart, to delay the departure by 15 minutes, otherwise he would have to wait for a total of half an hour. So even though I was late, it was still early. This is also the reason why Linidong was reluctant to let Sushik wait downstairs. Otherwise, it would take at least an hour to put on makeup and dress up, right? After Linidong went downstairs and saw Sushik's car, he walked happily to the door of Sushik's car. Sushik naturally wouldn't let others open the door themselves. Instead, he got up and went out like a gentleman and invited the other person in. Wow, your actions and expressions just now were like a lackey. After Linidong sat in the passenger seat, he covered his mouth and laughed. You don't like it? Sushi curled his lips and said speechlessly. No, how is that possible? I definitely like it. I like it very much, okay? Linny stared with his beautiful big eyes, covered his mouth, and said while laughing. Hee hee, I wasn't a lackey just now, okay? I was just expressing my concern and love for my girlfriend. Seeing that Linny was still laughing uncontrollably, Sushik began to defend himself somewhat helplessly. Okay, I won't be like this anymore, ha. Linny made the promise while laughing. Hee hee, I won't do this again. Sushik rolled his eyes and said unhappily. A look of displeasure. Well, you're not angry, are you? Linny glanced at Sushik and asked. No, how is that possible? I don't get angry so easily. Sushik waved his hand and said with a smile. Brother Su, don't be angry. Brother Su, I was wrong just now. Linny saw that although Sushik was smiling, he still felt something was wrong, so he felt something was wrong and hugged Sushik's arm tightly, admitting his mistake with a scared look on his face. I'm really not angry, but I won't do this again in the future. Humph, who asked you to laugh at me? Sushik shrugged and said indifferently. I don't believe it. You must have been unhappy before. Now I find that you are so arrogant. Linny said with a smile. Please don't talk nonsense. Sushik pursed his lips and said speechlessly. Okay, I won't say anything more. Sorry, let's go. Seeing Sushik's speechless face, Linny chose to stop. Okay, let's go. Sushik nodded, stopped dwelling on what happened just now, and drove away. Please give me a recommendation. Chapter 30 Huaxiafeng Hotel. That girl just now was so beautiful. That's right, this is the passenger seat of a luxury car, how could I possibly let you down? What you said makes sense. Why don't I have such a good boyfriend? You should ask why you're not as good looking. I'm heartbroken. Tell the truth, hee hee. You farted. Ha 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 ha. Oh wow, you drive so comfortably. No car in front, behind, or left dares to approach you. Linny looked out of the car window for a few seconds, then said with a smile. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. My car is so flashy. When others see it, they're afraid of getting hit, so they stay away from it. Sushik glanced at the road outside and shrugged. Wow, you also know that this car is very flashy? Tell me, what exactly do you want to do by buying this car? Tell me, do you want to flirt with girls? Linny blinked and asked with a smile. No, I just think this car is very handsome. As a man, who doesn't like a sports car? And there is no sports car that is not flashy. Sushik said calmly. Well, Sushik simply likes sports cars. Maybe it's because sports cars can attract girls, but it's definitely only a little bit, just a little bit. Really? Of course it's true. Well, then I believe you. Linny nodded and said to Sushik seriously. When I have money in the future, I will buy a car that is not so flashy. Sushik suddenly said with a smile. Do you want to buy another car? Is it necessary? Don't change your car just because of what I said. It's such a waste. After listening to this, Linny widened his eyes and said with some shock and some worry. It's not because of you. It's mainly because this car is too flashy. It's a bit too eye-catching wherever we go. Besides, this sports car is really not very comfortable to drive. I want to buy a car that is more comfortable to drive. Sushik said with a smile, looking straight ahead at the road. Is that so? You're so rich. I feel like my future life will be like being supported by you. Linny smacked his lips, then looked at Sushik and said. Oh, what are you saying? We are both innocent now. It's a far cry from being kept as a mistress. It doesn't look like that at all. Sushik curled his lips and said speechlessly. To be honest, Sushik now wanted to knock her head open to see what she was thinking. Hey, what do you mean? You're not thinking about wanting that, right? Linny face suddenly turned red, and he looked at Sushik, hesitating. Hey, I didn't. That's not what I meant. Sushik was also stunned and quickly denied it. Yeah. Linny looked at Sushik with a flushed face, panic and worry in his eyes. Ahem, let's stop talking. It's almost time. Sushik quickly ended the topic and said with a smile. Soon, the two arrived at their destination. Tingchaninlu, wow, this is Chinese duck, it looks pretty good. Linidong got out of the car, looked up at the sign of the restaurant in front of him, then said with a smile while looking around inside. Yes, it's Chinese food. The environment is very good. You will know when you go in later. Sushik raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Then he took Linidong inside. How is it? Does it look good? Sushik asked with a smile as he held Linidong's hand and walked slowly forward. Well, it looks good, really good looking. Linidong nodded heavily and said seriously. The decoration style here is completely antique, with ancient doors, windows, screens, tables, and chairs. I like this style the most. Sushik also said with a smile. I like duck too. It's very comfortable to come here and not eat, but just drink tea. Linidong said in agreement. How can you not eat and just drink tea? Sushik said with a smile, and then took Sushik directly into a compartment. Sir, are you Mr. Su? Just as he sat down, a waiter came in and said to Sushik with a smile. Yes, it's me. Sushik nodded and said. Well, you order first, and I'll bring you a plate of fruit. The waiter walked up to Sushik with a smile, handed him the menu, and then left with a smile. Well, okay, go ahead. Sushik nodded and said calmly. You order first. Sushik handed the menu to Linidong and said with a smile. Okay, I'll order. Why are they so expensive? Linidong was a little happy at first, but soon, after looking at the menu a few times, he said hesitantly. It's okay, just order whatever you want to eat. You all know I'm rich, so why are you afraid of spending money? Sushik waved his hand and said with a smile. Well, I'll order it, okay? Linidong looked at Sushik and said with a smile. Although Linidong said he ordered, after taking the menu and looking at it, Sushik knew that Linidong didn't actually order many dishes, nor did he order expensive ones. He just picked cheap ones. With a smile, Sushik casually sketched out the signature dishes here. Specialty Shanghainese smoked fish. Marbled beef short ribs. Buddha jumps over the wall. Wagyu. After ordering a few dishes at random, Sushik didn't order any more. There were only 2 of them anyway, and they couldn't eat too much. At this time, the fruit plate arrived and the waiter took the menu out. Smack, I think you ordered a bit too much, can you finish it? Linidong smacked his lips and said to Sushik. It's okay, not much. Besides, this is our first date. I'd feel sorry for you if I didn't order some delicious food. Sushik supported his chin with both hands, stared at Linidong without blinking, and said with a smile. But I thought in my heart, such a beautiful girl, and also so reasonable, wow, I made a fortune this time. Well, although it's the first time, there's no need to order something so expensive. Linidong moved his lips and said with a smile. Although he said that, the smile in his eyes could not be concealed. Okay, I've ordered everything. I won't do this again in the future. Sushik said with a smile. Well, okay. Having said that, Linidong had nothing to say, so he could only nod and say This is a Huayang restaurant. They generally serve authentic Huayang cuisine. You should eat more later. Sushik said with a smile. Huayang duck? If you treat me, I will definitely eat more. Ha ha. Chapter 31 I'll do what I say. Huayang cuisine is the local cuisine of Jinling. You will definitely stay here for several years since you come here to study at university. How about trying Huayang cuisine? See if you like it. Sushik said with a smile. Well, is Jinling cuisine Huayang cuisine? Did you know? Linidong suddenly asked Sushik like a curious child. I actually know this. Jinling cuisine and Huayang cuisine are both Jiangsu cuisine. Jinling cuisine is mellow and delicate, while Huayang cuisine requires exquisite knife skills and a light flavor. Sushik's eyes lit up and he began to explain science to Linidong in his serious manner. Is that so? It turns out they are not the same. It's just your characteristic that makes them feel almost the same. Linidong said with a smile, covering his mouth. Of course, they are all Su cuisine, so there must be some similarities. Sushik said with a smile. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, but Huayang cuisine is the best developed branch of Jiangsu cuisine. It is the only one that dominates and has directly entered the ranks of the 4 traditional cuisines. Sushik smiled and continued to popularize science. Is that so? Which do you prefer, Jinling cuisine or Huayang cuisine? Linidong looked at Su Shik curiously. Well, I like them all. They all look beautiful and taste good. You can try them later and then decide which one you like better. Su Shik shrugged and said with a smile. Aha! I'll take you to eat delicious food more often in the future and make sure you are plump and white. Su Shik suddenly thought of something and said seriously. White and plump. Why? Do you guys like to make your girlfriends white and plump? Linidong wrinkled his nose and asked with some curiosity and some annoyance. Because, if you become white and fat, then no one will want you except me. Su Shik shrugged and explained seriously. No, I don't want to get fat. Linidong glared at Su Shik and said seriously. Why? If I get fat, I'll be ugly, and then you won't want me, and then no one will want me. I don't want to get fat. Linidong snorted, glanced at Su Shik, and said very seriously. Hey, how could I not want you? Yeah. Linidong nodded calmly and said calmly. You really have to believe me, Idong. Well, I believe you. Let's eat some fruit. Do you want me to feed you? Linidong nodded, then asked with a sweet smile. Su Shik looked at Linidong with some confusion. Seeing her smiling face, he was not sure what her mood was. I couldn't tell whether he appeared to be so happy or was actually feeling a little uncomfortable. Forget it. Even if she feels uncomfortable, it's only a little bit. I can comfort her and it will pass. Idong, I was just joking before. You're not angry, right? Su Shik blinked and asked with a smile. No, I'm not angry. Do you want to eat some fruit? Linidong smacked his lips and asked with a smile. Really? If it's true, then I won't coax you. Su Shik could see now that Linidong was indeed feeling a little uncomfortable, but was just being too proud to say it. He thought it was funny, so he teased him. Humph. If you don't want to coax me, then don't do it. Humph. After hearing this, Linidong's pupils shrank, and then he looked at Su Shik and said unhappily. With pouting lips and frowning brows, she looks so cute. Ha, Idong, I was wrong, I apologize, I admit my mistake, I'm sorry. Su Shik quickly suppressed the corners of his mouth that were about to curl up, and then apologized to Linidong. Well, actually I'm not angry, and you don't need to apologize. It's my fault. Linidong grinned and said to Su Shik with a smile. Well, then you eat fruit. Ah, open your mouth and I'll feed you. Su Shik picked up a piece of fruit with a fork, handed it to Linidong's mouth, and said with a smile. Hee. Linidong opened his mouth and took a bite of the fruit that Su Shik handed to him, and laughed happily twice. The service in the restaurant is very good, the waiters are very enthusiastic, no worse than Haidileo, and very efficient. The waiter brought the dishes up at this time. This is Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. The Buddha Jumps Over the Wall in our store is very authentic. It is soft, tender and smooth, with a rich meaty aroma, but not greasy, and full of flavor. This is Wagyu beef. The meat is tender and delicious. The cooking temperature is just right and the knife skills are also exquisite. I believe you will like it. Wow, not only is he enthusiastic, but he also speaks very logically. It seems that nowadays, even being a waiter is not an easy thing. Well, thank you. After Su Shik waited for the other party to bring all the dishes to the table, he smiled and thanked. You're welcome. This is my duty. You too can wipe your hands with wet wipes before the meal. This way, you will have a better dining experience. If there is anything, please let me know at any time. The waiter said with a smile and handed over the wet wipes. Thanks. Soon, the waiter left. Well, this Buddha Jumps Over the Wall is delicious. I have eaten it once before and have never forgotten it. You can try it. Su Shik picked up the chopsticks and said to Linidong with a smile. It's delicious. After trying it, Linidong's eyes lit up and he said with some surprise. As long as you like it, the other flavors are good too. I like them all anyway, and I think you should like them too. Try them all. Su Shik said as he kept feeding himself food. This one is delicious too. This one is delicious. The chef in this restaurant is so amazing. Linidong tried them one by one and then said with admiration. If you like, I will find a chef for you in the future and ask him to cook for you. Su Shik said with a smile. Really? Linny Don's eyes lit up and he asked excitedly. Oh, of course it's fake. It's broad daylight now, don't just dream. Su Shik said with a laugh. Hey, you're going too far. Linny Dong shouted, hit Su Shik's shoulder, and said unhappily. Ha, if you really want it, I will definitely fulfill your wish in the future. Su Shik said with a smile as he hugged Linny Dong. Well, then I can trust you. Linny Dong nodded heavily and said to Su Shik without blinking. Yeah, I do what I say. Su Shik shrugged and said indifferently. Yeah, brother Su, you're the best. Linny Dong leaned close to Su Shik and said in a tender voice. Chapter 32. You are the most special. Wow, don't speak in that tone. You look like a fool. Su Shik grabbed Linny Dong's hand and said teasingly. Do you like it? Linny Dong licked his lower lips with his tongue, revealing a somewhat unnatural charming smile, and said in a delicate voice. Well, I like it. Although Linny Dong was obviously unnatural and unaccustomed to it, Su Shik still felt his scalp tingling and his bones softening because of Linny Dong's expression and voice. No need to think about it, he must like her very much. As a man, it is not shameful or downright embarrassing. It's normal to like someone, but it's abnormal not to like someone. Of course, the prerequisite is that the girl has to be good looking, and Linny Dong is a particularly beautiful woman. Ah, your character, as expected, you men are all so shy. You like girls to talk like this and like girls to have this expression. What do you think? Although what I learned before was not very similar, it should be pretty good, right? Linny Dong suddenly laughed, lay on Su Shik, and said with a smile. Since you know that men are so astringent, why did you lie on me and hang on my waist? Su Shik suddenly looked at Linny Dong with a dim gaze and said softly. Ah, no way? Linny Dong just reacted and was about to stand up and stay away from Su Shik. Since you're lying on me, you still want to leave? We're boyfriend and girlfriend now. Su Shik grabbed Linny Dong, who was about to run away, and said with a smile. Well, no, we're outside, eating, it's not good. Linny Dong's expression changed a little, and he looked at Su Shik pitifully while struggling. Ha, let's eat. Su Shik nodded, let go of Linny Dong and said. After that, Linny Dong became much more honest, and Su Shik was also very well behaved and did not do anything rash. After all, this happened outside, in broad daylight. So, the meal, which lasted for more than 40 minutes, passed as the two of them chatted. Linny Dong and Su Shik were both very satisfied. You get what you pay for. Although the dishes are very expensive, they taste great. Smack, it tastes so good. Linny Dong smacked his lips and said with a smile. Although I was still hungry, my stomach was full and I couldn't eat anymore. It seems that you are also a foodie? Su Shik said with a laugh. Well, yes, I am a foodie. Linny Dong nodded and admitted. Since you like it, let's go find delicious food everywhere. I know a lot of places. Su Shik touched Linny Dong's head and said with a doting smile. Yes, from now on, we'll be together. Linny Dong also nodded excitedly. Well, let's go. Su Shik nodded and stood up with a smile. Linny Dong naturally stood up with Su Shik. Sir, the total is $4,700. The receptionist said with a smile. Yes, swipe the card. Su Shik took out his bank card and paid the bill without any concern. More than 4,000 or almost 5,000 yuan is not a small amount in this era, and it is indeed expensive to spend so much just on food. However, as the chosen one with a golden finger, Su Shik didn't care. Tisk, that's expensive. Don't come to places like this often in the future. Linny Dong thought Su Shik was just an ordinary rich second generation. Although he drove a luxury car and wore famous brands, his family didn't give him much pocket money. So I don't want him to keep spending money on me like this. Well, I definitely won't bring you to places like this every time. We should go to places that are more down to earth and more fun. Su Shik pinched Linny Dong's chin and agreed with a smile. From then on, as long as there was something delicious, Su Shik would take her there, no matter how expensive it was. Anyway, your money will increase. Soon, the two walked out while chatting. At the same time, watching the two people leave, the waiters in the store suddenly felt that the air was a little sour. Regardless of gender, men think Linny Dong is handsome and are jealous of Su Shik, while women think Su Shik is handsome and rich and are jealous of Linny Dong. Well, in short, they are a perfect match made in heaven, and they make outsiders very envious. Where are we going now? Linny Dong said with a smile, holding Su Shik's arm. Wait a minute, how about you accompany me to buy clothes? And then take me to the movies in the evening? Sushik asked with a smile, hugging Linidong. Buying clothes? Then will you accompany me to go shopping for clothes? Aren't you afraid of being tired? Linidong's eyes lit up, and he hugged Sushik's arm tightly and asked with a smile. Don't be afraid. How can I get tired when shopping for clothes with a little cutie like you? Sushik rubbed Linidong's head and said with a doting look in his eyes. Don't you boys all say that shopping for clothes with girls is tiring? Linidong moved his nose, looked at Sushik without blinking and asked. It's the same thing I said just now. It's different when I'm with you. Sushik shrugged with a smile on his face and said casually. Wow, Sushik, you are really fine. Linidong's face turned red after hearing Sushik's words. She hugged Sushik's hand and said happily. I also think I'm really good, otherwise you wouldn't be interested in me. Sushik nodded and said in agreement. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, has anyone ever said that you dote on your girlfriend? Linidong asked Sushik happily while looking at him. This has never happened before. You are the first one to say this after I met you. Sushik reached out and pinched Linidong's nose, saying with a smile. So, what you mean is that you have never treated other women like this before? I am the only special one? Linidong blinked and asked Sushik with an excited and expectant look on his face. Well, of course, you are the most special one. Sushik spoke with sweet words without any hesitation. Well, Linidong was completely bewitched and obsessed. Oh, I am the most special one in your love history, Linidong hugged Sushik's arm and said happily and excitedly. Well, this is a freshman who is in love for the first time, and a few words from the old bird are enough to make her believe it without a doubt. I don't have any love history. I've only been in love once before, okay? Sushik waved his hand and said with a smile. Wow, really? You're so handsome. Linidong obviously didn't believe it and asked Sushik. I'm a good student, okay? Dating in high school is premature love. It's a sin to have it once. Sushik said in an exaggerated tone. Tisk, if that girl heard you say that, she would definitely smother you to death. She will definitely be reluctant to do so. Why? Because I'm pretty. Oh, you are so narcissistic. Ha. Chapter 33. This is a fair trade. Well, although you are very narcissistic, you are indeed very handsome. But don't be too arrogant. After laughing for a while, Linidong hugged Sushik's arm tightly and said seriously. Well, that's the fact, right? Also, I'm not arrogant. I've been used to being praised since I was a child. Sushik waved his hand and said casually. I think you have been so crazy for a long time, right? Linidong rolled his eyes and said unhappily when he saw Sushik's smug expression. Of course. If you are good looking, you must be crazy. Sushik nodded nonchalantly and said with a smile. The two chatted as they got into the car, and then Sushik drove to Daiji. Let's go. I'll go shopping with you today, and then you have to help me choose clothes. Sushik stood in Daiji Plaza, pinched Linidong's little hand, and said with a smile. Yeah, it's a fair trade. Linidong shrugged and said. Hey, don't say that. I always feel like something is wrong. Sushik waved his hand and interrupted Linidong. What are you thinking about? Linidong widened his eyes, patted Linidong's shoulder, and said angrily. Let's go in and shop. Sushik endured Linidong's pink fist attack and walked forward with a smile. Hermes store. This one looks good. Linidong said with shining eyes as he looked at Sushik in front of him. Sushik was wearing a light gray thin jacket and a pair of off-white jeans, which highlighted his long legs and tall stature. It is already September and October, and the weather is visibly getting cooler, so Sushik decided to buy a few coats. Okay, pack this set as well. I have already bought a few sets myself. Now, I'll buy 2 sets for you. Sushik looked at Linidong and said with a smile. Well, that's not good, right? You said at the beginning that you were buying clothes for yourself. Linidong pursed his lips and refused. You help me choose clothes and I buy clothes for you? This is a fair trade. Sushik spread his hands and said to Linidong. Well, how about this? Linidong said hesitantly. Okay, of course. You are my girlfriend and will be my woman in the future. Sushik reached out and lifted Linidong's long hair that was scattered on her forehead and put it behind her ears, and said in a gentle voice, "Well, you're so nice." Linidong was originally very conflicted, but after hearing the content and tone of Sushik's words, his IQ suddenly dropped to 0. He didn't think about anything else and just looked at Sushik's handsome face, saying in an intoxicated tone, "Let's go pick out some clothes, then." Aha! When Linidong went to choose clothes, the waiter next to him heard the entire conversation between Sushik and Linidong, and felt extremely jealous. Why can't my boyfriend be as gentle as him? Why can't he be so generous and rich, and so handsome? When I think of this, I can't stop feeling jealous. Ah, what are you thinking about? I don't have a girlfriend yet. Suddenly, she thought of this most important thing and couldn't help feeling a little sad. If she wasn't working, the young lady would have burst into tears long ago. Does this look good? Linidong changed into a cool black street-style sweatshirt and asked Sushik expectantly. Well, it's definitely beautiful, but this style doesn't really suit you. Linidong raised his eyebrows and said with a teasing smile. Well, am I not suitable for this style? Linidong pouted and looked at Sushik with some disappointment. Suitable? How can it not be suitable? Anyone who is good-looking will look good in a snakeskin bag. Our Lidong is definitely suitable. Although Sushik wanted to tease Linidong before, now seeing Linidong's face full of disappointment, he suddenly felt distressed and quickly changed his words. Wow, the more you say it, the less I believe it. Linidong, who was originally very disappointed, couldn't help laughing, and then said unhappily, I'm serious, you have to believe me. I don't believe you at all. With that exaggerated tone of yours, there's no way I can believe it. Linidong curled his lips in disdain and said unhappily, well, okay, this style really doesn't suit you. You have a cooler style with a hint of brightness and cuteness. This kind of clothes is too cool. Sushik shrugged helplessly and said with a smile, well, that makes sense. Okay, I'll try something else. Linidong smacked his lips and finally accepted the suggestion reluctantly. Before turning around, he glared at Sushik. Whether it is right or not, as long as you say that you don't look good in this dress, it is wrong. After that, Sushik kept watching Linidong change clothes and tried many times. Linidong didn't mind the trouble, and Sushik didn't feel it was a waste of time. After all, Linidong was immersed in the pleasure of changing into nice clothes, and Sushik was also feasting his eyes. It's a win-win situation. This looks good, wrap it up. Looking at Linidong, Sushik waved his hand without hesitation and said with a smile. The waitress next to her was no longer jealous. She had already deeply realized that if her boyfriend was as good as Sushik, not to mention handsome, gentle, and rich, he would never like her just for the money. Well, is that it? Linidong actually felt that it was enough a long time ago, so he walked up to Linidong and said seriously. Well, how many pieces are there? Buy 2 more? Sushik smacked his lips and asked with a smile. It's a lot, and I can't wear so much. Linidong came in front of Sushik and said seriously. Well, okay then. Seeing that Linidong really didn't want to buy it, he shrugged and agreed with a smile. Yeah. Linidong smiled and hugged Sushik's arm, and followed Sushik to pay the bill. Sir, the total is 37,005. Swipe the card. Sushik handed the bank card to the waiter without changing his expression and said with a smile. After paying the bill, Sushik carried his bags, held Linidong's hand, and started shopping in the true sense of the word. By the way, do you want to go for some milk tea? Linidong asked with a smile. Milk tea? Then I'll treat you. Linidong hugged Sushik's arm, jumped in front of Sushik, and said expectantly. Well, sure. This is the first time you treat me to a meal. I'm looking forward to it. Sushik said with a smile. Go, let's go drink milk tea, ha. Linidong burst out with endless power and pulled Sushik forward. Yeah, walk slower. I have things in my hands. Sushik said with a gentle smile. Chapter 34, You don't really want to watch a movie? Please collect and recommend. What do you like to eat? Well, I like to drink grass jelly. Sushik said with a smile. Okay then, 1 cup of grass jelly and 1 cup of mango sago. Linidong said to the receptionist with a smile. Well, scan the code here. Well, I'm done. After Sushik and Linidong ordered milk tea, they found a stool and sat down. You know what, business here is pretty good and there are quite a lot of people. Old Su, so you like to drink grass jelly? Linny Dong said to Su Shik. Yes, why, you don't like it? Su Shik raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. I can't say whether I like it or not. Milk tea has too high calories. I prefer fruit tea. It tastes good, has low calories, and is healthier. Linny Dong supported his chin with both hands and said to Su Shik. That makes sense. Fruit tea is indeed more suitable for you. Su Shik nodded and said in agreement. You can also try fruit tea, maybe you'll like it better? Soon, the milk tea and fruit tea for both of them were ready. Well, don't drink yet. Let me take a picture and post it on Weibo later. Linny Dong said. Give me a photo after you take it, and I'll post one on Weibo too. Su Shik said with a smile. Okay, no problem. After Linny Dong agreed, he started taking pictures seriously. After a while, after posing the milk tea a few times, Linny Dong found a good angle and quickly finished the shooting. Here, I sent it to you. Linny Dong shook his phone and said with a smile. Although she used a handheld mobile phone to take the photo, the quality is absolutely reliable. After all, the girl's ability to take photos is unquestionable. Yeah. Nodding, Su Shik posted a comment with these photos. It was the first time I went out on a date with her, and the first time I drank the milk tea she bought me. The snow was very white that day. Then add the photo and the handsome guy's post is complete. Of course, Su Shik couldn't possibly forget to set this status to be invisible to Lu Xinning. In this day and age, few people know that QQ status has such a setting, but unfortunately, Su Shik just happened to know it. This is not scumbag behavior, it's just to reduce trouble. Old Su, after we got together, we haven't made it official yet, right? After seeing Su Shik's post, Linny Dong raised his head and looked at Su Shik expectantly. Well, then shall I make up one now? Su Shik asked with a smile. He didn't care. He just had to set Lu Xinning to invisible and send it again. Yes, of course. Su Shik followed suit and added one, and Linny Dong also sent one. After posting, Su Shik went to his space again and saw comments one after another. Su Shik is also in love? I wonder what his sister-in-law looks like. I want to see. Of course she's good-looking. Lao Su is definitely obsessed with looks. And I want to see my sister-in-law even more. Are you trying to see my sister-in-law? Are you greedy for her? These are the comments from the boys. They are all starting to covet my sister-in-law. Ah, it's over, my idol is actually in love, this, my idol. Well, Sanshin. I don't know which girl is so lucky. It turns out that the male god won't be single forever. These are the comments from the girls. They are all filled with disappointment, regret, sadness, and envy. Su Shik glanced at it casually and then ignored it. Most of the comments were of these two types and there was no need to reply. Then, she and Linny Dong sat in the milk tea shop, drinking sweet drinks and feeling the sweet love. Then let all the other singles in the store eat the sour lemons. Well, as expected, the milk tea in the milk tea shop is sour and sweet. Is there any movie you want to watch? Su Shik asked with a smile as he looked at Linny Dong who was clinging to him. Well, no. There aren't any new movies released right now, right? It doesn't matter, just pick whatever you want. Linny Dong thought for a moment and said with a smile. Okay. Su Shik nodded, and then he really picked a romance movie at random. Anyway, couples don't go to the cinema to watch movies, so does it matter what kind of movie it is? It's not important. Sitting in the corner of the theater, Su Shik grabbed Linny Dong's little hand as if no one was around, and then placed it on her thigh. At first, Linny Dong could still watch the movie seriously, but after a while, Su Shik started to move around unruly. After Linny Dong felt Su Shik's dishonest hand, he held it tightly, then turned his head and glared at Su Shik, saying coquettishly, "Don't move." Originally, Su Shik's hands were just a little naughty, but now seeing Linny Dong's coquettish expression, he couldn't control his anger anymore. He couldn't help but hugged Linny Dong's face and kissed her. Well, I won't go into details, but Su Shik was very comfortable. Well, this is a movie theater, there are cameras, this is not good. Linny Dong covered his mouth and said angrily. Although the lighting in the theater was dim, Su Shik knew that her face must have been flushed. It's okay. No one knows us anyway. Besides, we just kissed and didn't do anything excessive. Su Shik shrugged and said with a smile. Well, no, I don't want it. Linny Dong said with a frown. Well, okay, if you don't want it then don't. Well, that's good. Come, put your face closer and I'll give you a sweet kiss as a reward. Linny Dong nodded happily and said with a smile. Is this giving a stick and then a sweet date? Although he thought so in his heart, Sushik still moved his face closer and let Linny Dong give him a solid and sweet kiss. He. Seeing this, Linny Dong smiled with satisfaction. Sushik didn't care. Even though he agreed, he couldn't stop moving his hands. The touch is smooth and soft, very comfortable. Of course Sushir couldn't help but touch the duck. You still touching? It's okay. No one saw it anyway. No, there are cameras. It doesn't matter, we've got it blocked here. Anyway, both of them were distracted by the movie. Sushik surrendered immediately and raised the flag, and Linny Dong's face also turned red. If someone who didn't know saw it, they would think something big had happened. Chapter 35, The Man with the Bad Mouth Gets What He Deserves. Well, you, don't move. Just a moment, and soon it will stop moving. Just like that, time passed quickly. Linny Dong looked around cautiously and worriedly, and because of Sushik, she couldn't even concentrate on looking around. Sushik was concentrating on taking advantage, so time naturally passed quickly. Well, the movie is over, let's go. Linny Dong noticed that the movie was over, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Sushik with gritted teeth and said. After saying that, Linny Dong ignored Sushik's reaction, stood up and was about to leave. Sushik also stood up and followed him out. What's wrong? Are you unhappy watching a movie with me? After walking outside, Sushik grabbed Linny Dong's little hand and asked with a smile. What do you think? Linny Dong rolled his eyes, glared at Sushik and said angrily. I won't dare to do it next time. Sushik felt guilty, laughed twice, and then said. There will be a next time? Of course there will be a next time. Will we not watch movies together in the future? Sushik nodded and said seriously and as a matter of course. Okay, but don't do this again in the future. If you want, we can find some other place, not this kind of place. Linny Dong looked up at Sushik and said hesitantly with a flushed face. Well, okay, let me ask you, did you feel irritated just now? Sushik nodded, approached Linny Dong with a playful smile, and asked with a smile. Get out. No, I won't talk to you anymore. When Linny Dong heard this, he was so angry that he almost died. His eyes widened, his face flushed abnormally, his breathing became rapid, and he shook off Sushik's hand and left him angrily. Ahem, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Sushik chased after him and coaxed Linny Dong for a long time before he finally calmed down. During the process of coaxing her, Sushik kept cursing himself in his heart, why are you so talkative? Really, girls are shy to begin with. If you ask such questions, they will definitely get angry. Now, they are angry, and you still have to work hard to coax them. You deserve it. I want to go back. Linny Dong pouted and said unhappily. Are we going back now? It's not too late yet, how about we have dinner together? Sushik asked, smacking his lips. No, I don't want to eat dinner. I'm so full now. I can't eat anymore. If I eat more, I'll gain weight. Linny Dong touched his stomach and said with some regret. Then I'll take you back directly? Sushik nodded and asked tentatively. Well, let's go back. Aren't you tired yet? Linny Dong glanced at Sushik with a smile, then blinked and said. I'm not tired. How could I be tired when I'm hanging out with you? Sushik spread his hands and said seriously. Bah, hypocrisy. Although he was cursing, the joy in his eyes could not be concealed, and the slight unhappiness he had felt before had long since disappeared. How is it hypocritical? I'm just telling you the truth, but you don't believe me? Don't you like me anymore? Do you dislike me? Sushik actually bit back. Ah, what are you doing? You're taking your girlfriend's path and leaving her with no way to go? Linny Dong pointed at Sushik and said in surprise. Ha, since you are tired, I will take you home. Sushik waved his hand, skipped the topic, took Linny Dong's little hand, and walked towards his car. Oh. I brought you out to play, and you're back so soon. What a pity. Sushik said with some regret as he watched Linny Dong get out of the car. What? You can't bear to let it go? Linny Dong tilted his head, blinked his eyes, and looked playful and cute. Yes, I can't bear to leave. Besides, I didn't have enough fun with you today. Sushik shrugged and said with a smile. No, I'm very happy and enjoyed myself hanging out with you today. Linidong hugged Sushik and said with a smile. Well, as long as you're happy. Sushik lowered his head and gently kissed Linidong's forehead, saying with a smile. Kiss me. Linidong looked up at Sushik, bit his lip, and said expectantly. Seeing the other person's deer-like eyes, Sushik lowered his head and kissed Linidong's lips, and then did not let go. Half a day later, Sushik let go of Linidong, licked his lips gently, and looked at Linidong with burning eyes. If it wasn't outdoors, but downstairs of the dormitory, in broad daylight, Sushik would have been unable to resist and executed her on the spot. I went up. Linidong took a few heavy breaths, then said with a somewhat panicked look in his eyes. Then hug me again and I'll let you go up. Sushik grabbed Linidong's wrist to prevent her from running away, and said with a teasing smile. Well, hug me again. Linidong smiled and put his arms around Sushik's waist. He rested his head on Linidong's chest with a gentle look in his eyes. At this moment, the wind is gentle, and the rustling of the leaves is particularly soft. Everything seems to be paused and a beauty filter is added, making it extremely romantic. However, romance always happens in an instant. Linidong loosened his arms around Sushik, then stepped back, waving and saying goodbye softly. Sushik stood there and watched Linidong disappear from his sight before he turned around and left and got into the car. How is it? Have you arrived at the dormitory? Sushik took out his cell phone and sent a caring message to Linidong. We're here already. Don't worry, just go back quickly. Linidong said with a grin. Well, now that I've got you safely, I'll be leaving now. Sushik also sent the message with a smile, then stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Many single people who saw this scene were left alone and jealous. There was no conversation along the way. Sushik drove back to his home smoothly, parked the car, then went into the house to order takeout and play games. Everything is almost the same as before in the dormitory, playing games and ordering takeouts the same way. The big difference is that this is a villa and the food we eat is the takeout that we were reluctant to order before. Please recommend and collect. Chapter 36 Clothes. How about asking Lu Xining to help me improve my scores? Sushik played a few games and found that his game skills were almost like rushing to the stomach, eating a lot of food, which eventually led to a reverse improvement in scores. Then I thought of Lu Xining, the beautiful anchor who has both beautiful looks and excellent skills. No, I just went on a date with Yidong today, and we made a vow to each other during the day. I can't go flirt with other pretty girls at night. I'm not such a scumbag. However, after just a little thought, Sushik, who was both a minister and a clerk, directly rejected this tempting option. Well, it's getting late anyway. I'll go take a shower first, and then look for Yidong's video. My current condition is not suitable for gaining points anyway. Who knows, I can even see a picture of Linidong emerging from the bath. Sushik pinched his knuckles and then made a decision. Thinking of this, Sushik's eyes suddenly lit up. He turned off the computer, got up and went to take a shower. Yidong, are you there? I miss you. After Sushik quickly took a shower, he excitedly sent a message to Linidong. I'm here. Did you really miss me? Of course, I've been thinking about you since I came back. I couldn't bear it until now, so I came to see you after taking a shower. Sushik started talking nonsense seriously. If you missed me, why didn't you come to me earlier? Or are you actually lying to me? Linidong asked reasonably. How is that possible? I just don't want to look for you so often and make you feel that I'm too clingy. Sushik opened his mouth and spoke without a single flaw in his lies. Well, this person is indeed born with the qualities of a scumbag. Oh, so, you just finished a shower? I don't know what Linidong was thinking. His thoughts were so jumpy, from the initial suspicion to whether Sushik had just finished a shower. Yes, I just finished taking a shower. Sushik was also a little confused, but still told the truth. Well, can you take a picture for me? Let me see what you look like after taking a shower. This message from Linidong has a very erotic feel. You want to see my body? Sushik was stunned for a moment and then laughed, asking with some amusement. No, I didn't. I just wanted to see my boyfriend. It's okay. I know I can show it to you, but I think a video would be better. Sushik asked with a smile. If I don't agree, will you not show it to me? That's not the case. At most, I won't show it to you today. Well, let's just video it then. Okay. Speaking of videos, I'm not sleepy anymore. Sushik initiated the video invitation in high spirits. You just took a shower too? Sushik asked with a smile as he looked at the beautiful woman in the video. Linidong's long hair was soft and damp, her face was rosy and lovely, and her watery eyes seemed to be melting after taking a shower. Moreover, the face is clean without any makeup or anything like that, and it feels extremely comfortable. Ha, she is so beautiful, worthy of being my Sushik's girlfriend. Yes, I just took a shower. What's wrong? Do I look good? Noticing Sushik's eyes, Linidong grinned and asked proudly. It looks good. Sushik nodded. Okay, I've let you feast your eyes, do you want me to take a look too? Linidong rolled his eyes and asked mischievously. What are you looking at? Sushik raised his eyebrows, looking curious. You should have abdominal muscles, right? Linidong glanced at Sushik's abdomen and asked with some anticipation and nervousness. Of course I have a great body. Sushik put his hand on his abdomen, looking confident. Then he suddenly realized something and asked with a playful smile, You want to see my abdominal muscles? Yes, I want to see your abdominal muscles. Let me see. Linidong bit his lip, then as if he had finally made up his mind, he admitted it directly. Then he looked at Sushik pitifully. Ha, wow, there's something wrong with you. Sushik laughed and said in an exaggerated tone. What's wrong? What's my problem? Now that he had brought it all out, Linidong became even more unscrupulous and spoke without any shyness. What's wrong? You're a girl, and you want to see a man's abdominal muscles. Don't you think it's a bit erotic? Sushik raised his eyebrows and said this subconsciously when he looked at the unscrupulous woman in the video. Why do I feel shy when I look at my boyfriend? Can't girls look at their boyfriends? Linidong said as if it was a matter of course. It's definitely okay to watch, but it's also definitely okay for you to be shy. Okay then, I am a little shy, but I am only like this with my boyfriend. Let me see it, just let me see it. Linidong said, clasping his hands together and acting coquettishly. Okay, I'll show you. Sushik hated to see beautiful women begging him, so he couldn't help himself and agreed immediately. Oh yeah, Lao Su, I love you so much. Linidong shouted happily, then remembered that he was in the dormitory and there were people nearby, so he shrank his head and lowered his voice. Should I take off my clothes? Sushik said with a smile without paying attention to her series of actions. Yeah. Linidong nodded quickly, then stared at Sushik without blinking, waiting for the moment when Sushik took off his clothes. Being looked at like this by Linidong, Sushik actually felt a little unnatural, but since he had agreed, he had to keep his promise. Sushik quickly took off his shirt, revealing his relatively muscular upper body with 6 neatly arranged abdominal muscles. She looks thin when she is dressed and has muscles when she is undressed. Hey, you're stunned. Hey, you're so shy. Sushik saw that Linidong was actually a little dazed and teased him with a smile. Well, it's because you look too ugly. Linidong said in a low voice. Do you like it? Like. I didn't expect you to be this kind of Linidong. Bah, stop talking. It seemed that after seeing Sushik's abdominal muscles, she had used up all the anger she had previously shown, and now Linidong became a little shy again. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, let's talk about something else. Are you really happy today? Yes, I'm very happy. Linidong nodded heavily and said very seriously. I am very happy too. The two of them chatted slowly like this, and soon, it was getting later and later. They were both tired, so they said good night to each other and went to bed. Chapter 37, Learning Street Dance. After hanging up the phone, Sushik put down his phone and went to sleep. It is good for your health to go to bed early and get up early. Now that I have a system, I must take good care of my body so that I can live to be 100 years old and enjoy a few more years. On the other side, Linidong tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, his mind was full of Sushik's abdominal muscles and upper body. The more he slept, the more energetic he felt, and the more he thought about it, the more shy he felt. Well, no way? Why am I really so shy? That's impossible. I just found it fun to watch. Linidong just lay on the bed, his mind full of random thoughts. That night, Sushik slept soundly, and Linidong finally fell asleep in a daze. The next day. It's another energetic day. Today I want to be a youthful college student. After Sushik got up, he smacked his lips and said with a smile. After having a good sleep last night, Sushik woke up feeling full of energy. Sign in? Sign in. It is detected that the host is in the villa. The value is high. The specific information of a high-quality stock is specially rewarded. Stocks? Oh, high-quality stocks. This allows me to buy stocks myself and make money myself. Sushik raised his eyebrows, his eyes lit up, and thought to himself. Thinking of this, Sushik's thoughts began to diverge involuntarily. In other words, I can still make money through stocks in the future, or even in other ways, such as starting a company? For example, I can participate in the financing of some very promising companies or film and television investments through the system? As long as I go to the corresponding place to sign in? These were not just his random thoughts, they were the results of Sushik's sign-ins during this period, plus a little of his own thinking to reach the conclusions. In this way, I will not only be a rich man, but also have the potential to gain a good social status and have considerable influence. The more Sushik thought about it, the more excited he became. He felt that this system was simply excellent. Not only did it give him money, but it also guided him step by step to take off and become a real big shot. All you need to do is live your life happily. Ha ha ha, among all the novels out there, how many systems are as user-friendly as mine? Not many. After fantasizing for a while, Sushik clicked on the specific information of today's reward. If he bought today, he could make more than 5 times the money by next Friday. Then, due to other indescribable reasons, he fell down and vomited blood. Open the system panel. Sushik. Assets, 600,000. Item, none. After Sushik squandered the money for a few days, there was only 600,000 left. Well, take out 550,000 to buy stocks, and leave some money to barely make ends meet. Sushik muttered to himself. Although 50,000 is not much, it is still enough to make a living. Brush your teeth and wash up first, then have breakfast. Think about other things later. Thinking of this, Sushik got up to brush his teeth and wash up, then he found something in the refrigerator and ate something to satisfy his stomach. I'll find something delicious to eat at noon later. After breakfast, Sushik quickly spent 550,000 to buy stocks, and then he only had to wait until next Friday to get more than 2.7 million. In just a few days, you can earn more than 2 million, which is really a huge profit. Sure enough, this is the system, this is the protagonist, and this is the stock. I can't just think about playing games, eating, drinking, and having fun. I have to do something else. I have to make myself better. Otherwise, I can only be a nouveau riche, which is not good. After doing everything, Sushik leaned on the sofa and thought seriously. So what should we learn first? How about learning to dance? I've wanted to learn dancing for a long time, but I had to give it up for various reasons. Now that I have money and free time, I might as well learn it. Now that you have made the decision, and you have had this idea before, just do it now. Because he had thought about this before, Sushik quickly found the relevant advertisement in QQ space and called the contact number above. Hello, do you want to learn dancing? After the call was connected, a female voice came from the other end. Yes, that's right. Can I sign up today? Sushik nodded and then asked. Of course. Excuse me, are you a college student nearby? The girl opposite continued to ask seriously and responsibly. Yes, from Jinling University. Sushik said with a smile. Okay, there is a branch of Dancing Miracle outside Jinling University. Do you know the exact location? Yes, I know. Then you can just come over and register. Oh, all right. After hanging up the phone, Sushik went to change his clothes. Of course he had to change into a nice set of clothes to learn dancing. It was not only a matter of attitude, but also a question of how handsome he was. A set of loose tops, a pair of baggy pants, and a pair of high-top casual shoes. Well, at first glance, it's the street dance style. Then add Sushik's handsome cheeks, tall and slender figure, and a height of 1.8 meters, he can definitely make girls' eyes flutter, and even men can be attracted to him. Smack, this is so cool, right? I wonder if I will meet a beautiful woman when I go to dance class today? And then she will fall in love with me at first sight, and then, ha ha. Sushik smacked his lips and thought secretly about Tauzi. Bah, what are you thinking about here? Let's go. Sushik laughed and shook his head, then hurried out and drove towards the school. Otherwise, the high ground of IQ will be occupied by YY's wild imagination. Dance miracle. Just pay the money now. The other party said to Sushik with a smile. Well, what is the process of learning dance? Do you learn dance with a lot of people or can you find a separate teacher for one-on-one instruction? Sushik touched his chin, blinked, looked at the other party curiously and said. The girl opposite saw Sushik blinking and was stunned. Wow, why is this boy so handsome? Especially when he blinks, it's like stars are shining. Hey, young lady? Sushik felt that the other party was a little dazed, and waved his hand in front of him and asked in confusion. It's all right. You can find a separate teacher, but the price will be more expensive. You can also study with a class, which will be cheaper. The girl on the other side reacted and said with a smile. Okay, I'll find a teacher for you alone. Sushik nodded and said without hesitation. Chapter 38. This teacher is really good looking. Well, there are several teachers here to choose from. You can choose for yourself. I don't know much about this. Can you introduce it to me? Or, is there anything you can recommend? Sushik waved his hand and looked at the other party with a smile. Well, I do have a recommendation. It's from my best friend. She's very pretty and a great dancer. She can definitely meet your requirements. Pretty? Well, as long as she's pretty enough, that should definitely satisfy my requirements. Really? I'm studying street dancing, is she really that good? Although Sushik was already tempted, he still continued to ask. Even if this looks good, you still need to have enough skills, otherwise, it would be better to just bow yang. He really wants to come here to learn street dance. Of course she is good at dancing. It's absolutely okay for you to choose her. I guarantee you will be satisfied. By the way, is your best friend really beautiful? Sushik finally couldn't help but asked with a smile. Hey, it's really beautiful. Do you want to see the photos? I can show you the photos. The other person's eyes lit up, he took out his mobile phone and shook it, saying with a smile. Okay, let's take a look. Sushik nodded and said seriously. Since he could look first and then decide, and could try first and then decide whether to spend money, Sushik would certainly not refuse. After rolling his eyes, the other party still took out his cell phone, found a photo, and handed it to Sushik to look at. Well, okay, I will choose her as my teacher. After looking at the photo, Sushik said calmly. He is willing to learn skills with this female enchantress, learn street dance. Okay, that's fine. But the fee is a bit high. How high? Sushik asked nonchalantly. One class costs 300 yuan, one class lasts for 1.5 hours, and there are 12 classes in one course, so the total is 4,800 yuan. No problem. Then, pay the fee now? Sushik asked nonchalantly. Now he can't say that he has no shortage of money, but he still doesn't care about this little bit of money. Well, don't you want me to ask her to come over and meet you first? Isn't she here? Sushik asked puzzledly. Well, we have 4 branches in Dancing Miracle, and she is taking classes in another place now. Well, then I'll wait a moment. Sushik pursed his lips and said with a smile. Well, I'll ask her to come over right away. You can sit here for a while. I'll go get you a cup of tea. All right. There is nothing to do today anyway, so I might as well wait a while. I can also read a novel here, and there will be people serving me tea and water. After a long time. This is my best friend, the teacher you want to choose. The other party came over with a tall girl who was over 1.7 meters tall. At first glance, her facial features are sharp, and she has a heroic and arrogant air, with a neat ponytail tied behind her head. Well, she's the cool type of girl. When he saw the other person, Sushik's heart couldn't help but beat continuously. This kind of street dance style and cool girl could really attract Sushik, a college student of his current age. Hello, I'm Mulaying, the street dance teacher you want to choose. After seeing Sushik, she also thought Sushik was very handsome, but she didn't stay stunned. She stretched out her hand and said with a smile. Hello, my name is Sushik. Sushik was stunned for just a moment, then he reacted immediately. He smiled and reached out to touch the other person's hand before letting go. Don't hold hands with a pretty girl like this for too long, otherwise it will be too vulgar. This is the way to go. so that she will have a good impression of you. Well, I heard from Xiao Wu that you want to learn dancing with me? Sure enough, Mu Liying felt Su Shik's behavior just now and did have some good impressions of Su Shik. Then she showed a genuine smile and said, "Right. How is it? Are you satisfied? I told you my best friend is very pretty." The girl who had entertained Su Shik before said proudly. Wu Tong, shut up and stop talking nonsense here. Mu Liying covered Wu Tong's mouth and said unhappily. Whoa, I'm not familiar with it anymore, huh? Wu Tong said struggling. Well, can we sign the contract now? Su Shik glanced at Wu Tong calmly, then looked at Mu Liying and asked with a smile. Yes, that's fine. Okay then, just sign and pay the fee. Yes. After nodding, Mu Liying took Su Shik to sign and pay the fee. After doing all this, there are 12 classes in total. How do you want to arrange them? Do you have any ideas? Mu Liying looked at Su Shik and asked with a smile. Can you give me some advice? Are you a college student? Mu Liying nodded slightly, then looked at Su Shik and asked. Yes, sophomore year. How about twice a week? One class on weekdays and one class on weekends. This way, it won't take up too much weekend time, and you can still make use of your spare time on weekdays. Mu Liying thought for a moment and then said. Sure, I only have one class on Thursday morning, so I can do it in the afternoon. Anyway, I'm in my sophomore year and have fewer courses. I don't have many classes at school every day, so it's completely easy for me to take some time to learn dancing. Well, that's it. Well, then, do you have time today? Can I learn today? Su Shik nodded and asked with a smile. It's not just because the other person is good looking and he wants to stay with him for a while, but also because Su Shik is now eager to learn street dance and learn a little bit about it. This is the initial enthusiasm that cannot be stopped. Sure, we can learn here now. Mu Liying smiled and agreed, then looked at Wu Tong and said, Xiao Tong, go find us an empty dance studio. Okay. Wu Tong was in a good mood as she helped her best friend get a business order. She nodded with a smile on her face, then skipped off to find an empty room. Seeing this scene, Mu Liying couldn't help but smile. When Su Shik saw this smile, his eyes couldn't help but flicker. Seeing such a heroic girl showing such a smile, the contrast and feeling were really beautiful. Well, is this street dance difficult to learn? Su Shik quickly found a topic, otherwise he would really be labeled as an LSP. It's not bad. As long as you work hard, you will definitely be able to learn almost everything after this course. What if you want to learn something more professional? Su Shik raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. If you're a professional, you'll have to work harder and spend more time. Of course, then you can practice and learn on your own. Oh. Chapter 39 I'm losing a lot of money. Okay then, let's start the class now. Mu Liying took Su Shik into a dance studio and said with a smile. Well, what should we learn first? Su Shik nodded, looked at the other party curiously, and asked with a smile. Do a few sets of sit-ups first, 50 in each set. Mu Liying raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and said to Su Shik leisurely. Sit-ups? Su Shik blinked and repeated the question with some confusion. Yes, to dance street dance, you need strength and waist strength. Sit-ups are used to train waist strength. Mu Liying explained with a smile. There was a hint of mockery in the look he gave Su Shik. Only when it comes to a handsome guy like Su Shik would she show such a teasing tone and want to get closer to him. After all, she is single, and when she meets a guy like Su Shik, of course she would have some thoughts. You know, Su Shik has a passive skill that doubles his attraction to the opposite sex. Plus, he looked calm when he paid the money before, and he has that wealthy temperament, which makes people think he is from a wealthy family at first glance. If it were any other man, Mu Liying would definitely remain completely cool and keep a safe distance. Ahem, how many sets do you want to do? Su Shik grinned, his teeth itching, and said hesitantly. It's okay. You just started learning street dance. It's normal that you can't do too much. Just do 2 sets. Mu Liying showed a look of success in his eyes, and then said with a teasing smile. Who said I can't do too much? You tell me how many sets I want to do, and I will definitely finish them. When Su Shik saw Mu Liying's teasing smile, he knew that he was being teased and fooled. After he got angry, he gritted his teeth and said secretly. 2 groups will be fine. Just 2 sets? Su Shik raised his eyebrows and asked with some confusion. Yes, just warm up first, and then I will teach you some basic skills and basic movements. Okay, I was just teasing you just now, you won't be angry with the teacher, right? Mu Liying covered her mouth and chuckled, then said, No. Su Shik rolled his eyes and said helplessly. At first glance, I thought this teacher was very heroic and thought you would be a serious, cold, and aloof person. But I didn't expect that he was so playful and liked to tease people. Hee, it's not a bad thing. She obviously has no ill feelings towards me at least, and she might even have a good impression of me. So, it probably won't take too much time to try to hook up with her, right? Okay, do your sit-ups quickly and correctly. Otherwise, you'll get half the result with twice the effort. Mu Liying leaned against the wall, waved his hand and said with a smile. Teacher, can you help me stretch my legs? Su Shik rolled his eyes and said with a grin. When you do sit-ups, you have to bring your legs together to form a V shape. This will achieve the best effect. So, there's no need for me to help you stretch your legs. Mu Liying spread his hands, pouted, and explained unhappily. Is that so? Su Shik smacked his lips and sighed with some regret. It's a shame this can't help me stretch my legs. Hee, are you thinking about some nonsense? Mu Liying snorted lightly and said unhappily. No. Su Shik quickly waved his hands to deny it. Then do your sit-ups quickly. Mu Liying raised his eyebrows and his tone turned cold. Although she did have some bad thoughts, she should study hard in class, otherwise it would be irresponsible. Su Shik nodded and quickly started doing sit-ups, while Mu Liying crossed her arms over her chest and stared at Su Shik doing sit-ups. After a while, Su Shik finished 2 sets and stood up. His breathing was a little disordered. He looked at Mu Liying and said, Okay, we're done. Well, you take a rest for a few minutes, and I will teach you something else later. Mu Liying said calmly. To learn street dance, you must first learn the rhythm and learn to listen to music. You should first listen to some songs with moderate rhythm and slightly varied rhythm, and tap the beat with your feet. You must pay attention to clear footsteps and accurate beats. After Mu Liying waited for Su Shik to rest for a while, he began to teach the class seriously. Su Shik also began to listen to her seriously. Then when I feel comfortable with it, I can look for music that is a little more difficult, with faster and more varied tempos. Then, when you are almost ready, you should first learn popular dance styles. This way, you can develop your sense of rhythm. From easy to difficult, as long as you are willing to work hard, you will definitely be able to learn it well. Okay, now let's start learning how to feel the rhythm. After a while. Well, you have good talent and a good grasp of rhythm. As long as you work hard for a while, you will definitely make obvious progress. Mu Liying glanced at Su Shik and said with a smile. Sure enough, I am gifted. When Su Shik heard this, his eyes lit up and he said with a smile. In fact, this is normal. People like Su Shik who sings well and likes sports have a good grasp of music and body coordination, so it is natural for him to feel more relaxed. Don't be proud. Although you have good talent, you still have to work hard and persevere. Otherwise, you may not learn well. Mu Liying said seriously. Yeah, I understand. Su Shik nodded and said with a smile. Let's continue. Now I'll teach you some simple moves, and then you can go back and find time to practice by yourself. Glancing at Su Shik, Mu Liying continued. Aha! Your legs are not standard, you need to do it like this. Mu Liying stretched out her hands to fiddle with Su Shik's legs, then pressed Su Shik's waist and chest and said, Also, straighten your waist and chest, otherwise, you will lose your energy and your dance will not look good. Mu Liying spoke slowly like this, and suddenly, her face flushed. She glanced at Su Shik's abdomen and chest, and thought to herself, TSK, this boy is not only good looking, but also has a lot of body. On the other side, Su Shik saw the other party's expression and reacted, thinking to himself. Tisk, I'm learning dance from her, and she's always touching my body and taking advantage of me. She's even touched my abdominal muscles and chest muscles, but I've never touched her. I'm really losing out. Okay, follow me and repeat the previous movements. Mu Liying quickly calmed down and said seriously. But the faint blush on her face told Su Shik that it was not fake before, it was just that this woman changed her expression very quickly. Yeah. Su Shik followed suit and nodded in response. Chapter 40. How is he? After studying for more than an hour, the class finally ended. Su Shik was also very tired. In addition to the physical fatigue, he also had to remember the movements, follow the rhythm, and listen to the rhythm, which really made Sushik a little dizzy. So after hearing her say that the get out of class was over, Sushik leaned limply against the wall, and then sat down on the ground. It was only because Mu Liying was here, otherwise he would definitely lie on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, making the shape of the Chinese character. Well, you look very tired. You can rest here for a while before leaving. Looking at Sushik sitting on the ground, Mu Liying said with a calm expression and a smile. Will you always be so tired in the future? Sushik looked up at Mu Liying, smacked his lips, and asked with a smile. Don't worry. Learning street dance will definitely be a little tiring at the beginning, but if you learn it for a long time, it won't be so tiring. Look at me, I'm not tired at all. Mu Liying pointed at herself and said with a smile. That's good. Sushik let out a breath and said in a somewhat relaxed tone. What? Do you think learning dance is too tiring? Don't you suddenly want to stop learning? Mu Liying raised her eyebrows and said to Sushik. Not really. I will learn street dance no matter what. No matter how tired I am, I will not give up. Sushik waved his hand and said seriously. Why? Mu Liying's eyes flashed, and then he asked with some confusion. Because street dance is my dream. Sushik raised his head and said in a strong voice. Really? Mu Liying obviously didn't believe Sushik's nonsense. She frowned and looked at Sushik in confusion. Actually it's because street dance is cool. Sushik shrugged and said with a smile. Glancing at Sushik, Mu Liying felt that this should be true. Then you learn street dance just because he is handsome? Have you ever thought about doing other things, such as picking up girls? Mu Liying asked with a smile, her heart moving. Hey, what are you talking about? What do you mean by picking up girls? That's called finding love. Also, I learned street dance just because I like it. If I wanted to find love, do I need to learn street dance? After hearing this, Sushik retorted righteously. Oh, is that so? You are still looking for love. How old are you? Do you know what love is? Mu Liying curled her lips and said in a teasing tone. I'm an adult and a mature college student. Of course I know what love is. Sushik certainly didn't allow her to say that to him, making him look like a brat, so he quickly retorted. Okay, you know what love is, okay? Mu Liying curled her lips and stopped arguing with Sushik on this issue. After she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Hello, teacher's sister, I don't have your phone number yet, and you don't have mine yet. How can we contact each other in the future? Don't you want to leave contact information? Sushik sat on the ground, looking at the other person's back, and said with a grin. What did you call me just now? Mu Liying turned around and looked at Sushik with a smile. Although there was no sign of anger on her face, just looking at this smile, ordinary people would definitely think she was angry, and it was inevitable that they would be a little panicked. Sushik was not afraid at all, and still said with a playful smile, Teacher sister, you see, you are my street dance teacher, so it's not wrong to call you teacher, but you are young and beautiful, so it's not wrong to call you sister. If you want to call someone, just call them one. It's inappropriate to call them all together. Mu Liying spat lightly and said unhappily. Okay then, I'll call you sister. Seeing that she was really not angry, Sushik quickly took the opportunity to decide on this title. That's fine. Mu Liying's beautiful eyes moved slightly, she nodded and said with a smile. Hey, sister, then leave me your phone number. Sushik shook his cell phone and said with a bright and sunny smile. Okay, what's your phone number? I'll call you. Mu Liying nodded and said. 158. Okay, saved it. Mu Liying also said with a bright smile while shaking her phone at Sushik. Add me on QQ. Yes, sure. Sister, do you have anything to do later today? After saving the phone number and adding QQ, Sushik put the phone back into his pocket and asked with a smile. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Mu Liying blinked and asked. I was wondering if I could invite my sister to have dinner with me later. Sushik said truthfully. Not today, I have something to do later. We can go out for dinner together when we have time in a couple of days. Mu Liying thought about it for a moment and then said this. Okay, if I have time someday, I'll treat my sister to dinner. Well, I'm leaving. Mu Liying waved his hand and said with a smile. Bye, sister. Sushik said with a smile and waved his hand. Looking at Mu Liying's graceful back, Su Shik's eyes began to involuntarily focus on certain places. This cannot be blamed on Su Shik being an LSP. It's because she is really good looking and has a good figure. No man would be able to remain attracted to her when seeing her. And because it was behind the other person and there was no one around, it was very convenient, so Su Shik really couldn't help but look. Finally, Mu Liying finally walked out of Su Shik's sight. TSK, this sister is also very beautiful. I wonder if I can have a kiss with her in the end. Is this okay? I already have a girlfriend, and I'm going to hook up with other women. I'm really sorry to Edong, and I feel uneasy. After all, I'm not a scumbag. Pa, I'm not a scumbag. I just want to give my little sister a home. Besides, I'm just learning hip-hop with her. How can that be considered hooking up with someone else? Yes, I'm just learning hip-hop. I don't have any other bad thoughts. Yeah, actually being a scumbag is pretty good too. I am a scumbag to begin with. Sitting on the ground, Su Shik kept having wild thoughts, and finally he was willing to admit that he was a scumbag. Sister Mu, have you finished teaching him? How was it? Wu Tong asked with a smile when he saw Mu Liying coming out. Well, after the class, I found out that he has quite a talent. Mu Liying said with a smile. That's not it. What I'm asking is, what do you think of him? Wu Tong waved his hand and continued asking. What kind of person is he? We just met, how should I know? The only thing that can be easily seen is that he is indeed very handsome. Mu Liying glanced at Wu Tong, then said in a flat tone. Don't you think he is a good match for you? Wu Tong asked with a smile. Chapter 41. You actually took advantage of him. What are you talking about? Really? A perfect match, a golden boy and a jade girl. I'm talking about you too. Isn't this a good match? Wu Tong shrugged and said as if it was a matter of course. We've just met each other, who knows what he's like? You can't fall into it just because you think he's good looking, otherwise, there will be no good results. Mu Liying reached out and tapped Wu Tong's forehead, saying unhappily. Don't you think he's good looking? Or is it that he's in poor health, like a silver spear and a crayon head? Wu Tong blinked and said with a smile. What are you talking about? You're like a hooligan. Are you still a girl? Can't you be more reserved? Mu Liying's face suddenly turned red and she said unhappily. Wow, Sister Mu, you are blushing. What are you thinking about? You are blushing. Did he do something to you, or did you do something to him? Wu Tong saw Mu Liying's rosy face and his eyes lit up. He asked excitedly as if he had discovered a new continent. How is that possible? Neither of us did anything. Then why are you blushing? I know you. You are not a little girl who blushes easily. Something must have happened. What? Are you really attracted to him? Let me tell you, he is not only good looking, but also rich. He drives the Porsche outside. Wu Tong curled his lips and spit out words like a machine gun. Well, it's really nothing. Didn't I teach him how to dance? I felt his abdominal muscles and pectoral muscles. Mu Liying hesitated for a moment, but still said it. What the hell? Really? You are taking advantage of others. Wu Tong said in surprise at first, and then looked at her best friend with a strange look. This is not taking advantage of him. This is just a necessary and unintentional touch during the teaching process. Mu Liying explained seriously. In the past, if a man touched you, you would say he was a hooligan. But now, touching him is necessary and unintentional. TSK, you are really hypocritical. Wu Tong rolled his eyes and said in a sarcastic tone. They did that on purpose, right? Besides, I didn't do that on purpose. Okay, you didn't mean it. You didn't take advantage of others because of his beauty. So, how many abdominal muscles does he have? Wu Tong nodded with a smile, and then asked curiously. $6. Mu Liying glanced at the other party, and after feeling that she would not believe him no matter what he said, he gritted his teeth and said. Really? Wow, I didn't expect that he looks thin when he's dressed, and has muscular body when he's undressed. Really good. Wu Tong said in amazement. Well, you just said that the Porsche outside is his? Mu Liying blinked, changing the subject subtly and resolving the doubts in his mind at the same time. Yes, I saw him when he drove over here before. Wu Tong nodded. Then he is still a rich second generation? Mu Liying touched his chin and said with a smile. Yes, he is rich, beautiful, and has a good figure. Don't you think he suits you very well? He is more than enough. Wu Tong winked at Mu Liying teasingly and said with a smile. What do you mean by more than enough? How can you talk like that? You're asking for a beating. As he said that, Mu Liying was about to reach out to hit Wu Tong. Haha, I was wrong, I'm sorry, I won't say anything more. Oh, I let you be arrogant and talk nonsense, let's see if you dare to do it again. After a good rest, Su Shik drove away to have lunch. Do you eat snail noodles? Su Shik took a photo of snail noodles and sent it to Linidong. Well, I haven't eaten it, so I don't know if it's edible, but many of them said it stinks. Lin Yaito replied immediately. Then I'll bring you here to try it next time. People who like this snail noodle don't think it's smelly, but people who don't like it think it stinks worse than shit. Su Shik grinned and sent it over with great interest. It would definitely be a pleasure if I could take her to eat snail noodles together. Well, do you like snail noodles? Linidong wrinkled his nose, subconsciously reluctant to try it, and then asked. Yes, I like it very much. I think snail noodles are delicious. You must try it, otherwise you will lose a lot of happiness. Su Shik replied with a smile on his face. I haven't eaten it, and I feel like I might not like it. Linidong pursed his lips, frowned slightly, and said in a tactful tone. Oh, that won't work. You haven't even tried it. You subconsciously resist it because of the stereotype and think you won't like it. But if you can try it, you will know that it is really delicious. Su Shik raised his eyebrows and said in a persuasive manner. He just wanted to lead her into a trap. Really? You didn't lie to me? Linidong asked half doubtfully. Of course it's true. I felt the same way at first, but once you try it, you will like it. It must smell really good. Su Shik said confidently. Well, okay, let's talk about it next time. Linidong still didn't believe it and agreed hesitantly. Just give it a try. If you don't like it, forget it. Did you do anything today? Or did you sleep until dawn and then play for the whole morning? Su Shik changed the subject and asked about something else with a smile. No, I got up very early and went for a run. Do you think everyone is like you, sleeping in every day and doing nothing? Linidong said proudly, teasing Su Shik with disdain. What you said is not right. What do you mean by doing nothing? Tell me what you did today? Su Shik was not convinced and asked Linidong for an explanation. I read a book and did my homework today. How about you? I went to learn street dance today. Street dance? Did you start learning it today? Linidong seemed to have discovered something and said with great interest. Yeah, what do you think? Do you think hip-hop is cool? Well, I think it's very cool. When you learn it, you must show it to me. Of course. There's no way I can cover up such a handsome dance and admire it alone. Ha ha ha. Su Shik replied happily. You have no shame. If I have any shame, we are still just ordinary friends now. You are bad. Women don't love men unless they are bad. Linidong. Chapter 42, Men who speak without thinking must like to lie. You are in school now, right? Yes, what's wrong? Are you coming to see me? Linidong replied with some joy. No, I'm just asking. Snort. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. I definitely want to find you. By the way, do you have anything to do today? Is it convenient? Su Shik laughed and asked. As long as you look for me, I'm always available. Linidong regained his previous joy and happiness, typing with a smile on his face. All her happiness and unhappiness now depended on Su Shik. Just like a passage from a book Su Shik read before. When I say I love you, I give myself to you, I give myself to you as a hostage. From now on, you have the power to hurt me, you have the power to abandon me, you have the power to ignore me. Others don't have this power. I give this power to you with my own hands. I am willing to bear all the hardships. It is obvious that although Linidong has not reached this point yet, he is not far away. But now neither of them cares about this. Hey, I suddenly remembered, do you want to take a nap? Su Shik raised his eyebrows. He suddenly remembered that Linidong was used to taking a nap. If you come to me, I won't sleep. Forget it, forget it. You take a nap first and I'll come to find you later. Sushik thought about it and still refused. Anyway, it's a holiday today and there's still time, so there's really no need to take up Linidong's sleep time. Okay. Linidong pursed his lips and said with some regret. Although she had a date with Sushik yesterday and hadn't seen him for half a day, she already wanted to see Sushik today. Although it hasn't reached the point of I miss you like crazy when I haven't seen you for a day, it still has some meaning. Well, take a good nap later. When you wake up, send me a message and I'll come to find you. Sushik smiled and typed. Aha! Hey, baby, have you eaten? I've already eaten. Who is like you? It's almost 1 o'clock now and I'm just having lunch. I have to eat on time. It's almost 1 o'clock now, so go to bed quickly, baby. Ah, this name is so disgusting. You don't like it? Well enough. Go to sleep, baby, I love you. Yeah, I love you, moi. After saying a touching farewell to Linidong, Sushik finally put his cell phone in his pocket. Then start to taste the steaming snail noodles in front of you. Well, this snail noodle is really delicious. After Sushik finished eating, he let out a sigh and sighed with a smile. Well, I'm up. Come find me. After getting up, Linidong excitedly took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Sushik. Okay, here I come. Let me change my clothes. Sushik saw the message, replied quickly, then turned his head and continued to play the game with full concentration. Well, then you have to dress yourself up beautifully. Yeah, definitely handsome. After a while, after controlling the hero to walk into the bushes, Sushik picked up his phone and replied. Okay, I'll be there soon. You should also put on some makeup and dress up, right? Yes, I also want to dress myself up beautifully. Then get ready. I'll drive over after I change my clothes. Sushik raised his eyebrows and typed. Well, please drive safely. Well, okay, I won't say any more. I'm going to change my clothes too. Okay, go ahead. Throwing his cell phone aside, Sushik hurriedly grabbed the mouse with his right hand, put his left hand on the keyboard, and controlled the hero to join the battle. This was not Sushik being perfunctory to Linidong, but he had to be responsible for his teammates. He could not let them down and could not let everyone's efforts be ruined because of him alone. It took Sushik more than 10 minutes to finish the game, then he calmly went downstairs and drove out. There is no rush anyway. Linidong cannot be ready so quickly, so it is completely fine to set off 10 minutes later. We may even have to wait for a while after Sushik arrives. I'm downstairs at your place. Well, wait 5 minutes, I'll be right down. As expected, when Sushik arrived, Linidong was not fully prepared. As the saying goes, women dress up to please themselves, so they certainly won't just prepare simply. At this moment, there was chaos in Linidong's dormitory. Does my dress look good? Linidong changed into a light gray round neck long sleeve shirt and looked at Wu Qiong and asked. You look good. You look good in anything you wear. Even if Sushik comes to see you, you don't have to panic. You look so good. Wu Qiong rolled her eyes and said helplessly. Well, Sushik is already here, is this okay? Yes, of course, you are already pretty enough, no need to worry about it. Is that really the case? That's it. Oh, I'll go downstairs then. We can't let Sushik wait too long. Aha! Looking at Linidong's back as he left. Wu Qiong said to the others in the dormitory in silence, Linidong would actually become insecure about her appearance because of a man? Is this the power of love? Yes, this is the power of love, a feeling that we singles cannot experience. Zhang Jiajia nodded and said seriously. What's so good about Sushik? Isn't he just a little more handsome, a little richer, and a little more humorous? He actually made our beautiful Lin so crazy. Aren't these good enough? Yeah, that's right. This time Sushik didn't have to wait long, just 5 minutes, and Linidong appeared in front of Sushik. Iduan, you are so beautiful. Sushik reached out and pinched Liniduan's cheek, saying with a smile. Linidong wore a pure white long-sleeved shirt with cartoon characters printed on the chest, a pair of jeans, and white sneakers, exuding a kawaii temperament. That's right, Linidong changed his light gray clothes into pure white long-sleeved shirts at the last moment. Really? Linidong hugged Sushik's arm and looked at him expectantly. Really? Aridong is the best looking. Hey. Come on, I'll take you around the school. Su Shik took Lin Yidong's hand and turned around with a smile. Aha! Just looking at this scene, it is impossible to connect it with the man who was talking nonsense before. Maybe, this is what a scumbag is like, he tells lies and sweet words without hesitation. Chapter 43. Why does she look so resentful? Please give me a recommendation vote. This is Yu Lake, it is very beautiful in spring. Next to it is the plum garden, which is very beautiful when it blooms. Su Shik held Lin Yidong's hand and strolled around. Well, I haven't seen the plum blossoms in full bloom yet. Lin Yidong pouted and said with some anticipation. You will have a chance to see it in the future. Next time when the time comes, I will accompany you to see the plum blossoms. They are very beautiful. Su Shik touched Lin Yidong's head and said with a smile. You promised me, so you must watch it with me. Don't regret it and don't forget it. Lin Yidong raised his head and looked at Su Shik, saying with a smile. Of course, no problem. How could I regret watching the plum blossoms with the person I love? Su Shik shrugged and said with a smile. Hee hee, that's right. It's your honor to be with a great beauty like me. If you dare to stand me up, I will never let you go. Lin Yidong snorted lightly, then said viciously. I won't let myself go either. Su Shik patted his chest and promised. Su Shik? Suddenly, a clear and pleasant voice came from not far away. Su Shik raised his eyebrows, turned his head and looked, and sure enough, it was a girl calling him. She was quite pretty and tall. After seeing that it was indeed Su Shik, she walked up to Su Shik with great interest. Su Shik? Is this your girlfriend? She glanced at Lin Yidong who was standing next to Su Shik, her eyes suddenly changed, and then she looked at Su Shik and asked. Yes, my girlfriend. What's wrong? Su Shik nodded and said with a smile. Your girlfriend is so beautiful, and she matches you very well. The other person pursed his lips slightly and said. Ha ha ha, I'm not worthy of her. I'm taking advantage of her. Su Shik waved his hands and said with a smile. That's true. I thought you couldn't find a girlfriend. This is a junior girl, the president of our college's student union, Li Yusin, and this is my girlfriend, Lin Yidong, a freshman girl. Upon hearing this, Su Shik rolled his eyes and said helplessly. There's nothing wrong with what this person said, and it looks like just a joke between friends, but looking at her eyes and expression, there's a sense of resentment no matter how you look at it. Hello, Junior, I'm Li Yusin. Li Yusin glanced at Su Shik, then looked at Lin Yidong with a smile on her face. Well, hello, Senior. Lin Yidong also saw everything that happened before. He looked at Li Yusin with some caution, but still smiled and said. Why are you here alone? What are you doing? Su Shik raised his eyebrows and asked unhappily. What's wrong with this person? Doesn't he have any self-awareness? He's still here, disturbing other people's world of two. Does he really like being a light bulb? I'm here for a meeting and it hasn't started yet, so I'm just walking around here. What's wrong? Are you unhappy to see your senior? Li Yusin pouted and asked unhappily. Oh, so that's the case. I'm not unhappy. How could I not be happy to see my senior sister? Su Shik nodded calmly. It's obvious from his tone that he's being sarcastic. Ha, I won't disturb you two anymore. I'm leaving. I have to go to a meeting as well. Li Yusin glared at Su Shik unhappily, then turned around and left. Full of unhappiness and resentment. But after seeing her turn around and leave, Su Shik felt a little relieved. He suddenly felt that this person was quite considerate. Well, are you very familiar with that senior student just now? Lin Yidong waited until the other party left, then looked at Su Shik and asked. Not bad. Su Shik's heart trembled, and he said calmly. Oh, then I feel like there's something wrong with the way she looks at you. She seems a little resentful. Lin Yidong wrinkled his nose and asked in confusion. Is that so? Maybe there's something wrong with your feeling? Su Shik pursed his lips calmly, then asked with a smile. There's absolutely no mistake. This is a girl's sixth sense. Lin Yidong looked at Su Shik without blinking and said confidently. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I'm too handsome and she has a crush on me. Then, when she saw that I have a girlfriend, she felt bad? Su Shik grinned and said with a smile. Can you not be so shameless? You are so shameless. Lin Yidong curled his lips and said unhappily. Looking at Su Shik's smug smile, Linidong couldn't help but want to refute. But in fact, what Su Shik said before was almost true. This senior sister just wanted to have sex with young girls, but was rejected by Su Shik in advance. So Su Shik really didn't lie to Linidong this time. Ha ha ha, how am I shameless? Su Shik shrugged and said with a smile. You are just shameless. Yeah, I'm shameless, I'm shameless. Su Shik nodded and said with a smile, then took Linidong around for a walk. You should have military training tomorrow, right? Su Shik asked with a smile as he held Linidong's hand and walked forward. Yes, I have to pick up my military training uniform tomorrow morning, and the military training will start in the afternoon. Wow, I suddenly feel so panicked now. Linidong pouted and nodded, frowning slightly, and said with an uncomfortable look on his face. TSK, don't panic, don't panic. It's only 2 weeks. You just have to get through it. Su Shik touched Linidong's smooth cheek and said with a smile. Well, the more you talk, the more panicked I feel. What do you mean only 2 weeks? 14 days, that's such a long time. Linidong's face turned bitter, and he looked at Su Shik sadly and said. Actually, military training is only uncomfortable in the first few days. As long as you can get through the first few days, you will get used to it. Besides, the weather is also good now. There are more cloudy days and it's not very hot. Su Shik hugged Linidong and comforted him with a smile. I still feel very scared. Linidong pouted, looked up at Su Shik and said. Well, as long as I don't have class, I will come to see you. How about I bring you some water, fruit, and watermelon? Su Shik smiled, then looked at Linidong with a doting look and asked inquiringly. Okay, but you have to bring me some food. Linidong nodded heavily and said with a smile. If you want to eat, you have to pray to meet an instructor with a good personality, otherwise, he won't let you eat. I will definitely meet a good instructor. I've always had good luck. Hee hee, it's better not to eat anything during military training, otherwise, be careful of stomachache. Su Shik rolled his eyes and said with a smile. My stomachache is gone, and I don't have to stand at attention anymore. Wow, you're so cunning. Hey, this is smart, not cunning. Yeah, that's smart. Ah, I'll bite you to death. Ha ha ha. Chapter 44, Blood is boiling, okay? Ha ha ha, I will definitely bring you something to eat, but don't think about biting me. Su Shik put his hand on Linidong's forehead and said with a smile. Am I smart or cunning? Linidong pouted and said unhappily. You are smart, of course you are smart. Our Linidong is the smartest. Su Shik said quickly with a smile. Humph. That's pretty good. Linidong gritted his teeth and said with a satisfied look on his face. Let me tell you, you can stuff sanitary napkins into your shoes during military training. This will make you more comfortable. Also, choose shoes that are a little bigger, the kind that fits just right. If you stand at attention for a long time, your feet will feel uncomfortable. Su Shik said with a smile. Have you ever inserted a sanitary napkin before? Linidong looked at Su Shik and asked excitedly, as if he had discovered a new world. I've done that before. In fact, many people have done that, it's nothing. Su Shik grinned and said with a smile. Haha, you actually have used sanitary napkins before? How was it? How was the experience of using sanitary napkins? Linidong hugged Su Shik's arm, looked up at Su Shik, and said with a smile. User experience? Hey, don't talk like that. I always feel weird when you say that. Su Shik sighed and said helplessly. Ah, okay, I'm just kidding. This is a very normal thing. Many people have experienced it. Linidong covered his mouth, holding back his laughter, and then said with a somewhat unsmooth breath. Let's go, it's getting late, how about we go eat something? Su Shik curled his lips and said. He wanted to quickly get rid of this topic and move on to the next step. Eat? Are you hungry? I'm not hungry at all. Linidong blinked, then looked at Su Shik with a pair of bright and watery eyes. I'm not hungry either. Let's take a walk around. I'll take you to see our school's botanical garden. Su Shik grinned and said with a smile. Let's not leave. Let's find a place to sit down. I don't want to move anymore, brother, please. Linidong hugged Su Shik's arm, shook it gently, and then started to act coquettishly. Well, okay, there's a small pavilion over here, go sit down for a while. Su Shik nodded and agreed readily. Besides, Sushik couldn't bear to refuse her because of her cute and coquettish look. Okay, I feel a little tired after walking for so long. Linidong nodded happily, then pulled Sushik towards the small pavilion over there, talking as they walked. This lake is quite big, Linidong said with some emotion as he sat on a bench and looked at the moon lake in front of him. Of course, this is Jinling, Jiangnan, with many rivers and big lakes. Sushik said with a smile as he sat next to Linidong. We are in school now. Linidong smacked his lips and said with emotion. This is Jinling University. It covers an area of more than 4,000 acres. Of course it is not small. Don't underestimate our school. Sushik stretched out his finger and tapped Linidong's forehead, then said with a smile. Is that so? Linidong turned his head and looked at Sushik with a smile. Of course it's true. Sushik looked at Linidong and said, then suddenly froze. In Sushik's eyes, Linidong was facing the light, and her whole body seemed to be glowing. Coupled with her sweet smile and beautiful facial features, she was as beautiful as an angel. Sushik turned his head and looked around, and found that there was no one around. Then he hugged Linidong and kissed her. Linidong obviously didn't react. He widened his eyes, looked at Sushik in shock, and hummed softly. After a long while, Sushik finally let go of Linidong and took his head away from Linidong's face. We're outside here, why are you like this? Linidong pursed his lips and said helplessly. I looked around and saw that there was no one around, so I kissed you. Don't be so shy. Sushik smiled and said. Well, that's more like it, but why did you suddenly kiss me just now? Linidong bit his lip, put the matter aside for the time being, and then asked with some confusion. Because you are so beautiful, I couldn't help it. Sushik shrugged and said with a smile. Really? Hearing this answer, Linidong couldn't help but smile. Of course it's true. You can't see it yourself. When you smiled just now, you were as beautiful as an angel. Sushik reached out and lifted the hair on Linidong's forehead, saying with a smile. Hey, are you happy that you have such a beautiful girlfriend? Linidong raised his head proudly and asked with a smile. Of course I am happy. Then will you be nice to me? You won't make such a beautiful girlfriend unhappy, right? Linidong blinked, hugged Sushik's arm, and asked expectantly. Of course I will treat you well and won't make you unhappy. Sushik nodded and assured seriously. I will treat you well too. Linidong smiled happily, then looked at Sushik seriously and said. Then how are you going to be nice to me? Sushik raised the corner of his mouth, then asked while touching Linidong's hand. I will be a good duck in the future. I won't make you angry, nor will I get angry for no reason. And when I am angry, I won't ignore you. I will tell you the reason. Linidong tilted his head and said with a smile. Then you must tell me if you are angry next time. Otherwise, I am afraid I am too slow to notice. Then you have to coax me. Well, I will definitely coax you. Hey. Well, is there anything else? Sushik asked with an evil smile. What else? Linidong blinked and asked in confusion. And more. Sushik said, hugging Linidong and putting her on his lap, do you understand? Well, your thoughts are not pure. Linidong said with a red face. As a college student, Linidong had already gained some basic understanding of this aspect, so he immediately knew what Sushik was thinking. It's just a hug, don't think too much about it. Sushik knocked on Linidong's head and said. You're lying. Where did I lie? How do you know I lied? You hit me. Okay, don't think too much about it, it's just a hug. Yeah. Linidong bit his lip and hummed softly. At the beginning, the atmosphere was not right. Sushik's blood was boiling and Linidong blushed shyly. But gradually, as the orange-red sunset covered the sky, some changes took place. Well, Sushik's blood was still boiling, but it slowed down a little, and Linidong was not so shy anymore because he began to get used to it. Chapter 45, Going out to sleep tonight? Downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Did you have fun today? Sushik hugged Linidong and asked with a smile. Of course I'm happy. How could I not be happy when I'm hanging out with my boyfriend? Linidong tilted his head, then put his mouth close to Sushik's ear and whispered. Hey, don't be so perfunctory. Be more specific. It's hard for me to believe you. Sushik raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Ha? Ah? What are you talking about? Linny Dong frowned and looked at Su Shik with a puzzled look. No, it's hard for me to believe your perfunctory words, and then I feel insecure. Can you be more specific? Su Shik pouted and said to Linny Dong pitifully. Well, I went to Liangjiang Normal School with you today, drank milk tea together, walked along the quiet and deserted path together, looked at the moon lake, watched the sunset over the moon lake, and finally watched the stars at night together. We also had dinner together, so of course I was happy. Lin Yido pursed his lips, then said happily. Oh, I feel much more secure when you say that. You should be like this in the future. Keep it up. Su Shik raised the corner of his mouth and said jokingly. Wow, don't imitate me, you look so cute like this, I can't help it. After Linny Dong felt that there was something wrong with Su Shik's tone, he finally couldn't help laughing, and then said with a laugh. Ha, I think it's funny. Also, was I really cute just now? Do you like it? Su Shik shrugged and said with a smile. Yes, you were really cute just now, of course I like it. Linny Dong nodded heavily, then looked at Su Shik with anticipation. So do you like the cute me or the handsome me? Su Shik ignored Linny Dong's expectant look and asked with a smile. I like them all. Which one do you prefer? Ah, but I just like them all. Can you be cute today and handsome tomorrow? Can you take turns? Linny Dong wrinkled his nose, hugged Su Shik's arm, pouted, and asked softly. You are so greedy. Of course not. You just daydream all day long. Su Shik tapped Linny Dong's forehead and said with a smile. Wow, no way? Is it not possible? Linny Dong pursed his lips and asked pitifully. Of course not. If you're happy, I'm afraid I'll become schizophrenic and mentally abnormal. Su Shik rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Well, then, why don't you make another cute expression? Then beg me. Please, please. Call me brother. Brother, my dear brother, please. Hey, I won't do it. Su Shik said smugly, spread out his hands, and laughed. Ah. You are too much, you lied to me. Linny Dong was stunned at first, then slowly widened his eyes, and then screamed, slapping Su Shik with both hands, and said angrily. Su Shik pursed his lips, then suddenly made a cute expression and pouted his lips. Well, it was only for a moment. Okay, I did it. Su Shik said with a smile while blocking Linny Dong's little fist. Ah, I didn't see it clearly. Make another one. Linny Dong said angrily. Su Shik shrugged and did it again without hesitation. How is it? Did you see it clearly? Are you satisfied? Su Shik grabbed Linny Dong's wrist and asked with a smile. Yeah, that's pretty good. Linny Dong nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile. So, this woman's mood is even more unpredictable than the weather in June. It may be sunny or rainy in a blink of an eye. Well, it's getting late now, why don't you go up? Su Shik pursed his lips, gently stroked Linny Dong's talent, and then said with a smile. Well, I don't want to leave you. Linny Dong pouted, then looked at Su Shik pitifully and said. I'm fine. I can definitely play with you again. But you will have military training tomorrow. You should go back to the dormitory early today and sleep well. Otherwise, you may be very tired tomorrow. Su Shik touched Linny Dong's hair and said with a smile. Well, that's the case. Well, I feel like I really should go to bed early today. Linny Dong smacked his lips regretfully, and said regretfully. Well, it's actually getting late today, it's already 7 or 8 o'clock, you should go back, otherwise your roommates will be guessing where you spent the night. Su Shik shrugged and said with a smile. Is that so? They are not as dirty as you think. Linny Dong snorted lightly, then said unhappily. Then, you don't have to go back today. I'll take you to my home in Jinling to stay for one night. Su Shik's eyes lit up and he said with a smile. No, it's impossible, don't even think about it. Linny Dong frowned, then righteously rejected Su Shik's request. It's okay. I won't do anything to you. My house in Jinling is big, with many rooms. We won't sleep in the same room. Su Shik blinked and continued with a smile, half jokingly and half seriously trying to make a plan. No, Su Shik, don't do this. Linny Dong hugged Su Shik's arm and said coquettishly. Believe me, I really won't do anything to you. I just want to show you my residence in Jinling. Let's go, believe me, I will never break my promise. Su Shik touched Linny Dong's nose, then promised with a smile. No, I have military training tomorrow and can't live outside. Besides, we've only been together for a short time, so we can't do that. Lin Yidong pursed his lips, then looked at Su Shik pitifully and said, Yeah, I know. I didn't really want to take you out to live. I was just following your own lead and teasing you. Su Shik shrugged and said with a smile. Actually, Su Shik also had some tentative intentions in it. You are bad. Lin Yidong raised his head and said angrily. Who told you to call me dirty just now? Su Shik said with a chuckle. Humph. That's what I told you, you are very dirty. You boys are all the same, dirty and so smelly. Lin Yidong snorted, then looked at Su Shik angrily and said. Who told you this? Su Shik raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Wu Qiong. Don't listen to her nonsense. She will only instill bad ideas in you. No, I think what she said makes sense. That SA fallacy. I don't want to listen, you bastard. Okay, then go upstairs and rest. Do you dislike me? Do you think I'm annoying? No, how could it be? It's just that it's 9 o'clock now, which is quite late. Bye-bye. Kiss me, you won't forget it, right? Lin Yidong said to Su Shik with a look of disappointment. Kiss you, mua. Hey. Go up. Aha. Chapter 46 Video. Su Shik watched Lin Yidong go upstairs and only turned and left after she disappeared from his sight. This time he did not stay in the dormitory to sleep. He just sat there for a while and then drove out of the school and returned to Jujiantang. It's not that Su Shik didn't unite with his classmates. The truth is, there was always a feeling of decay in the dormitory, which made Su Shik, who was now accustomed to the magnificent villas, very uncomfortable. So, Su Shik left them behind and went away alone, leaving school to enjoy himself. Although he was envied, jealous and despised by these people, Su Shik didn't care at all, because he was more comfortable and happier now. Is it because the villa is not beautiful enough, or is it because the bed is not soft enough? Are you there? Do you have time? Do you want to play games together? Su Shik leaned against the head of the bed and sent a message to the previous anchor Lu Xinning. Su Shik had a complicated attitude towards others. Not only did he want them to help him get points, but he also coveted their bodies. Therefore, Su Shik was much more proactive in his attitude towards her than others. The live broadcast hasn't ended yet. Let's play together later and I'll help you gain points. Lu Xinning replied to Su Shik quickly. Okay, you should have ended the live broadcast before 10 o'clock, right? Su Shik raised his eyebrows and asked while typing with a smile. Yes, it's almost time. The live broadcast will end before 10 o'clock. Lu Xinning still replied within seconds. Okay, then I'll wait for you. You have to take me flying later. Su Shik smiled and said to her expectantly. Well, I will definitely take you flying. Okay, I won't disturb you anymore. Just continue to concentrate on the live broadcast. Su Shik replied with a smile. Then, the QQ chat between the two ended temporarily. Su Shik had nothing to do, so he got up, turned on the computer, and went to watch her live broadcast. TSK, I only have tens of thousands of dollars left, let's get a tiger tooth number 1. Su Shik raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, then he recharged $1,000 and bought a tiger tooth number 1 for Lu Xinning. In fact, even if Su Shik had a lot of money, he would not go for things like treasure maps. After all, for him, the money was not so much that he could not spend it all. Even if he wanted to pick up girls, he would not spend money on them. That also requires one to rely on one's own personal charm, appearance and temperament to attract others. Su Shik believes that this is enough. Thank you brother Su for the nice tiger tooth number 1, thank you. As soon as Lu Xinning saw the tiger tooth number 1, she knew it was made by Su Shik. He thanked her with an unusually bright smile. Cute duck, work hard and kill the duck on the opposite side. Su Shik looked at the atmosphere on the screen, then typed and said with a smile. Okay, I will definitely kill them all. Lu Xinning blinked, then promised with a smile. Then Lu Xinning operated seriously and carried the game like crazy, really killing the opponent. Su Shik also felt very happy watching it. Lu Xinning's operation and awareness are very strong, much stronger than Su Shik, and he is particularly strong. Sure enough, this is a true king. It is indeed possible to bring Su Shik to success. At 10 o'clock, Lu Xinning ended the live broadcast on time and started to gain points with Su Shik. You hit it so hard just now, you have to keep it up later. Su Shik blinked and said with a smile. Of course, my original intention was to help you gain points and take off. Lu Xinning said with a smile, looking confident. Well, don't think I'm a loser. Su Shik nodded and said with a smile. No, because you are all about the same level. You are just a wimp in front of me, but among them, you are a very normal person. Lu Xinning said with a smile. Wow, now that you say that, I feel even more humiliated. Su Shik smiled bitterly and said. No, you can do it. Your operation is not bad, but your awareness is a problem. Under my command, you can also beat the master. Lu Xinning smiled and comforted. Yeah, that's right. As long as you are willing to be my eyes and my brain, I can definitely become a master, so, are you willing? Su Shik asked with a grin. Don't you have one yourself? And you use them as your eyes, are you blind? And you use them as your brain, are you an idiot? Lu Xinning said angrily. Do you have to be so gentle and easygoing? Su Shik pursed his lips and said helplessly. Who told you not to speak human language? If you don't speak human language, I will be gentle and easygoing. Well, it's open. I want to play Yasuo, is that okay? Su Shik smacked his lips and said helplessly. Well, no matter what you play, as long as you don't give up, I'll be the C and will definitely help you win. Lu Xinning said indifferently. Ah, I feel relieved when you say that. I love you, moi. Su Shik said excitedly after getting Lu Xinning's consent. How long has it been? Whenever I play Yasuo, my teammates will criticize me. Now I finally need someone who allows me to play Yasuo. After hearing what Su Shik said, Lu Xinning suddenly felt a little flustered and hummed softly with a hot face. Su Shik didn't seem to notice anything wrong with the opponent. He just started to control Yasuo to go online with great interest, using E to move forward. 11 o'clock at night. After Su Shik and Lu Xinning finished playing a game, Su Shik quit the game after he reached Diamond 2. Lu Xinning, you are so awesome. I will have to rely on you from now on. Su Shik pursed his lips and said with a smile. Bound on me? That's fine, I agree. Lu Xinning said with a smile. Depend on me? Oh, this is a good relationship, then my relationship with him will improve by leaps and bounds, right? Well, can we video chat? Is it convenient? Su Shik suddenly asked. What? Do you want to video chat with me? Lu Xinning was delighted and asked with a smile. Yes, I do. I miss you so much every day I haven't seen you that I can't sleep at night. Su Shik could obviously feel Lu Xinning's affection for him, so he fast-forwarded to the point where she was saying sweet words half jokingly and half seriously. Are you still trying to say that the Iron Horse and the Icy River appeared in my dream, and I am both the Iron Horse and the Icy River? Lu Xinning said this in a bad mood. Ha, that's right. Real? Of course it's true. I never lie. Since it's true, can we start the video? Lu Xinning said hesitantly. Yes, we can have a video call. Su Shik then sent the video invitation. Although Lu Xinning had not agreed directly, she accepted it directly. Chapter 47. Can I protect you? You look so good today. Su Shik looked at Lu Xinning in the video, smacked his lips, and then said sincerely. Lu Xinning on the opposite side was wearing a white long-sleeved shirt, a high ponytail on the back of her head, light makeup on her face, and delicate facial features. Her dress, sitting posture and expression showed that she was completely defenseless, so Su Shik was stunned. In other words, Su Shik has always seen many beauties and had quite a few intimate contacts with them, otherwise he would have definitely made a fool of himself. You look good too. Lu Xinning grinned, then looked at Su Shik with burning eyes and said. Ha ha, a lot of people say I'm good looking. Wow, I feel a little shameless today. Su Shik shrugged and said shamelessly. I'm telling the truth. You are very beautiful. It would be fake if no one said you were beautiful. Lu Xinning covered her mouth and smiled, then said seriously. Oh, you must think I'm shameless and just pretending that what I said is right. Su Shik rolled his eyes and said with a smile. Ha, so you knew it. Lu Xinning finally couldn't help but laughed. Sister Lu, where do you live? Su Shik smacked his lips helplessly, then asked with a smile. Why is this girl so fat? Why is it so funny? Hee hee, but I like it. I told you last time, Shanghai duck, what? It's been such a short time, have you forgotten it? Lu Xining's face changed, and he became a little gloomy, and spoke in a somewhat stiff tone. Hee hee, I remember, this time I asked about my sister's hometown. Su Shik blinked, then explained with a smile. Last time you thought I wasn't a native of Shanghai. Lu Xining touched his chin and asked with a smile. Yes, I thought you were not a native of Shanghai. Su Shik grinned and said with a smile. Okay, I'm a native of Shanghai. Lu Xining shrugged and said with a smile. So your sister lives at home now? Does she live with her parents? Su Shik asked curiously. What's wrong? Why are you asking this? Lu Xining wrinkled his nose and asked in confusion. I'm just curious. Su Shik said. Yes, I live with my parents. It's strange that you ask this, it's like checking your household registration, and it's a real blind date question. Lu Xining pursed her lips, but still couldn't help but said this. Oh, how does this become a blind date question? I just want to know if it's possible for your mother to come in when we're chatting. Su Shik smacked his lips and said with a smile. No, if my parents want to come in, they will knock on the door. Lu Xining said with a smile. That's good. By the way, you just said that this is a blind date question. So, have you ever been on a blind date? Su Shik asked with a smile, as if he had discovered a new world. Well, I've been on a blind date. Lu Xining frowned and said in an obviously bad mood. Well, I think with your conditions, sister, there is no need for you to go on blind dates. Besides, you are not that old. Su Shik seemed to notice that the other party was unhappy, and asked quickly with a concerned tone. Actually, it's not really a blind date. It just introduced me to a nephew of my friend. Lu Xining pouted, then explained with a smile. Well, was the process unhappy? Su Shik asked. Yes, it's so boring. He is a top student who studied abroad. He only knows how to use professional terms that I can't understand. His emotional intelligence is also low, like a giant baby. I feel so tired after staying with him for half a day. Lu Xining sighed and said tiredly. Is that so? Does your mother still want you to go on a blind date? It seems a bit scary. Su Shik smacked his lips and asked. No, I don't want to. Do you think I'm a girl who needs a blind date? I really don't know what my mother thinks. Besides, I'm only 22 years old. What's the point of a blind date now? Lu Xining rolled her eyes and said unhappily. It seemed like this was the first time she had found a boy to whom she could talk about these things, so she was completely defenseless. Su Shik now feels that Lu Xining might be a good candidate. She should be the kind of otaku girl who stays at home every day playing games and watching anime. She doesn't have any complicated thoughts and may even be a little naive. He doesn't look like a 20-something at all. Maybe you want to hold a baby? Su Shik grinned and said with a smile. Hold a baby? If I get married and have a baby now, she won't even retire yet. Lu Xining rolled her eyes and said speechlessly. Ha ha ha, you can apply for internal retirement. Su Shik shrugged and said with a smile. That's really not necessary. Lu Xining smiled and said helplessly. Ha ha ha. Where are you? Lu Xining looked at the background of the room in the video and asked curiously. At my home. Su Shik said with a smile. Aren't you in college? Shouldn't you live in the dormitory? Why are you still living at home? Lu Xining raised his eyebrows and asked with a puzzled look. Because I moved out. Su Shik shrugged and said with a smile. Do you live in Jinling, or do you rent a house outside? Lu Xining smacked her lips and asked curiously. Neither. Su Shik blinked and said with a smile. What is that? I bought a house outside to live in. Su Shik said with a smile. TSK, you are tall, rich and handsome. Looking at your decoration, it should not be cheap, right? Lu Xining said in shock. It's not expensive. Mainly because the housing prices in Jinling are not high. You can definitely afford it. Su Shik said with a smile. Real? Of course it's true. Then I will go to Jinling to buy a house in the future. Lu Xining said with a smile. Why don't you buy it in Shanghai? Why go to Jinling? Jinling is cheaper. It would be great to buy a house for investment or something. Besides, I'm an only child, so this house will be given to me sooner or later. Lu Xingning said with a smile. Wow, a rich woman. Su Shik said in an exaggerated tone. Yes, then do you like rich women? Lu Xingning pursed her lips and asked in a calm tone. Of course I like it. My dream in this life is to find a rich woman to support me. Su Shik said with a laugh. Then, can I support you? Lu Xingning asked with a nervous expression. That depends on how much money you have. Su Shik asked with a smile. Wow, Lu Xingning is not only simple, but also dares to love and hate, and is very reckless. Is this a clear expression of your love? Chapter 48. Sign and plan after this. Well, forget it. I feel like your price is quite high. I can't afford it. Lu Xingning glanced at Su Shik's smiling face and somehow felt a little unhappy in her heart, so she said unhappily. This ended the topic directly. No, I'm very cheap. If the target is you, I can provide you with free service. Su Shik said with a smile. Really? Free service? Lu Xingning blinked and asked with a smile. Really? Su Shik nodded heavily, then said with a smile. Ha, it's still unclear who is taking advantage of whom. You're just wishful thinking. Lu Xingning seemed to think that this was not a good idea, rolled her eyes and said with a smile. Ha? So, you don't want to support me anymore? Su Shik pursed his lips and asked with a disappointed look on his face. I don't accept a relationship of being kept. It doesn't conform to the moral standards of modern society, nor does it conform to my inner bottom line. So, it's impossible. Lu Xingning spread his hands and said with a smile. Okay, although you can't support me, I allow you to pursue me. Su Shik bit his lip regretfully, then said with a smile. The face is thicker than a city wall, and it is complete and utter nonsense. Ah? Shouldn't you be the one chasing me? I don't know how to chase men at all. Lu Xingning exclaimed, then asked in surprise. Then I chase you? You should know how to be chased, right? Su Shik coughed and then said. Yes, I know. I understand this best. If someone pursues me, I will make him give up. Lu Xingning said with a smile on his face. Su Shik. I'm just kidding. What if you want to pursue me? The most I can do is to test you more, and then if you pass my test, I will agree. What do you think? You should have some ideas, right? Lu Xingning blinked at Su Shik and said with a smile. Are there more tests? Su Shik twisted his mouth and said with some regret. What? Can't you stand a little test? Lu Xingning's heart moved and she said unhappily. No, then how do you want to test me? Send good morning and good night messages every day, without missing a single day? Or something else? Su Shik said with some amusement. How could this be possible? I'm not a child anymore. Why would I ask you to do such a childish thing? Lu Xingning curled her lips and said disdainfully. What could that be? We are not in the same city, and it is difficult for us to meet in person. We are just chatting on the internet. What can you say to test me? Su Shik shrugged and said with a smile. The hermit has his own clever plan, right? Lu Xingning said proudly and confidently. What is it? Su Shik looked at Lu Xingning's smug expression and asked curiously. You are in diamond level in League of Legends now, right? As long as you can reach master level by yourself, then I will agree to it. Lu Xingning blinked and said with a smile. Well, if you are sure about this, then I will definitely reach the master level by myself. However, will we still play games together to get points in the future? If so, how will the points be calculated? And Su Shik pursed his lips and asked with a smile. Su Shik's first reaction when he heard this request was that it was ridiculous and too frivolous, but after thinking about it carefully, Su Shik felt that this woman should have been conquered by him. That's why such a ridiculous request was made. Well, this? Forget it, I also think this is not a good idea. Lu Xingning frowned and said. Su Shik covered his mouth and smiled helplessly. This woman, who is already in her 20s, why does she always do whatever she wants? She is a little stupid. Oh, it's better to be a little stupid, so you can be deceived. Let's not talk about tests now. I can't think of any at the moment. Let's talk about it later. Lu Xinning smacked his lips and said with a frown. Okay. Su Shik hummed and said with a smile. Looking at her like this, by the time she figures out what kind of test to give, she might have already been tricked by herself. What time is it? I want to go to bed. Lu Xinning yawned, then blinked and asked. It's 12 o'clock. Since you're sleepy, let's go to bed. Su Shik glanced at the time and said with a smile. Well, good night. Lu Xinning showed a sweet and lovely smile, waved to Su Shik and said. Well, good night, I wish you a good dream. Su Shik also smiled and waved his hand. Yes, I will. You must dream about me. Su Shik said with a laugh. You wish. Ah, okay, let's go to sleep. Staying up late is bad for your health and it makes you age quickly. Su Shik said with a smile. Aha. Then, the video cut off. I have to find some time to go to Shanghai to find her and win her over while she is a little infatuated with love. Otherwise, it might take a lot of effort later. Leaning back in the chair, Su Shik smacked his lips and thought to himself. Well, let's take a day or two during the National Day holiday and go there, and try to win her over in one fell swoop. Su Shik didn't really want to pass her test or anything. Now he has admitted that he is a scumbag. After all, the life of a scumbag is indeed enviable. Go to sleep. After Su Shik made the decision, he got up and went to bed. Lying on the bed, Su Shik couldn't fall asleep for a while, so he started to have wild thoughts. The sign and reward is tied to a specific location, and it also gives things like stock information. If I want to use the sign and reward to start a company and use it to cover up my extra money, then I should sign in at places related to the company. It can also improve your social status and influence, rather than just being an ordinary rich man who lives a life of idleness and waits for death. Well, I'll go find a big company headquarters to sign in tomorrow. And we should sign in at internet companies. The market value of internet companies is growing very fast now. As Su Shik thought about it, he gradually fell into sleep. Please recommend and collect, everyone. Chapter 49, Deng Ku. Hi. Lao Deng. On the school playground, Su Shik was wearing a black and white plaid shirt and a pair of white cropped trousers. Without looking at his face, just looking at his figure in this outfit would make many girls drool. Who says plaid shirts are exclusive to science and engineering men? In fact, as long as they are worn well, they can actually enhance the temperament of handsome men. Why are you here? What are you doing here? The boy opposite looked at Su Shik and asked with a smile. Guess? Su Shik raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Are you here to look for a pretty junior? Hey, you've already got the seniors and girls from the same class crazy about you, so please don't come and flirt with the juniors anymore. We bachelors are relying on flirting with the juniors. The boy opposite smacked his lips, then looked at Su Shik and said in confusion. No, I'm here to see my girlfriend. Su Shik waved his hand and said with a smile. Ha? Your girlfriend? Here? Your girlfriend is a junior? Deng Ku asked with eyes wide open, looking shocked. Yes, a freshman. Su Shik shrugged and said calmly. So fast? No way? You have tricked your schoolgirl into getting your hands on her? It's only been a few days? Deng Ku rubbed his forehead and said in shock. How can you talk like that? How can you be lying? This is a mutual love relationship, okay? Also, as a student union cadre, it's really not nice for you to say such things, okay? Su Shik rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Oh, okay, you two are in love with each other, so what? Do you want me to take you to find your girlfriend? Deng Ku nodded indifferently, then asked with a smile. This person was a cadre of the school student union. He was in the same class as Su Shik, but in a different major. He had a good personality and was to Su Shik's liking, so the two knew each other very well. Okay, take me there. Su Shik smiled and said. Well, come with me. By the way, what's your girlfriend's major and which class is she from? Deng Ku smiled and asked. Finance major, class 1. By the way, do you know whether all of them will go to the military district for military training or some of them will stay in school for training? Su Shik raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. I heard that some went to the military area, and there seemed to be only one college left in the school, the major of bioengineering. Deng Ku glanced at Su Shik, then said with a smile. So, my girlfriend is going to the military area? Su Shik raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. Yeah. What? You can't show off your affection and feed them dog food anymore, right? Denko blinked, then said with a gloating look on his face. If this love is long-lasting, why would it matter if we are together day and night? There is no way now, but there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. As long as you have a girlfriend, there will always be opportunities. Sushik waved his hand and said with a smile. Ah, this? Ah, this. What you said, ahem, if I hadn't seen other people here, I would have slapped you on the spot. Denko was stunned for a moment, then said jokingly. Ah, okay, take me there. After I find my girlfriend, you won't have to be mad at me anymore. Sushik laughed and said proudly. Let's go. Denko sighed and said helplessly, then took Sushik forward. Where is the finance class? Denko stopped a girl from the student union and asked with a smile. Over there, what's going on? Why is the minister asking me this? The other party glanced at Sushik, then looked at Denko with curiosity and gossip. Take him over to find someone. Denko tilted his shoulder, gestured to Sushik, and said with a smile. Who is handsome Su going to see? A man or a woman? Don't just listen to gossip all day long. I tell you, just work hard. What other people do has nothing to do with you. Why are you asking so many questions? Denko waved his hand and said with a smile. I just want to know. Our handsome Su is single and has a freshman, so I want to know if handsome Su is no longer single. Okay, I won't say any more. The other person said with a smile, then turned around and left with a smile, busying himself with other things. I shouldn't know her, right? Also, why do I feel like everyone knows me? Sushik smacked his lips and asked with some confusion. Wow, you don't know her, but she knows you. Also, there must be a lot of people who know you. After all, you are a handsome guy. There are so many photos of you on the forum, and the girls in our school more or less know you. Denko shrugged and said with a smile. That's right. With my charm that can't be displayed anywhere, how could the girls in our school not recognize me? Sushik nodded in agreement, then said with a smile. Go away, stop being so conceited here, okay? Do you need to open a dyeing room just to get some color? You're just okay. Denko rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Ha, you are envious and jealous, but it's a pity that I am born handsome, you can't envy me. Sushik touched his face and said proudly. Stop. We're here. Your girlfriend is here. This is class 1. Go find her yourself. Denko quickly interrupted Sushik and pointed to a class formation not far away, saying unhappily. Oh, thank you. I'll treat you to dinner next time. Sushik put his arm around Denko's shoulder, patted him gently, and said with a smile. Then I have to wait for your meal. Denko pried off Sushik's hand on him and said with a smile. Okay, then I'll go over. Sushik nodded and said calmly. Well, go ahead. I have other things to do as well. Denko nodded and said with a smile. After Denko left, Sushik began to look for Linidong in the crowd. Well, Linidong's temperament, appearance, and height are unique in their class, so in the eyes of those who are interested, he is truly outstanding and stands out from the crowd. Sushik found her at a glance, and then walked over with a smile. Seeing Sushik walking towards them, there was a little commotion in Linidong's class. A group of girls looked at Sushik and started whispering to each other. Who is this? So handsome, why is he walking towards us? It should be the senior. TSK, I wonder if he has a girlfriend? Of course he has one. How could such a handsome guy not have a girlfriend? I saw him at the beginning of the school year. He is not only handsome, but also has a good temper. At the same time, Linidong and others also noticed Sushik. Linidong looked at Sushik with a sweet smile on her face. Chapter 50. Take care of yourself. Soon, Sushik walked up to Linidong and looked at her with a smile on his face. Why are you here? Linidong looked at Sushik with joy and asked. What? Are you unhappy? Then I'll leave. Sushik raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. No, happy, and you dare to leave? Linidong narrowed her beautiful eyes and said viciously. I dare not. Sushik shrugged his shoulders with an arrogant expression, but spoke cowardly words. He. Linidong smiled complacently and happily. Are you queuing up to get your military training uniforms? Sushik asked with a smile, looking at the bustling crowd. Yes, what? Have you never received a military training uniform before? Linny Dong rolled his eyes and asked unhappily. Yes, I have never received it. Sushik nodded and said seriously. Really? Then don't you wear military training uniforms during military training? Linny Dong blinked and asked with some disbelief and curiosity. I asked our assistant to get it for me. Sushik said with a smile. Ah? Is it still possible? Are your assistants so good? Linny Dong widened his eyes and asked in disbelief. Ha ha ha, it's okay. Logically speaking, this should not be allowed. The main reason is that my assistant at the time was a girl. Sushik shrugged and said with a smile. What do you mean? Linny Dong narrowed his eyes and asked with some confusion. What I mean is, because I'm handsome enough, my assistant will automatically help me. Sushik waved his hand and said with a smile. You're being shameless again. Linny Dong rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Hee, let's go talk somewhere else. There are too many people here, it's not good. Sushik looked at the crowd around him and said with a smile. Then you have to tell our assistant class, otherwise I wouldn't dare to run around on my own initiative. Linny Dong pursed his lips and said seriously. Okay, I'll go talk to him. Sushik nodded and agreed without hesitation. Go ahead. Linny Dong nodded and said with a smile. Together? Sushik asked with a smile. Okay. Linny Dong nodded, and then followed Sushik's steps. Hello, classmate. Sushik walked up to Linny Dong and the other assistants and greeted them with a smile. Hello. Well, he is a boy, wearing glasses, gentle and refined, with good-looking features, and he is a handsome guy. And he is obviously a sensible and excellent college student with good academic performance. He is the type who is addicted to studying. Classmate, I need your permission to do something. This is my girlfriend. Can I go to a shady place to chat with her? And then come together when I get my military training uniform? Sushik said with a smile, holding Linny Dong's hand. Okay, but don't run around. He glanced at Sushik and seemed to realize that he was a classmate. He didn't have any thoughts of making things difficult, so he nodded and agreed. Thank you, brother. Sushik said with a smile. You're welcome. It's not a big deal. Well, I'll take her away then. Soon, Sushik took Linny Dong to the shade of a tree not far away. Smack, it's still cool in the shade. It's quite hot outside. Linny Dong smacked his lips and said with emotion. How about it? I'm nice to you. If I hadn't come to save you and me, you would still be outside in the sun. Sushik smiled and then showed an expression of doing a favor. Well, you are the best. Linny Dong did not argue with Sushik, but said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Sushik smiled with satisfaction. After laughing for a while, Sushik talked about what he had just learned. By the way, do you know where you are doing military training? Okay, I understand. We are going to the military area for military training. Linny Dong frowned and said with some regret. Well, then, I can't bring you anything to eat. Sushik smacked his lips and said with some regret. Well, you can't bring me food. Wow, how could this happen? Linny Dong's mouth pursed, and then he said pitifully. Suck. Sushik smacked his lips, then gently embraced Linny Dong and comforted him in a gentle tone. Don't be sad. I can't send you food, but I can prepare some for you. Just take it over and eat it. I don't just want to eat. I'm just afraid that the military training is too tiring and I want to talk to you. You don't understand me, and I'm dying of loneliness. Linny Dong turned his head to look at Sushik, pouting and said angrily. How could that be? I will call you every night, and you will never be lonely. Sushik touched Linny Dong's hair and said with a smile. Well, I have a roommate. Linny Dong also nodded and said with a smile. Well, what kind of snacks do you like to eat? Sushik nodded and asked with a smile. I like to eat cookies, candies, and potato chips. Linny Dong pouted and thought for a while, then said with a smile. Okay, I'll buy them for you later and bring them all over for you to eat. Sushik said with a smile. Aha, well, let me go. Linny Dong glanced at the crowd in the distance, then said shyly. What? Are you shy? Sushik let go of Linny Dong and asked with a smile. A little bit. There are too many people here now. Linny Dong wrinkled his nose and explained. Yeah, that's normal. Let's not talk about this. You also had military training in the military area before, right? Su Shik waved his hand and changed the subject in a very firm manner. Yes. Su Shik didn't care and answered happily. How's the food? Linny Dong asked Su Shik expectantly. The food is okay, right? You didn't ask me about the intensity of the training, but asked me about the food? That's a bit outrageous. You are indeed a foodie. Su Shik raised his eyebrows and said jokingly. Well, that's not the case. I just feel that military training is undoubtedly very tiring. I don't expect anything anymore. I can only hope that the food will be better. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on. Linny Dong blinked, then argued seriously. Yeah, what you said makes sense. I can't even refute it. Su Shik nodded and said seriously. Wow, that's it. Okay, I won't laugh at you anymore. Su Shik touched Linny Dong's forehead and said with a smile, be careful when you go to military training alone. If you are too tired, tell the instructor and don't force yourself. Yes, I will. Linny Dong smiled happily and nodded heavily. Well, you guys in the dormitory need to help each other. After all, you are all unfamiliar with the place. Aha! I have to make a phone call every day to let everyone know I'm safe. Aha! Chapter 51, I want tea puaher, right? You must take good care of yourself. If you have any problems, you can call me and I will definitely help you solve it. Su Shik touched Linny Dong's head and said with a smile. Well, actually, Su Shik really couldn't solve many problems, but Su Shik still had to say this. Because, at this time, girls won't care how outrageous what you say is, nor will they try to find out whether you can do it, but you must show your love and determination to her. Just make her feel truly that you like her, that's all. Yeah, I'll tell you if I have anything. Linny Dong nodded, then looked at Su Shik with a happy smile and said in a sweet tone. Aha! Yeah. Su Shik nodded with a smile and said softly. Okay, I'm going to go get my military training uniform. Linny Dong nodded, then looked not far away and said with a smile. So fast? Su Shik raised his eyebrows and said with some regret. Well, yes. Linny Dong pursed his lips, looked at Su Shik reluctantly, and then muttered. Smack, I'll accompany you later. Su Shik smacked his lips and said with a smile. Forget it, forget it. Just do your own thing. It's not convenient for us to go together. Linny Dong pouted. Although he looked reluctant, he still said seriously. Why is it inconvenient? You report your own size when you get the military training uniform, and you don't have to try on the clothes on the spot. Su Shik raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. No, there are so many people here, and it's not very convenient for you to stay with me all the time. Linny Dong frowned and said a little embarrassedly. Are you shy, or do you feel unhappy that I came here? Or do you not want them to know that you already have a boyfriend? Su Shik asked with amusement. No, that's not what I meant. I'm just shy. There are so many people here, and they are all looking at us, so I feel a little embarrassed. Linny Dong widened his eyes and explained with a serious expression. I know, I was just joking. Su Shik waved his hands and said with a smile. Humph. You're going too far. Linny Dong snorted angrily, then slapped Su Shik a few times unhappily and said unhappily. I'm sorry. I just saw that you were unhappy, so I wanted to tease you. Su Shik grabbed Linny Dong's hand, then put his face close to it and said with a smile. Are you kidding me? You are obviously trying to scare me. Humph. Linny Dong's eyes flashed, and then he said very unhappily. I'm sorry, baby, I was wrong, my little baby, I was really wrong. When Su Shik saw the situation, he quickly started to coax her seriously. Do you really know you are wrong? Linny Dong curled his lips and asked while staring at Su Shik. It's true, really. Su Shik said seriously, almost swearing to the sky. Okay, I'll forgive you for now, but don't scare me like this in the future, otherwise I'll get very panicked. Linny Dong pouted and said seriously. Yeah, I will never do this again. I really didn't think too much just now. I just had a brainstorm. Su Shik smacked his lips and apologized seriously. Indeed, Sushik now thinks that he did have some problems just now, and that it was really a bit too much. If you say something like this, the girl will definitely be panicked and scared. Yeah, I forgive you. By the way, am I really your baby? Linny Dong pursed his lips and asked with a smile. Of course it's true, you must be my baby. Sushik nodded and said with certainty. Why did you suddenly call me baby just now? Did you suddenly think of it? Linny Dong raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. I just feel that you are indeed my baby, so I said it. Sushik smiled and said. Oh, so this is not a habit left to you by your ex-girlfriend? Linny Dong blinked and said with a smile. How is that possible? Even if it is a habit, it can't be this kind of habit? Moreover, what kind of habit is this? Sushik raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. That's right. Whenever your girlfriend gets angry, you will call her baby and then try to coax her. Many boys are like this. Linny Dong said with a smile. No, I don't have this habit. If you like, I will always call you baby in the future. Sushik patted his chest and promised seriously. So, am I your real baby? Or are you just saying that to coax me? Linny Dong wrinkled his nose, then looked at Sushik seriously and asked. No, you are really a baby. Sushik frowned, feeling a little unhappy. Although it was my fault before, I have admitted it with a proper attitude. Moreover, you just said that you would forgive me, but now you are interrogating me about other things. No matter who it is, no one will be happy. Then why didn't you shout like that before? Did you only shout like that this time? Linny Dong asked with a cold face. I was just afraid that you might not like me calling you that, so I never called you that before. It just happened to be a coincidence today. Sushik pursed his lips and said with a somewhat stiff expression. Yeah. Linny Dong nodded, then looked at Sushik calmly and said Do you believe me? Sushik pursed his lips and asked seriously. Well, I believe you. It's okay. I'm just asking. Linny Dong smiled and said. Well, I really like you. Sushik nodded and said, then smiled, don't think too much. Yeah, I won't think too much about it. Linny Dong nodded with a smile. Well, you are going to get your military training uniform, right? Your assistants will come to find you, so go quickly. Sushik nodded and said with a smile. Well, then I'll be leaving. Linny Dong's expression changed a little, but he still nodded and agreed. She finally realized that Sushik might be unhappy. Take good care of yourself. If you have any problems, call me. It's best to call me once a day. Even if you are not angry, you can tell me about your daily military training. Sushik said with a smile. I definitely will. Upon hearing this, Linny Dong smiled from the bottom of his heart and nodded in agreement. Looking at Linny Dong's back, Sushik suddenly thought, could it be that Linny Dong was being pooed by him just now? Chapter 52 The Decadent Life of College Students. After thinking about it carefully, Sushik felt that he had indeed been a bit pooed before. First, he showed his unhappiness obviously, so that Lin Yido could sense it and feel a little panicked, and then he expressed that he was not actually very angry. In other words, what he just expressed was that although he was angry, he forced himself to suppress it and did not explode, making her feel that he really liked her. Wow, I didn't expect that I am so awesome that I can do such a thing unintentionally. After thinking about it, Sushik shrugged his shoulders and muttered to himself with some amusement. That's right, Sushik didn't mean to do that before, he didn't intend to pull Linny Dong or anything, it was completely an accident. Tisk, as expected, I am a genius, I learned everything by myself. That's not right. Why does my talent feel like it's for being a scumbag? Am I born to be a scumbag? No way. What the hell is this? Sushik blinked, reacted, and thought speechlessly. Other protagonists are either born with great wisdom and the ability to plan and strategize, or they are geniuses with invincible talents. What do I have? Just the same cheeks and handsomeness as the readers, the money that I will definitely spend in the future, and the talent of talking nonsense and telling lies. Isn't this the top configuration of a scumbag who has multiple relationships at the same time? Hey, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with being a scumbag. At least I can get to know a lot of different pretty ladies and feel the difference between them. Shaking his head, Sushik left with a smile. As for the unpleasantness caused by Linny Dong's constant questioning, it has completely disappeared. After all, after he had unknowingly put his hand to Linny Dawn should firmly believe that Su Shik loved her very much, and then she would definitely not easily embarrass Su Shik. She would become more cautious than before, because she liked Su Shik, and she thought she knew the weight of her feelings for Su Shik, so she would not be willing to give up. Moreover, she would now trust Su Shik almost unconditionally. Wow, why are you back so soon? Why don't you chat with your boyfriend for a while? Wu Qiong teased with a smile when she saw Linny Dawn coming back. The way you say it makes it seem as if you don't know Su Shik. Linny Dawn curled his lips and said with a smile. What's wrong with me knowing her? Also, please don't change the subject. Our beautiful Linny Dawn. Wu Qiong shrugged and continued to tease with a smile. Because it's almost our turn to get our military training uniforms, so I came here. Why are you asking such a simple question? I seriously doubt how you got into our university. Linny Dawn rolled his eyes and retorted with a smile. Linny Dawn, you are so stubborn. How come I haven't noticed it before? Wu Qiong blinked, a little dazed, and said curiously. Hee, who told you to say that about me? Linny Dawn pursed his lips and said. She immediately realized that it might be because her emotions fluctuated so much when she was chatting with Su Shik just now, so she now responded in a somewhat angry manner. Okay, I won't talk about this anymore. Su Shik came to look for you just now, and almost all the boys around here were hurt. Wu Qiong seemed a little afraid that Linny Dawn was really angry, so she quickly changed the subject. What the hell? How could they be injured so badly? Linny Dawn was a little unresponsive and asked in confusion. Because you have a boyfriend, they don't have a chance. Zhang Jiajia also came over and said with a smile. Hee, it sounds like if Idong is single, they will have a chance. But for someone like our Idong, most people are not worthy of her, right? Li next to her also said with a smile. Ahem, that's enough, we need to get our clothes now, let's not talk about this anymore. Linny Dawn heard them talking more and more exaggeratedly, so he interrupted them quickly. Otherwise, in a minute, they would say that I should live alone for the rest of my life and never find a man. Not even Su Shik is worthy. Isn't it our turn yet? Let's chat. You've been standing in the sun for so long, how come you're still so energetic? Is this normal? Linny Dawn rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. Isn't this because of you? We have something to gossip about, and we are all in high spirits all of a sudden. Wu Qiong said with a smile. Is that so? Linny Dawn blinked and said with amusement. Yes. On the other side, after Su Shik separated from Linny Dawn here, he went to the dormitory. There was a class I was supposed to attend before, but Su Shik didn't go because he came to see Linny Dawn. Now the get out of class is almost over, so there is no need to go. So, going to the dormitory now is the best choice. When he arrived at the dormitory, Su Shik was the only one there in such a large space. Everyone else had gone to class and no one had skipped. So, they really started to study hard? They weren't like this before. Sitting on the chair, Su Shik stroked his chin and thought to himself. That's not bad. It's a good thing that they can really study hard. After sitting down and resting for a while, Su Shik took out his mobile phone and started reading a novel. There are not many good books in this era, and the authors at that time updated very slowly, so Su Shik could only catch up bit by bit. It made him suffer a lot, but he still enjoyed it. Oh, the update is so slow. How come it takes so long to update only a few words? Now I don't know what to do. Su Shik smacked his lips and said helplessly. Forget it, let's play games. Su Shik thought for a while, then turned on the computer and started playing games. This marked the beginning of a decadent life for contemporary college students. Chapter 53. Your girlfriend finally left. Ha? Are you back? Su Shik heard the noise outside the door, raised his head, took a look, and saw that they were indeed coming in, so he asked with a calm expression. Did you send your girlfriend away? Yu Hongtao raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. How do you talk like that? What do you mean I sent my girlfriend away? Su Shik rolled his eyes and said unhappily. That's right, how do you talk like that? What do you mean by send away? You really don't know how to talk. Li Leshan rolled his eyes speechlessly. Ahem, I spoke too fast. I'm sorry. What I meant was that your girlfriend went to military training. Yu Hongtao smacked his lips and apologized. It's okay, I just want to say that there's something wrong with what you said just now. Su Shik waved his hands, generously indicating that he was not angry and that it was nothing. In fact, it was not a big deal. Su Shik knew that Yu Hongtao must have just said something wrong and did not do it on purpose, but it still made him uncomfortable. However, he was only a little unhappy, so as soon as he apologized, Su Shik forgave him directly. Not yet. She has received her military training uniform and will leave in the afternoon. Su Shik shrugged and said with a smile. She's finally gone. Li Lesan sighed, then said with a smile. What the hell? Su Shik widened his eyes, looked at Li Lesan, and asked in confusion. Don't you understand yet? He said that because he wants to have you all to himself. Ding Dake smiled weirdly and said with strange eyes. Huh? Really? No way? Old Li, don't think too much. Su Shik's body turned cold, he pursed his lips, looked scared, and said in an exaggerated manner. You're talking nonsense. I just think that after your girlfriend left, you should be able to spend more time in the dormitory. In this way, you can help me improve my scores. Li Lesan felt the looks of these people and couldn't stand it anymore, so he quickly explained in a serious manner. Really? Is it really that simple? Ding Dake raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. Of course it's true. Li Lesan spread his hands and said very seriously. This kind of thing really needs to be thrown aside quickly, otherwise these people will always remember it and will definitely talk about it to him every day. Oh, why don't I believe it? Yu Hongtao curled his lips and said with a teasing smile. Ahem, so, we must remember that boys should also take care to protect themselves when we go out. Ding Dake nodded and said seriously. Haha, let's not talk about this anymore. If you keep talking about this, Li Lesan will stab you too tonight. Su Shik glanced at Li Lesan and found that his face was flushed and he looked indignant, so he quickly tried to smooth things over. Well, I won't say anymore. Yu Hongtao didn't continue teasing Li Lesan. Maybe he was scared? Brothers, there are no classes tonight. So, do you have any plans? Su Shik looked at a few people and asked with a smile. What? Do you have any plans? Li Lesan's face still had some of the abnormal blush from before. He actively changed the subject and asked with a smile. Yes, do you have any plans? If you do, then I have time. If you don't have any plans, then I have time. Ding Dake said with a smile. Yes, I feel the same way. As long as you have the arrangements, everything will be okay. Yu Hongtao nodded and said with a smile. Let's go out and play together tonight. I haven't had a good time with everyone since I became single. What do you think? Do you want to go? Su Shik blinked and said with a smile. Sure. There's nothing to do at night anyway, and it's boring to stay in the dormitory every day. It's necessary to go out and have some fun. Li Lesan nodded and agreed immediately. Indeed, if you stay in the dormitory all day and don't go out, you will stink like a corpse. Yu Hongtao nodded and said in agreement. It's not that cruel, right? I don't think it's that smelly. Ding Dake pursed his lips and said with different opinions. It's not much different. What? Don't you want to go out and play? Yu Hongtao shrugged and said indifferently. No, Lao Su asked us to go out and play, so how could I not want to go out? So, where are we going to play tonight? Ding Dake moved his lips and asked curiously. Well, I think I can take you out for a meal first, and then go for a massage together? How about it? Is this okay? Su Shik raised his eyebrows, thought about it secretly, and then asked with a smile. Massage? Li Lesan's eyes changed, and he looked at Su Shik with something wrong and asked. Yes, what? Do you think it's not good? Su Shik raised his eyebrows and said calmly. No, I just felt, I didn't react quickly just now. I think it's very good. You can ask other people, they will definitely think it's very good too. Li Lesan said with a smile after coughing. Yes, I think it's very good too. Yu Hongtao rolled his eyes and said seriously. Yes, I think so too. Ding Dake nodded and said with a very serious expression. Let me tell you, the place I'm taking you to is very formal. There's absolutely no messy things there. Don't have any wild thoughts. Su Shik curled the corners of his mouth and said with a smile. Really? Is it really formal? Li Lesan blinked and asked with some disappointment. It must be a formal one. Let me tell you, formal ones are better and nothing will go wrong. If you go to an informal place, be careful of getting caught, and then you will become famous throughout the school. Su Shik smacked his lips and said seriously. He felt that this was indeed very dangerous. He shouldn't always think that with so many people around, he would definitely not be caught. However, there was something called Murphy's Law in the world. If you think like this, you will be caught. Don't ask the author how he knew it. Anyway, that's how it is. Who do you think we are? We don't have such an idea. Yu Hongtao lied seriously and in a high-sounding manner. Well, actually, there are opportunities in the formal way. As long as the other person is willing to go out with you, it doesn't matter. Besides, if it doesn't cost money, it doesn't count as piao. Su Shik glanced at Yu Hongtao, ignored his words, and then said seriously. Ha? Is that so? Ding Dake's eyes lit up and he asked curiously. He is very confident in himself and believes that he can definitely do it. Yes, that's right. Su Shik nodded. Chapter 54. I just keep my promise. After hearing what Su Shik said, Li Leshan and Yu Hongtao both looked thoughtful, wondering whether they could have sex with her tonight. Do you want to play games? Su Shik quickly interrupted these people's thoughts and said with a smile. They cannot be allowed to think about this kind of thing for too long, otherwise, if they continue to daydream, who knows if something bad will happen to them. Let's play together? Li Leshan asked with a smile. Well, of course we play together. Su Shik nodded and said with a smile. Together. Wait a minute, I'm going to buy some things now and send them to my girlfriend. We can get points together when I come back. Su Shik suddenly thought of something and quickly waved his hand and said. Okay, go quickly, your girlfriend is still very important. Li Leshan said with a smile. Yeah. Su Shik nodded, then got up and went out. He ran to the store and bought a bunch of snacks that Linidong liked, and then went to Linidong's dormitory. You should be in the dormitory after picking up your military training uniform, right? Su Shik asked while walking and typing on the road. Yeah, what's the matter? I brought you some snacks. Please come down later. Su Shik typed. Wow, you are so nice. Linidong was very happy, his joy was beyond words. What's wrong? I said before that I would buy you snacks. Now I'm just fulfilling my promise. That's different. Many people don't remember what promises they made. Linidong typed a reply with a smile. She was really happy. In fact, she had forgotten that so many things had happened this morning. This incident was simply lost in the aftermath of other things. But she didn't expect that she had forgotten, but Su Shik still remembered. This surprise and contrast was really exciting. I'm not that kind of person. Yeah, I know. Okay, I'm at the bottom of your dormitory building, please come down quickly. Su Shik said this when he was not far from Linidong's dormitory building. Yeah, I'll be right down. Wait for you. Just a moment after Su Shik arrived downstairs of the dormitory, Linidong came down. Here, I bought this for you. I hope you like it. Su Shik smiled and handed a large bag of snacks in his hand to Linidong, speaking in a gentle tone. Well, I like duck very much. Linidong took the bag handed over by Su Shik and said with a smile. Don't you want to see what's in there? Su Shik pointed at the bag and said with a smile. Yeah, let me see. Wow, these are all my favorite snacks. Linidong opened the plastic bag, took a look, and said happily. Of course, I remember everything you said before clearly. Su Shik shrugged, showing an expression as if he was going to praise me, and then said. Wow, you're so nice. Linidong said with a smile, then hugged Su Shik and kissed him hard. It's okay. Su Shik waved his hand with satisfaction. You bought so much, I'm afraid I can't finish it. Linidong held the things and smiled foolishly at Su Shik. If you can't finish it, you can share it with your roommates. Su Shik said with a smile. No way, these are the snacks you bought for me. They are your love for me. I don't want to share your love with other women. Linidong pouted and said seriously. Hearing this, Su Shik's heart skipped a beat. Why did it feel like something was wrong with what she said? Oh, maybe this is what it means to be a guilty conscience. Well, when are you leaving? Su Shik touched his eyebrows and asked with concern. Feeling a little strange, Su Shik decisively used the method of changing the subject. Well, it's almost time. We'll gather in half an hour and then set off directly. Linidong pouted and said to Su Shik with some reluctance. So fast? Su Shik raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Yes, that's right. Linidong nodded heavily and said. So, are you all ready? Not yet. Well, there's not much time left. You should go and prepare to pack up. Su Shik frowned and said. Okay, then I'll go upstairs first. Linidong held the snacks and looked up at Su Shik with a smile. Well, go ahead. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Linidong did not look back every few steps like some girls did. She took one step forward and 2 steps back. After she left, she quickly disappeared from Su Shik's sight. After doing all this, Su Shik returned to his dormitory and played games together. Only Yu Hongtao played the ranked game alone because his rank was too low. Hurry up, he didn't flash. Help me, Lucian is too strong. Soon, an afternoon passed. Linidong was taken to the military area on the bus arranged by the school, while Su Shik spent the entire afternoon playing games carefree. Tisk, Lao Su, what's wrong with you? I feel like you're much stronger today than before. It can't be my illusion, right? Li Lesan said with a smile, leaning on a large gaming chair. Does this require a feeling? Just look at my battle record and the number of kills, and you'll know how strong I am at a glance, right? Su Shik curled his lips and said arrogantly. So, what happened in the past few days? How come you suddenly became so much stronger? Li Lesan nodded and asked curiously. Not a lot happened. You can ask me to help you rank up, or you can ask someone else. I have played many games with a king, and I feel that my awareness has become much stronger. Su Shik waved his hand and said with a smile. I often play games with you, but I don't see any improvement in my awareness and operation skills? Li Lesan frowned and asked in confusion. It depends on the individual. If you don't have enough comprehension and your hand speed is not fast enough, of course there will be no progress. Su Shik shrugged and said with a teasing smile. Sure enough, as long as you have the ability and ideas, anything can be used to show off. 2. You are so arrogant. I will definitely make progress. Li Lesan raised his eyebrows and said unconvinced. Yeah, you're right. It's time for dinner now. We should go out to eat now. Su Shik nodded with a smile and said. Well, it's time to eat. I'm hungry. Yu Hongtao said in agreement. Then let's go. Ding Dake agreed. Let's go. Su Shik glanced at Li Lesan and saw that he agreed. Then he stood up and went out first, and the others followed. Chapter 55. If you give me pocket money, it's okay for me to call you Dad. This time Su Shik drove them along again, but everyone's attitude was different from before. The first time they were curious, they kept looking around, but the second time they felt it was a bit crowded. Yes, that's right, this is what boys are like. They call others sweetie at first, and then call others Mrs. Nyo. TSK, this sports car is still too crowded and not very comfortable with so many people sitting in it. Li Lesan smacked his lips and then said. That's right. This sports car is not comfortable. If you want to be comfortable, you have to buy another car. Su Shik shrugged and said calmly. That's right, sports cars are cool and have good performance. Ding Dake nodded and agreed. Is that so? Then I still like sports cars. Although they may not be comfortable enough, they are handsome. Li Lesan licked his lips and said with a smile. That's right, he's handsome, and he can also attract girls. For guys of our age, he's simply perfect. Yu Hongtao said this even though he felt the most crowded because of his oversized body. Picking up girls, this is too outrageous. You only think about picking up girls? Li Lesan rolled his eyes and asked with a teasing smile. If you have it, why don't you use it to pick up girls? Yu Hongtao curled his lips and asked Li Lesan. Use. That's it, you still have the nerve to laugh at me? Yu Hongtao spread his hands and said with a smile. I don't have one. Su Shik, who was driving, interrupted. That's because you have good conditions in all aspects. We are different. Li Lesan waved his hand and said with a smile. Yes, what you said makes sense. After listening to this, Su Shik was very satisfied and said with a smile on his face. Tisk, next time I'll definitely borrow your car for a drive, otherwise I'll be so jealous. Li Lesan blinked and said. Of course you can. I'll let you drive it next time I have the chance. When the car is idle, I'll let you drive it. Su Shik agreed without hesitation. Well, then I'll wait for you to lend me the car. Li Leshan's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, his face full of anticipation. I'll let you drive this car for a spin next time. I may buy a more comfortable car in the future, so it should be quite fast. Su Shik said with a smile. You still want to buy a car? Li Lesan grasped the point and asked in disbelief. Yes, that's right. I plan to buy another car. Otherwise, it won't be very comfortable to drive around in a sports car. Su Shik explained with a smile. Smack, rich man, Lao Su is really a rich man now. Li Lesan smacked his lips and said with emotion. Indeed, old Su is different now. He is really rich now. I am so envious of him. Ding Dake also echoed. Stop talking. I'll be embarrassed if you keep talking. Su Shik quickly interrupted the repeaters and said with a smile, also, there's no need to be too envious, jealous, and hateful. We've said before that if we become rich and powerful, we will never forget each other. I will never forget you in the future. Old Su, 2 words, loyalty. After listening to this, Li Leshan's face straightened, he gave Su Shik a thumbs up and said seriously. Loyalty is as great as the sky. Awesome. Well, that's as it should be. It's normal for a father to take care of his son. Su Shik said with a smile. Wow, Lao Su, you have a really powerful mouth. Li Lesan pursed his lips and said speechlessly. Ha ha ha, thank you for the compliment, thank you for the compliment. Su Shik laughed. Are you really my father? Ding Dake rolled his eyes and asked with a smile. Really? Su Shik felt something was wrong when he heard this, but he still couldn't back down. Actually, if you are willing to give me living expenses and pocket money, you can also be my father. Ding Dake shrugged and said with a smile. Really? How much money can you get for living expenses and pocket money? Having several sons, that can't be measured by money. Su Shik was stunned at first, then he reacted and said seriously. Really? Ding Dake's eyes lit up, and he seemed very excited, and asked very seriously. Of course it's fake. Su Shik pursed his lips and finally said helplessly. He had no interest in finding a son who was the same age as himself and who was ugly and looked nothing like himself. Fuck, you two are both ruthless people. Yu Hongtao watched the conversation between the two people in amazement throughout the whole process, and now said with a shocked look on his face. I'm not cruel enough. Su Shik pursed his lips and said speechlessly. Indeed, Lao Ding is the most ruthless one. Li Lesan nodded and said with a smile. That's right, old Ding, are you really planning to be old Su's son? Yu Hongtao nodded and asked Ding Dake with a smile. A face full of ridicule. Isn't this normal? What's wrong with having a godfather? As long as you give me money, then it's a piece of cake. Ding Dake spread his hands and said indifferently. TSK, now that I hear you say that, I think it makes sense? Li Lesan raised his eyebrows and said seriously. I think it makes sense too. Yu Hongtao pinched his chin and thought about it, then said with emotion. Makes sense? Maybe there's something wrong with you guys' brains? Su Shik sighed and said speechlessly. Just kidding. Li Lesan said with a laugh. I also think it should be a joke. Of course, if there really is an old gentleman who likes me and I like him too, and he is willing to adopt me as his godson, then I will not refuse. Li Lesan suddenly changed the subject and said with a smile. What do you mean you like him too? It's obvious that he is very rich, right? Yu Hongtao rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. The one who knows me best is Yu Hongtao. Li Lesan said with a smile. Okay, stop talking. I'm driving. Don't disturb me. I'm distracted and something might happen. Su Shik quickly interrupted their conversation and said with a serious face. This was not a joke. Su Shik was really afraid that when he listened to their conversation, he would hear something funny and burst out laughing. It is not a good thing to burst out laughing while driving, so Su Shik eliminated the possibility of this happening in advance. Okay, don't disturb Lao Su from driving. You know, our lives are on the line. Li Lesan also nodded and said. Yeah. 2. Chapter 56. It is indeed a high-end restaurant. Okay, we're here. Soon, Su Shik drove the car to the destination. Well, so, where is this? Li Lesan got out of the car, looked around, and asked with a smile. Longyin Mountain House. Su Shik raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. We have never been here before. Yu Hongtao smiled and said. You've definitely never been here. Does this look like an ordinary place? It must be ridiculously expensive. How could we have afforded it before? Ding Dake said with a smile. That's right. This is obviously a high-end restaurant. It's a place where upper-class people come to eat. Li Lesan also looked enlightened and said with a smile. What are you talking about here? It's just a place to eat. How can you be considered a superior person? Su Shik rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Ha 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 ha. Let's go eat. Aren't you hungry yet? Standing outside and chatting all the time? Su Shik rolled his eyes and said unhappily, then took the lead to walk inside. Li Lesan and several others followed Su Shik inside. Just look at the decoration, it is indeed a high-end restaurant. Li Lesan followed Su Shik, looking around and said with a smile. I've already told you that if I bring you out to have some fun, we must go to a high-end restaurant. Otherwise, wouldn't I be unworthy of being a brother? Su Shik said with a smile, putting his arm around Li Lesan's shoulders. Old Su, you have always been a brother to me. Li Lesan looked at Su Shik with a smile, and then said seriously. When Su Shik felt Li Lesan's eyes and expression, his anus tightened. Why did he always feel that there was something wrong with his eyes? Thinking of this, Su Shik quickly loosened his arm around Li Lesan's shoulders and said with a chuckle, of course, I have always been a loyal brother. After saying that, Su Shik quickened his pace and took them into a private room. Mr. Su? This is a free fruit plate from our store, and here is the menu. As soon as he sat down in the private room, a uniformed waiter came in with a cart, brought a plate of fruit, and handed the menu to Su Shik. Well, thank you. Su Shik glanced at the fruit plate, nodded at her with a smile, then opened the menu and started looking at it. Well, you guys order first. No need to save. In the past, when I treated you, you guys always ordered very economical orders. Now, that's not necessary. Just order whatever you want. Su Shik said with a smile as he handed the menu to Li Lesan and the others. That's right, Su Shik once invited everyone to dinner because he was elected class monitor, and they were all very nice. The dishes they ordered were not expensive, and they were very considerate of Su Shik's wallet. Su Shik still remembers them and thinks they were very nice. Ah, that's right. You are a big customer now. If not yours, whose food should I eat? Li Lesan took the menu and said with a smile. That's right, we have to treat the rich dog owner well, otherwise everyone and I will regret it later. Yu Hongtao also agreed with a smile on his face. I won't express my opinion. Let's just take action. Ding Dake said, then picked up the menu and looked at it. Well, just as they said, it didn't save Su Shik any money at all. Salted duck jelly. Cherry foie gras. Smoked beef short ribs. Shrimp balls with pickled pepper sauce. Longyin secret drunken shad. Mandarin fish wonton with braised pork and green rice balls. These meat dishes looked very expensive, with each serving costing over 100 or 200 yuan, and the total cost was 1,000 or 2,000 yuan. Maybe this was the first time they could order food so freely. They didn't even order any vegetarian dishes, only meat. After reading it, Su Shik decisively added a few vegetarian dishes and a meat dish he wanted to eat, and just like that, he ordered all the dishes. Did you order puffer fish? Li Lesan looked at Su Shik curiously and asked with a smile. Yes, puffer fish. I have always wanted to eat it, but I haven't eaten it yet. Su Shik nodded with a smile. Wow, let me see, this is a big dish, and there's even a poem under it? Li Lesan took the menu, looked at it and said, the ground is covered with mugwort and the reed shoots are short, it's the time when pufferfish are about to come up. White egrets fly by the side of Shisai Mountain, and the mandarin fish are fat as the peach blossoms flow by the water. In addition to the part he read out, there is also an explanation below. These two short poems explain the concept of this set menu, awakening in spring, eating in season. Select seasonal ingredients from the Jiangnan water town, such as puffer fish, mandarin fish, spring bamboo shoots, etc., and use a combination of Chinese and Western cooking techniques to make dishes. Main dish, puffer fish Buddha jumps over the wall, made in the traditional way with sea cucumber, abalone, and fish maw, let the taste of spring bloom in your mouth. Is this a high-end restaurant? Not only is the food delicious and the decoration exquisite, but there is also such a strong cultural atmosphere? Li Lesan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. Of course, otherwise why would it be so expensive? It must give you the ultimate wonderful experience. Only in this way will rich people pay for it. Ding Dake shrugged and said. Smack your lips. If I were a rich man, I would definitely pay for it. Unfortunately, I'm not rich. Li Lesan smacked his lips and said with emotion. You will definitely be rich in the future. Sushik shrugged and said with a smile. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Li Lesan nodded and said with a serious expression. Then you have to work harder in the future. Sushik nodded and said with a smile. Haven't you noticed that I've been studying hard recently? It's so that I can make a lot of money in the future. Li Lesan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Well, okay, has everyone finished ordering? Is there anything else you want to eat? If so, order quickly. Sushik shook the menu in his hand and said with a smile. No more. We have already ordered everything we wanted to eat. Li Lesan said with a smile. Me too. Me too. Yes, sure. Nodding with a smile, Sushik gestured to the waiter standing at the door of the box and then handed him the menu. Hurry up, we are all very hungry now. Sushik said with a smile as he handed him the menu. Well, okay. The waiter nodded. After the waiter left, Li Lesan and his friends continued chatting. The paintings on the wall are pretty good. Ding Dake looked at the paintings on the wall and said with a smile. What do you know? You know this painting is pretty good? You're just pretending. Everyone knows this. If it looks good, it's good. If it doesn't look good, it's garbage. That makes sense. It was their first time in such a high-end restaurant and they looked very curious. And since they were roommates, they didn't try to hide anything and were very sincere, so it was very interesting. Chapter 57, When I see arms, I think of thighs. Please recommend and collect. Because we were having a lot of fun chatting, time passed exceptionally quickly. It felt like the food came up in an instant, and even the feeling of hunger disappeared for a long time until the food came. Well, I didn't feel it when we were chatting before, but when this dish came, I realized that I was almost starving to death. Sushik smacked his lips and said with a smile. Ah, indeed, I'm really hungry now. Li Lesan nodded and said with a smile. Then let's eat. Sushik nodded, picked up the chopsticks and said. The others didn't hesitate and picked up their chopsticks to start eating. After all, they had been roommates for a year and had no conflicts with each other, so there was no need to be polite. This dish not only looks beautiful, but also tastes great. Li Lesan picked up something and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing it for a few times, he said with emotion. Indeed, it has great color, aroma, and taste. As far as my taste is concerned, there is no flaw at all. Yu Hongtao also said in agreement with a smile. Who said there are no shortcomings? This dish is so expensive, isn't that a disadvantage? Ding Dake curled his lips and said with a smile. Indeed, even though it has many advantages, it is still too expensive. Li Lesan nodded in agreement and said with a smile. Okay, stop complaining here. If you don't eat, I'm going to eat it all up and leave no food for you. Sushik said with a smile as he kept picking up food with chopsticks and putting it into his mouth. Hey, Lao Su, it's your treat, why don't you give the guests a bit of leniency? Yu Hongtao glanced at Sushik and found that he was indeed finishing the food on the table at a rapid pace. Also, because most of the dishes here were small and exquisite, and the portions were decreasing, he hurriedly said. TSK, the guest should follow the host's wishes, okay? If the host is hungry, of course he has to eat. As guests, you also have to keep up with the host's pace. Sushik waved his hand and said with a smile, and then he did not forget to pick up some dishes to eat. Your logic is perverse. Yu Hongtao refuted righteously. But before he could stand up and start a long speech, he widened his eyes, picked up his chopsticks and started eating quickly. It wasn't because of anything particularly big, it was just because Li Lesan and Ding Dake followed Sushik's rhythm with chopsticks in their hands, leaving him alone here to watch. Of course he couldn't afford to suffer a loss, so he quickly joined the ranks of those who were eating. Because we didn't drink any alcohol and everyone was very hungry and seemed to be scrambling for food, we didn't talk much and just focused on eating. It didn't take long. After more than 20 minutes, everyone was full and leaned back in their chairs. how is it? Sushik touched his belly and asked with a smile. He is in a good mood now, and the reason is simple. Ever since he had his own system and became almost rich, Sushik has always been more gentle and polite when dining with girls. It has been a long time since he felt as unbridled as he does now. In one word, awesome. Lilesan also patted his slightly exposed belly and said with a smile. 2 words, comfortable. Dingdake said this after wiping the corners of his mouth with a tissue. 3 words, I'm full. Yu Hongtao pursed his lips, then burped and said with some satisfaction. Then let's take a break first and leave later. Sushik blinked in satisfaction and said with a smile. Yeah, no problem. By the way, where are we going for a massage later? Lao Su, tell me and see if I know it. Lilesan raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. What are you talking about? Anyway, you definitely don't know these places, so you definitely don't know. Sushik rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Then you know a lot about it? Lilesan was not annoyed at all by Sushik's contempt. Instead, he asked back with a grin. I don't know either. It was only after I made this decision that I learned about these things on the internet. Sushik waved his hand and said with a smile. Really? I don't believe it. Lilesan shook his head and said with a smile. What don't you believe? Did I have the money to go to these places before? You make it act like I could afford it before. Sushik curled his lips and said speechlessly. So that's how it is? Lilesan looked as if he had suddenly realized something, and then said seriously. Tisk, it's my first time going to that kind of place, and I'm a little nervous. Dingdake smacked his lips and said with some emotion. I have a little bit too. Yu Hongtao pursed his lips and said in agreement. That kind of place? What kind of place? That's a legitimate massage parlor. Let me tell you, how can it be that kind of place? What's that tone? There's something wrong with your thinking. Sushik exhaled and said speechlessly. I have said it many times that this is a respectable place, a formal venue. Why do you still keep saying these things? His memory is comparable to that of a fish. Actually, if you think about it carefully, it is quite normal. After all, for a boy of this age, who wouldn't want to have a chance encounter to get rid of his virginity? The main thing is, whenever I hear the word massage parlor, I always feel something is not serious, and then I will unconsciously think of going there. Dingdake coughed and said somewhat embarrassedly. There is HS in the heart, and all the eyes are HS. It's lustful, just like what Mr. Lucen said, when you see dancing, you think of touching, and when you think of touching, you think of going to bed, and when you think of going to bed, you think of pregnancy, and when you think of pregnancy, you think of miscarriage. Sushik moved his eyelids and said jokingly. That makes sense. This makes a lot of sense. What Lao Su said is simply a wise saying. Lilesan nodded and said in agreement. Hey, how dare you say that to me? How much better are your thoughts than mine? Dingdake rolled his eyes and said to Lilesan in a bad mood. Well, I'm not as obvious as you anyway. The pot calling the kettle black. I'm not as obvious as you anyway. You yourself have a head full of filthy thoughts, so why are you mocking me? I'm not as obvious as you anyway. Don't be a parrot, okay? Be a human being, okay? You make me feel low. I'm not as obvious as you anyway. Ah. Looking at these two funny guys acting here, Sushik and Yu Hongtao looked at each other and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 58, You look quite young, maybe in your 30s or 40s. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Sushik raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, how is it? Have you rested enough? Let's go now. Well, that's enough. I've rested enough. Lilesan nodded and said readily. What about you? No problem, let's go. Let's go, let's go. After looking at the expressions of several people, Sushik nodded, then said with a smile, You guys sit down for a while, I'm going to the toilet, and then we'll go together. Go ahead. Sushik stood up and walked out of the box, came to the front desk, and prepared to pay the bill. Sir, your total spending is 4,003. Would you like to pay by card? The lady at the front desk looked at Sushik with a smile on her face and said in a gentle tone. Swipe the card. Sushik took out a bank card from his pocket, handed it to the other party, and said calmly. 4,300 yuan may seem like a lot of money nowadays, but in Sushik's eyes, it was just a drop in the bucket. He would have more after he used it, and it was almost inexhaustible. Thank you. After the receptionist did some operations, she took out the bank card and handed it to Su Shik with a smile on her face. Well, you're welcome. Su Shik took the bank card and said with a sunny smile. Seeing Su Shik's smile, the lady at the front desk's eyes obviously flickered for a moment, and she was stunned for a moment. Looking at Su Shik, who had turned and left, her eyes were already obsessed. She was obsessed with Su Shik's handsomeness, sunshine and elegance, and his lavish spending. Unfortunately, these were not what she could have. As for Su Shik, after he turned around and left, he went straight back to the box and beckoned them to leave. Okay, let's go? Hey, here I come. Everyone agreed and got up to leave. After leaving the restaurant, Li Leshan looked at Su Shik curiously and asked, by the way, did you go out to settle the bill just now? Well, the bill is paid. Su Shik nodded and said calmly. How much is it? How is it? Is it expensive? Li Leshan smacked his lips and asked with a smile. It's okay, not expensive, only 4,000 yuan. What? Do you want to pay more? Su Shik shrugged and said with a smile. Some, but I can't afford it. Li Leshan pursed his lips and said with some embarrassment. Come on, come on. I've already told you that I'm taking you out to eat and to play. You definitely don't have to pay for anything. Su Shik curled his lips and said with a smile. Boss, a rich man. Li Leshan nodded and said excitedly. Brother, you are so nice. Brother, you will always be my brother. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. We are going to take you out to play. Su Shik raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Yeah, okay. Soon, while everyone was talking, Su Shik drove them to a massage parlor that looked very formal. Sir, do you want a massage? The waitress walked up to Su Shik, who seemed to be the leader, and asked with a smile. Well, yes. What specifications of packages are there? Please recommend one. Su Shik nodded and asked with a familiar look on his face. In fact, he seemed to understand the feeling on the surface, but in fact he didn't understand it at all. He was just forcing himself to ask nonsense questions. My lips suddenly felt a little dry. Well, we have 3 sizes of packages here. The first one is 300 per person, the second one is 500 per person, and the third one is 1,000 per person. Of course, if you choose to apply for a card, you can get an 15% discount. The young lady didn't seem to notice that something was wrong with Su Shik, and still said with a smile. Is there anything special about 1,000? Su Shik asked with a smile after listening. The package costs 1,000 per person, and each person can have a single room. There are other benefits, too. You can watch TV, and there is a fruit plate. And, the masseuses are all very good looking. The young lady blinked her eyes. She felt that Su Shik seemed to be a big customer, so she quickly explained in a serious manner. Well, just 4,000 each. After listening to this, Su Shik waved his hand and said with a dignified look. Well, okay, I'll take you there. The young lady's eyes lit up and she said with a smile, then led Su Shik and the others inside. How is it? Is it good enough? 1,000 yuan per person, it costs me a lot of money. Su Shik glanced at Li Leshan and others and said with a smile. Big brother is so nice. Brother, I love you. Su Shik nodded with satisfaction, then followed the young lady with a smile on his face. Everyone quickly separated and went into their own private rooms. Su Shik went in and sat for a while, looking around. The place was quite big, with a bed and a TV, and the environment was pretty good. Soon a massage technician came in. After Su Shik took a look at her, he initially felt that she was pretty good looking and had a tall figure, and was definitely the most beautiful girl in some classes. And because she is not young anymore, she is much more mature and good looking than the girls in school. Su Shik nodded with satisfaction. For the time being, it seems that this 1,000 yuan is quite a good deal, right? As for whether it is really cost effective, it depends on the quality of the massage. If the quality is good, then it is worth it. If not, then it is not worth it. As soon as the massage technician came in and saw Su Shik, his eyes suddenly lit up and almost turned green. She had been working for so long and had never met such a handsome boy, so she started to have wild thoughts. But she didn't show it and was very well behaved. Handsome guy, you look very young. How old are you? She walked up to Su Shik and asked with a smile while concentrating on massaging him. Yes, 21. This technician's skills are really good. After Su Shik was massaged by her for a few times, he squinted his eyes in comfort and said lazily, "So, are you still in college?" She blinked in surprise and then asked, "Yes, sophomore." Su Shik closed his eyes, feeling the other's massage, and said lazily, "Wow, you are so young. I'm so envious." She sighed with a smile. "You don't look very old." Su Shik blurted out. "Really?" "Yes, he looks to be in his 30s or 40s. Su Shik said without changing his tone. "I'm not 30 yet." Her face suddenly changed and then she said, "Oh, so that's the case. But it looks quite similar to me." Su Shik seemed not to have noticed the other party's mood change and continued to speak with a smile. Hashtag. Chapter 59 Yu Hongtao's Romantic Encounter. When the female technician heard what Su Shik said, her face immediately calmed down and she no longer thought about all the messy things. Su Shik's mouth and temper were simply not something that ordinary people could stand. Then he started to massage Su Shik seriously. As for Su Shik, feeling her thoughtful and comfortable massage service, he actually closed his eyes comfortably and slowly fell asleep without realizing it. It was unknown how long it took before Su Shik slowly woke up. "Mr. Su? Are you awake?" After the female technician noticed that Su Shik had woken up, she looked at Su Shik and asked with a smile, "Well, what time is it? How long have I slept?" Su Shik opened his eyes, got up, and asked with a frown, "It's 8:10 now. You've probably slept for about an hour." The female technician looked down at the time, then looked at Su Shik with a smile on her face. "Oh, what about my companions?" Su Shik raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. "They are still in the room, right?" "I don't know yet. How about I go over and ask?" The female technician blinked and said seriously, "Forget it? I'll ask myself on the phone. By the way, your massage technique is really good. I even fell asleep comfortably." Su Shik pursed his lips and said with a smile, "Thank you, my skills are just okay. I don't deserve your praise." After hearing Su Shik's compliment, the other party finally revealed a sincere smile. "No, your technique is really good. I fell asleep in comfort before, and now after waking up, I feel comfortable all over my body." Su Shik waved his hands, contrary to his previous straight man attitude, and spoke seriously. "Do you think it's really good?" "Yes, it's really good." Su Shik nodded and said seriously, "Then sir, could you come more often and take care of my business?" The female technician asked with a playful smile, her beautiful eyes moving. "I'm a college student, and I often come to places like bath centers. Do you think this is normal?" Su Shik curled his lips and said unhappily, "No one knows anyway. Besides, if you come here often, I can give you a discount. And, maybe, we can go out and play together." The female technician's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and she said with a smile, looking at Su Shik expectantly. After she felt that Su Shik seemed to be a normal person after waking up, she felt that she was okay again, and then began to tease him randomly. Stop. Don't tell me all this nonsense. I'm a serious person." Su Shik rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, "Yeah, okay." The female technician looked up at Su Shik, nodded with a subtle smile and said, "Who would come to a bathing club and spend so much money?" She pursed her lips. She had these words in her mind but couldn't say them out loud. "Are you still enjoying yourself? When do you plan to leave?" Su Shik nodded to himself, then took out his cell phone and asked in the dormitory group, "Let's go later." "I'm fine." Li Leshan replied almost immediately. "Yes, I'm still enjoying it. It's really comfortable. But I can leave any time." Ding Dake only waited for a while and then replied in the group. There was only Yu Hongtao. Several people chatted in the group for a long time and waited for a long time, but still did not get his reply. At this moment, everyone finally sensed that something was wrong. "What happened to Yu Hongtao? Did something happen to him?" Ding Dake asked in the group. "Don't think like that. It's possible that he had a romantic encounter." Li Leshan typed in the group with a smile. "I think it's unlikely?" Ding Dake asked hesitantly. "How can it be impossible? Is it that our Mr. Yu is not worthy?" "I just think it's a romantic encounter," Li Leshan said with a smile. All right, stop arguing. Just send him a message or call him directly, and then you'll know." Su Shik curled his lips and said casually. Well, Lao Su, why don't you call? Su Shik smiled and then called Yu Hongtao. Hello, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Soon after Yu Hongtao answered Su Shik's call, he asked with a smile. Are you okay? We were chatting in the dormitory group for a long time just now, but you didn't say anything, so I asked. Su Shik raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. It's okay, nothing can happen. I'm not a child. But thank you. By the way, what did you say in the group just now? Yu Hongtao frowned slightly and asked curiously. Let's talk about when to go back. So, when do you plan to go back? Su Shik shrugged and said truthfully. Ahem, maybe I can't go back today? Yu Hongtao coughed and said hesitantly. Okay, let's wait a while. You said you are not going home tonight? Su Shik just nodded slightly and said with a smile, but soon he reacted and asked in confusion. Well, yes, I won't go home tonight, how about that? Is that okay? Perhaps it was the first time he did such a thing, Yu Hongtao said a little stiffly. Well, you can, but you have to be careful. Su Shik licked his lips and then gave instructions with a smile. What do you mean? Yu Hongtao asked puzzledly. It's nothing, just be careful not to be cheated. Also, if anything happens, call me and tell me. Su Shik frowned, then said calmly. Su Shik certainly knew the reason why Yu Hongtao didn't go back. He said this because he was afraid that Yu Hongtao would be set up by someone. But now that he thought about it, it was just a casual remark from him. It was unlikely that he would give up the opportunity and not go, right? Therefore, Su Shik could only tell him this. Yes, I will definitely tell you. Yu Hongtao nodded, then said seriously. Okay, take care of yourself. We'll be leaving soon. Su Shik smiled and said indifferently. Then let's hang up the phone. Su Shik nodded and said. Yeah, hung up. After hanging up the phone, Su Shik glanced at the female technician who was playing with her phone and watching TV not far away, and asked, Is this place formal? Yes, of course it's formal. The other party nodded and said seriously. Well, have any of your female technicians ever been set up for honey traps? Su Shik pondered for a moment, nodded, and asked seriously. What's wrong? Why are you asking that? Chapter 60, I'm lucky to meet you. I'm afraid that my roommate will be cheated, so I want to ask and find out. Su Shik pursed his lips, then stared at the other party without blinking and asked. Well, this, I don't really understand, probably not. The other party frowned, and then said hesitantly. Judging from your posture and expression, there should be one? Su Shik said, raising his eyebrows. Is your roommate also on the 1,000 yuan package? The other person rolled his eyes, then raised the corners of his mouth and asked with a smile. Yes. Su Shik nodded and responded. Then there shouldn't be a problem. As far as I know, those who bought the 1,000 yuan package are all very law-abiding and don't do that kind of thing. After hearing this, the other party finally said with a smile as if he was relieved. Is that so? Su Shik also laughed. He was finally sure that his roommate would not be set up by someone, and he felt relieved. Yu Hongtao is not going back today and is resting outside. After Su Shik confirmed this, he took out his mobile phone and sent this message in the dormitory group. Really? What is he going to do outside? Ding Dae asked in the dormitory group with some shock. Is there any need to ask? She must be getting rid of her virginity. Li Lesan said in the group with a smile, Why? Are you jealous? No, I just didn't think of it. You have to admit it. I'll admit it. I'm also envious and jealous. What's there to be embarrassed about? Who wouldn't be envious? Li Lesan suddenly changed the subject and said this. Even though they were just communicating on QQ on their mobile phone, everyone could imagine Li Lesan's smiling face, and there might even be some envy in his eyes. Let's go, we can go back now. Su Shik raised his eyebrows and said in the group. Well, fine, let's go. Soon, Su Shik dragged these two sour and jealous idiots away. Fortunately, they didn't drink tonight, so Su Shik could drive them away himself. In this way, Su Shik and his friends returned to school quickly. We're here, let's get off. Su Shik leaned back in his chair, glanced at the two people behind him, and then said. You're not going back to the dormitory either? Li Lesan asked. Well, I have something to do outside, so it will be more convenient outside. Su-shik nodded and said seriously. Oh, so that's how it is. Lee Leshan nodded. What? Do you feel unhappy that I left you behind? Su-shik asked with a smile, slightly curling the corners of his mouth. No, it's even better if you two are not in the dormitory. Two of us living in a 4-person dormitory is so comfortable. What I'm thinking now is that it would be great if you two could sleep outside every day. Lee Leshan rolled his eyes and said seriously. Yes, what you said makes sense. After hearing this, Su-shik actually felt that what he said made sense and said in agreement. Okay, let's go. Bye. Lee Leshan said with a smile, then opened the car door and got out. Su-shik watched the two of them get off the car and walk towards the dormitory building, smiled and shook his head. Lee Leshan is a boy with a particularly good personality. He is loyal, humorous, and aware of the cruelty of society. He is not naive and has high emotional intelligence. Therefore, he would not have any unspeakable unhappiness in his heart, but Dingdake, who still has the temper of a child, might be unhappy. He would feel that someone like Yu Hongtao could hook up with pretty Mesuzas, but he couldn't. He might feel that God was unfair and feel a little unhappy. Of course, it's definitely just a little bit, and this emotion won't last long and won't affect our friendship. So Su-shik didn't think too much and drove away. After returning to the room, Su-shik took out his cell phone and called Linidong as he had said before. Su-shik. Linidong quickly answered the phone and called out Su-shik's name in a cheerful tone. Well, how are you today? Are you tired? Su-shik asked with a smile. It's okay. Today is just the beginning, so there is not much training. We are just assigned dormitories and military training instructors. Linidong paused, seemed to think for a moment, and then spoke. Oh, is that so? Is your military training instructor a boy or a girl? Su-shik nodded and said. A man. How is it? Your class should have had some contact with him. Is it strict? Su-shik asked with concern. As a boyfriend, Su-shik treated Linidong quite conscientiously. He did what he said and really cared about her. What's he like? Tall and thin, and quite good-looking. Linidong touched his chin and thought for a while, then said in a calm tone. Looks good? Is it as good-looking as me? Su-shik frowned and asked with some dissatisfaction. No, of course not. Huh, what's wrong, are you jealous? Lin Yaido laughed a few times, then asked jokingly. No, who can make me jealous? Is there anyone worthy of it? I'm so outstanding, I won't be jealous of others. Su-shik said stubbornly with his mouth twitching. Although he said so, the blush on Su-shik's face showed one thing, that is, Su-shik was really a little jealous before. Okay, he is indeed not as good looking as you, not even close. Well, he is okay. He should not be very strict. Lin Yaido pursed his lips and said with a smile. Well, it shouldn't be very strict. I remember when I was in military training, the male instructors were all very nice to the girls. Su-shik smacked his lips, then seemed to recall something and said with emotion. Really? Linidong's voice suddenly changed and he asked with some surprise. Really, the instructors are also human beings, and male instructors are men. Do you think he will be nicer to girls? Moreover, they are soldiers, and they don't have many contacts with girls in their daily lives. They might even be shy around you. Su-shik smiled and began to explain. Wow, I feel much better after hearing what you said. Well, and many instructors are not very old, about the same age as us, so they are just young guys, which will definitely be good for you. Su-shik continued to explain. TSK, we are male instructors. Well, you're lucky. I am indeed very lucky, hee hee. Like what? I'm very lucky to meet you. Linidong said with a smile. Wow, what you said, if that's the case, then I'm lucky too. Su-shik raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. What do you think? Yeah, that's it. I'm very lucky. Hey. The two chatted for a long time, and until late at night, they said good night to each other and hung up the phone. Chapter 61, Lu Xining becomes a dog. After hanging up the phone, Su-shik didn't stay up late any longer. He washed up and went to bed. After driving them out for fun today, Su-shik was still a little tired, so he went to bed early. I'm too lazy to chat with other girls anymore. Well, this Sea King also has his own difficulties. If he wants to take care of everyone, he will definitely be exhausted. Sushik knows that he can't do it, so he doesn't want to care too much. The next day, Sushik slept until the sun was high in the sky. Only after the sun was shining on his butt did Sushik open his eyes and slowly get up. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Sushik stood up yawning, then dragged himself to wash. After doing all this, Sushik sat on the sofa, picked up his mobile phone and looked at the QQ messages. Well, Lu Xining sent me a message last night, do you have time? Let's play games together? After Sushik took a look, he replied with a smile, I went to bed too early yesterday and didn't see it. Can you call me again tonight? Yeah, okay. What Sushik didn't expect was that she replied immediately. TSK, not like Sushik at all. The reply is almost reincarnation, and it takes 3 lives and 3 lifetimes to complete a reincarnation. I'm sorry, I went out to play with my roommates yesterday. I was a little too tired, so I went to bed early. Sushik suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and then explained in an orderly manner. It's okay. Lu Xining was understanding and did not blame Sushik. Well, I'm going to eat. Sushik nodded, then felt like he didn't know what to say, and wanted to end the conversation and go eat. Well, okay, go and eat. You haven't eaten yet? Lu Xining seemed reluctant to give up the opportunity to chat with Sushik, and asked reluctantly. Yes, I haven't eaten yet. What's wrong? Sushik wanted to slip away before because he didn't know what to say, but now that she was finding the topic herself, he was willing to chat with her. I just feel that it's a little late now, so I'm a little curious. Lu Xining blinked her beautiful big eyes and typed a reply to Sushik in a happy mood. Cute duck is very curious? Sushik raised his eyebrows and suddenly found it quite interesting, so he asked with a smile. Well, I'm curious about when you got up. Lu Xining pouted and asked with a smile. I just got up. After I got up and washed up, I saw your message and replied to you. Sushik said truthfully. Wow, you got up so late? Lu Xining asked curiously, as if she had discovered a new world. Is it very late? It's only 9:30, okay? How is it late? Sushik puffed his lips and said speechlessly. It's only 9:30. For modern college students, isn't 9:30 normal? It can even be said to be very early, right? Isn't it too late? Don't you have class? Lu Xining blinked and asked while biting her lip. Are you in class? Sushik asked in surprise with his eyes wide open. Yes, as a student, of course you have to attend classes. Why, you didn't go to class? Then you are not a good student. Lu Xining asked with a smile. Well, I'm not a good student, but you are. You do live broadcasts at night and can still study seriously during the day. I admire you. Sushik raised his eyebrows and said in a teasing tone. Hey, no, I just don't want to violate the rules. Lu Xining said with a smile. Well, since you don't want to violate the discipline, then you'd better stop chatting and focus on studying. I do have to go out for dinner. Sushik rolled his eyes and said unhappily. How can you say that you are not a good student? I am obviously a good kid. Humph, if you say that, I will ignore you. Well, okay, go have breakfast. Lu Xining bit her lip and finally gave up the idea of continuing to pester Sushik. Well, bye, I hope you study hard. Sushik curled his lips and typed with a smile. After putting down his phone, Sushik went out to have breakfast. As for Lu Xining, who was thousands of miles away, she was suddenly distracted as she looked at the QQ message on her mobile phone screen. Suddenly, she saw a head moving towards Sushik, and she subconsciously grabbed her phone and pulled it back, asking unhappily, What are you doing? I just want to see who you are chatting with, a little girl next to her asked with a smile. How can you peek at other people's chat records? Is this okay, Li Feng? Lu Xining widened her eyes and said a little unhappily. I just felt that you were smiling just now, but suddenly became unhappy. So I was a little curious. Li Feng smacked his lips and said with a grin. Well, it's nothing actually. Lu Xining pursed her lips and said calmly. Hey, are you chatting with a man? Li Feng blinked and asked with a smile. Don't think too much, nothing happened. Lu Xining curled her lips and said unhappily. You are trying to change the subject. You must have been chatting with a man just now. It's over, you must have been tempted by worldly desires. Li Feng seemed to have confirmed it and said with a smile. How do you know that? Su Shik curled his lips and said speechlessly. He, in various places. Just looking at your expression, I feel like it. You have never been so worried about gains and losses before. Li Feng said proudly with the expression of a modern Sherlock Holmes. No, don't talk nonsense, I just had something else to do. Lu Xinning still refused to give in and started talking nonsense seriously. Okay, I believe it. Li Feng nodded and said with a smile. Hey, by the way, what does that guy look like? Is he handsome? After a few minutes, Li Feng suddenly asked curiously. Yeah, very handsome. Lu Xinning didn't react for a moment, then said with a smile. Wow, you're exposed. You were stubborn and refused to admit it before. Li Feng curled his lips and said with contempt. Lu Xinning glanced at the other person and suddenly felt very tired. This woman's IQ seemed to be 0 when she was studying in class, but why was she so smart when it came to gossip? Is this person really outrageous? Pay attention in class. Lu Xinning pursed her lips and said, then ignored her and raised her head to listen to the class seriously. Okay. After looking at Lu Xinning, Li Feng knew that she didn't want to pay attention to him now, so he didn't touch the tigress's beard. Sleeping while looking at the blackboard. Chapter 62 Yu Hongtao's red envelope. Sign in? Sign in. After Su Shik finished his breakfast, he lay comfortably on the big sofa in the villa and began to sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The reward of 50,000 renminbi has been deposited into the host's bank account without any risk. Not bad. 50,000 yuan, plus the tens of thousands I left behind, is definitely enough for me to use until Friday to bring back all the money I invested in the stock market with interest. Su Shik raised his eyebrows and thought to himself. What should I do today? Go to class? But class is boring. Given my current situation, I really don't have much mood to study for the time being. Su Shik lay on the sofa, looking at the ceiling with lifeless eyes, muttering to himself. No, I need to enrich myself and become a person with substance. I can't let people say that I am all show and no substance. I also don't want to be a vase in the eyes of others. Su Shik's eyes suddenly became firm again, and he said seriously. Now that you have decided to study hard, you should do it in one go and not lie around any longer. You must go to school quickly. Otherwise, it is easy to give up halfway. If it declines again and again, and finally becomes exhausted, then there is really no hope. Thinking of this, Su Shik quickly got up, changed his clothes, and went out to school. After parking the car, Su Shik ran back to the dormitory and found that there was no one in the dormitory. They should have gone to the classroom, so he quickly picked up his books and ran to the classroom. When Su Shik walked into the classroom and sat down next to Li Lesan and the others, he was greeted with a wave of weird comments. Hey! Mr. Su came to class today? He's so awesome? Li Lesan looked at Su Shik with a smile and asked in a teasing tone. What kind of class is it that our master Su has to teach it himself? Ding Dake raised the corner of his mouth and said jokingly. Okay, stop talking about me. What's wrong with me coming to class? Really, let's talk about Yu Hongtao together, shall we? Su Shik waved his hand and said speechlessly. He changed the topic very decisively and successfully shifted their attention to Yu Hongtao. What? Didn't you ask him anything before? Looking at the expressions of the two men, Su Shik raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. I did ask, but he refused to say. Li Lesan spread his hands and said helplessly. Ding Dake also looked at Su Shik and nodded. Old Ju, how did you hook up with that girl yesterday? Tell us about it so we can learn from it. Su Shik's eyebrows twitched, and he couldn't resist his curiosity. He looked at Yu Hongtao with a smile on his face and asked. It's very simple, she likes me? Yu Hongtao curled his lips and said casually. He didn't look embarrassed at all, but his face was beaming. I like you? What do I like about you? Ding Dake asked curiously before Su Shik could say anything. Because I'm handsome? Yu Hongtao curled his lips and said with confidence and arrogance. You? Handsome? Fuck, Lao Su is so handsome but no one from the young lady invited him out to play. What makes you think you can be so handsome? Are you as handsome as Lao Su? Ding Dake said unhappily with his eyes wide open. Mr. Su must be unwilling to do so. Otherwise, what if the girl doesn't want to go out with Su Shik? Right, Mr. Su? Yu Hongtao looked at Su Shik and said with a smile. Yeah, that's right, I don't want to do it myself. Su Shik waved his hand and said calmly, but does she really think you're handsome? Why don't I believe it? Hee hee, why don't you all believe it? Yu Hongtao moved his lips and said helplessly. Because you are not handsome at all. Li Lesan finally couldn't help but interrupted. Really? Upon hearing this, Yu Hongtao looked at Su Shik hopefully and asked, hoping to get a different answer. Real. Okay, it turns out I was overthinking it. Yu Hongtao's super self-confidence, which he had just built up yesterday, collapsed in an instant, and then he explained seriously, when she was massaging me yesterday, she felt that I was very strong, and then she had an idea, it's that simple. Oh, is that so? It turns out that having a strong body can really lead to a romantic encounter. Li Lesan said in amazement. I will exercise in the future. Ding Dake said with a discerning look in his eyes. Together. Li Leshan's eyes lit up and then he said. Okay. In just a few words, the two of them decided to work out together. Unfortunately, Su Shik didn't think they could stick to it. She paid for it yesterday, and she also gave me a red envelope of 500 yuan, saying that it was my first time and she wanted a red envelope. Yu Hongtao looked at a few people, hesitated for a while, and finally said it. So awesome? Shit, you're probably not just strong, are you? You must be gifted. Li Lesan and Ding Dake were both very surprised after hearing Yu Hongtao's words. Ahem, that's about it. Yu Hongtao coughed and then said. Will you still keep in touch with her in the future? Su Shik raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. Yes. Yu Hongtao pursed his lips and said. Smack, you are so awesome. That woman must be quite pretty, right? Li Lesan smacked his lips and said with some envy. She must be beautiful. Think about the girl you saw yesterday. Ding Dake said seriously. I'm so envious. Li Lesan looked at Yu Hongtao and said with emotion. Me too. Okay, class is about to start, don't be absent-minded. After listening to Yu Hongtao's instructions, Su Shik felt that they were quite impressive. Just going out to play with roommates, you can meet a beautiful and intimate big sister, and after communicating, the big sister also gave you a red envelope. Isn't this enviable? To be honest, Su Shik has never encountered this. As expected, you can't judge a book by its cover. Even though Yu Hongtao looks rough and not handsome enough, he is a gifted man. So, everyone has his or her own strengths, it just depends on whether you can discover them. Well, let's go to class. Yu Hongtao nodded in agreement. Okay, let's go to class. Li Lesan and Ding Dake nodded and began to prepare for class. In today's class, Su Shik did not slack off or sleep, but listened to the lesson carefully. However, he did not understand much. I have to review my previous knowledge in the future. Otherwise, I won't be able to understand this advanced mathematics at all. Su Shik thought to himself as he looked at the blackboard. Chapter 63 Playing Basketball. Soon, the bell rang and Su Shik and his classmates were finished with get out of class. Lao Su, do you have time later? Li Lesan raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. Do you have time? What's the matter? Is there something going on? Su Shik pursed his lips and asked curiously. Let's play basketball together later? We haven't played together for a long time. Li Lesan said with a smile. Sure. It's been a long time since we played basketball together. Su Shik nodded and agreed immediately. He didn't have anything else to do anyway, and he really wanted to play basketball. Ever since I got the system and my life changed dramatically, I haven't played basketball with them, and I miss it a lot. Go, let's go play basketball. Li Lesan shouted with a laugh when he heard that, then stood up and walked out of the classroom. Let's go. Su Shik shrugged and followed with a smile. Wow, why haven't you come here to play ball for a long time? Su Shik and his companions had just arrived at the playground. After they met up with others, a boy patted Su Shik on the shoulder and said with a smile. There's something. Su Shik calmly took the other person's hands on his shoulders and said with a smile. This man is the captain of their college's basketball team, a junior named Peng Liming. He has always wanted Su Shik to join their basketball team, so the two have a pretty good relationship. Although Su Shik never joined, they always got along well because they often played basketball together. Well, is there something? Ha, you wouldn't have found a girlfriend and have been playing with her all this time, right? Peng Liming said with a smile. How do you know? Sushik raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Wow, you are the most handsome boy in our college. I wonder how many people are following you. Who wouldn't know that you are looking for a girlfriend? Pang Liming spread his hands and said with a laugh. When did I become the most handsome boy in our college? Sushik rolled his eyes, curled his lips and said with disdain. Hey, are you still disdainful? Haven't you always considered yourself the most handsome guy in the courtyard? Why, you don't admit it now? Pang Liming asked with his eyes wide open in amusement. When did I call myself the most handsome boy in the school? Am I worthy of being the most handsome boy in the school? At least I should be at the level of the most handsome boy in the school, okay? Please don't use the term half handsome boy in the school to insult me, okay? Sushik shrugged and said with a smile. Oh, you're amazing. You're getting more and more shameless. You even look down on the hunk in the yard? Pang Liming was stunned and said speechlessly after hearing this. Hee, how am I shameless? I'm just telling the truth. Sushik shrugged and said seriously. This? What's wrong with you? This? Pang Liming widened his eyes. He was really shocked by Sushik's shamelessness. I'm just kidding. How could I be so shameless? Let's play ball. Sushik waved his hands and said with a laugh. Yeah, playing ball. Pang Liming did not continue talking to Sushik about this topic. He nodded his square head towards Li Lesan and the others, and then said. After that, he started to divide everyone into teams. There were many people today, so they would play in the whole field later. Hey, there's a girl over there, she's pretty, I must take good care of her later. Here, Dingdake looked at a girl not far away, then said to Li Lesan with a smile. What? You think she's pretty, you're attracted by her figure, and you want to date her? Li Lesan looked at the girl in the distance, who was indeed very pretty. Then he looked at Dingdake and asked casually. I really want to. Why, you think it's not possible? Dingdake frowned, and was very keenly aware of the disdain in Li Lesan's expression, and asked in a bad mood. That's definitely not possible. When girls come to watch boys play basketball, they definitely want to see boys who are good at playing and handsome enough. Who do you think best meets this standard here? Li Lesan smiled and asked seriously. Lao Su? Dingdake's frown did not relax, but instead became tighter and tighter. He then asked with his lips pursed. Yes, Lao Su is definitely the most suitable one, and he is also a rich second generation. What do you think of him? Li Lesan spread his hands and said with a smile. He liked to see Dingdake's face full of confidence and passion at first, and then suddenly become full of despair. But, Lao Su already has a girlfriend. Dingdake opened his mouth and said reluctantly. But, after seeing Lao Su, people will definitely think you are not good enough and will not have any ideas about you. And you play basketball with him, the gap is even more obvious. Yu Hantao curled his lips and said jokingly. Oh, is that so? Well, I'd better play seriously and try to perform better. Dingdake smacked his lips and said helplessly. Yes, that's right. You still have to play well and make yourself more playful. Only then will you attract the girls' attention. Li Lesan nodded with satisfaction and said with a laugh. After this little episode, everyone started again soon. All of a sudden, 10 boys were running wildly on the court. Sushik felt that many girls outside the court were looking at him, so he used all his strength and dribbled the ball very quickly. As a handsome boy who likes Sakuragi Hanamichi since childhood, Sushik's basketball skills are naturally not bad, and can even be said to be very good. Among these ordinary college students, he stood out from the crowd. He made a three-pointer in an instant, which made the girls outside stare at him. Many of them screamed. On Sushik's side, although he heard the girls cheering for him, he didn't even look at them and was concentrating on playing basketball. The secret is that the cooler you are, the more girls will like you. Won't old Su give us some way? Won't he give us a chance to show off our skills in front of others? After playing for a long time, Li Lesan was very envious when he saw Sushik throwing several balls. He smacked his lips and said while taking a temporary break. How can you let me? When playing basketball, of course you have to try your best. Sushik shrugged and said with a smile. Tisk, okay. Li Lesan sighed and said regretfully. Come on later, you guys are falling behind. Sushik patted Li Lesan on the shoulder, then glanced at Dingdake who was sitting next to him and gasping for breath, and said with a smile. Chapter 64 I'm not a scumbag. Wow, it seems that although you haven't played basketball for a long time, you are not unfamiliar with it at all. You are still so fierce. At this time, Pang Liming walked to Su Shik and said with a smile. Of course, I have always been so outstanding, and I also feel helpless. Su Shik shrugged and said helplessly. What are you helpless about? Pang Liming's mouth twitched, and then he asked speechlessly. I'm afraid that if you get along with me, you will feel inferior, and then I will have no friends. Su Shik shrugged and said with a worried look on his face. Wow, Su Shik, you are really shameless now? Pang Liming smacked his lips and looked at Su Shik several times. He felt that he was really getting carried away. You actually said that I have low self-esteem? I am tall, strong, sunny and handsome, how can I feel low self-esteem in front of a man? Ah, just kidding. I see that you guys are too tired, so I want to liven up the atmosphere. Su Shik knew when to stop and just looked down on everyone present a little, then said with a laugh. Oh. But this time, no one believed him easily and they all snorted coldly in response. At this time, beside the basketball court, a group of girls looked at Su Shik with shining eyes and chattered. Sho, that was Su Shik just now, right? Yes, it must be Su Shik. I haven't found a boy as good looking as him here. It turns out that he is not only good looking, but also a great basketball player. He has always been a very good player, you just don't know it. How come I don't know? You stay in the dormitory every day, how could you possibly know? You just watch anime and TV series, not Sunny at all. Ah, so that's how it is. That is. Then why didn't you pull me out before? It's all your fault, humph. Hey, I risked my life to pull you out of the dormitory today. How dare you blame me? Okay, it's my fault. Why didn't I realize before that the handsome guys in the three-dimensional world are no worse than the husbands in the two-dimensional world? Ha ha ha, how about it? Are you moved? It's okay. Hey, I am indeed moved. Which girl wouldn't be moved by a boy like this? The cute-looking girl knocked away the naughty hands of the girl next to her and said frankly helplessly. Then why don't you go and get him some water? Hurry up and go while no one is bringing him water. The other person's eyes lit up, and he hugged the cute girl with a smile, then said encouragingly. No, I'm embarrassed. If you're interested, hurry up and rush. Otherwise, when someone else goes to deliver water, you won't have a chance. The girl with a heroic look smiled and urged the cute girl. Well, but I don't dare. The cute girl pursed her lips and said pitifully. Don't be afraid, he won't eat you. I'm here to cheer you on. Okay. The cute girl bit her lip and said hesitantly. Yeah, come on. Then, Su Shik saw an extremely cute girl holding a bottle of water. She walked up to him with small steps, showing a lovely smile, and said nervously and unprofessionally, Hello, Su Shik, this is for you. As she spoke, she handed the drink in her collection to Su Shik. Thank you. What's your name? Su Shik looked at the other person, took the drink from the other person with a smile, and asked in a gentle tone. Such a cute girl, of course I have to treat her gently, and she came to me to chat with me, so I can't be too aggressive with her. My name is Guyu, hello, nice to meet you. Guyu looked at Su Shik, subconsciously smiled, and then said nervously. Looking at Guyu, who was so nervous that she was almost talking nonsense, Su Shik blinked and said with a smile, Well, I'm glad to meet you too. Then, can I add you on QQ? Guyu blinked her beautiful big eyes and asked happily. Of course you can, but I already have a girlfriend. Su Shik nodded and said with a smile. Ah. Guyu was stunned when she saw Su Shik smiling gently in front of her. She couldn't believe it and couldn't accept it. What? Still adding QQ? Su Shik's mouth twitched, and then he asked with a smile. Add it. Guyu said somewhat at a loss. Well, let's add one. Su Shik nodded and said nonchalantly. Soon, after adding QQ, Guyu said goodbye to Su Shik absent-mindedly and walked back. What's wrong? Why do you look like that? I see he's always smiling. The heroic girl saw Guyu coming back, grabbed her little hand, and asked worriedly. He said he already has a girlfriend. Guyu pouted and looked at his roommate, saying aggrievedly. It's okay. He has a girlfriend because he's not lucky enough. The heroic girl was a little stunned when she heard this, but she quickly came to her senses and hugged Guyu to comfort her. Yeah, But this is my first time trying to flirt in my life, and it ended in failure. Ugh, it's so uncomfortable. It's okay, it's okay. Our Guyu is a little fairy. He is unlucky. How about we go drink a cup of sweet milk tea first, and then go back to watch the anime together? Yeah, you treat. Guyu couldn't help feeling sad at first, and her brows furrowed unconsciously, but when she heard about drinking milk tea, she almost subconsciously said this, and then looked at the other party expectantly. Of course, it's my treat. The heroic girl was stunned, then nodded stupidly and agreed. Hey, let's go. Guyu seemed to have forgotten his previous unhappiness, and was about to leave the basketball court holding the other person's hand. Tisk, why did you say that just now? The girl must be sad. Li Lesan came close to Su Shik and said with emotion. That's right. If it were me, I would never say that. Ding Dake also came over and interrupted. Then what should I say? Shouldn't I tell her that I have a girlfriend and then keep her hanging? Is that okay? That's not okay. Su Shik curled his lips and said speechlessly. That's right, Lao Su is right. You two have problems with your thinking. Yu Hongtao said in agreement. Tisk, okay, you're right, I'd better sit down and rest. Li Lesan nodded, then sat back in his previous place. Ding Dake also smacked his lips, then sat back in his previous place to rest. Chapter 65, Have you made a fortune? Keep going, keep working hard and don't let those girls out there down. Pang Liming walked over, patted Su Shik on the shoulder, and said with a smile. What are you talking about? I play basketball so that they won't be disappointed? I love basketball, okay? Su Shik curled his lips and said unhappily. Yes, I know. Pang Liming nodded and said with a smile, but from his expression and tone, everyone knew what was going on. Play ball, play ball. Su Shik was smart and of course knew what this person meant. He rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Play ball, play ball. Soon, after resting, everyone continued to play. Everyone played until about 4 in the afternoon. Although they took several breaks, they were still exhausted and had to reluctantly throw the ball away and sit down to chat. Are you hungry? Su Shik blinked and asked with a smile. Wow, if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have realized that I was indeed hungry. Li Lesan smacked his lips and said with a smile. Me too. I'm very hungry too. Yu Hongtao said in agreement. He is tall and strong, so he gets hungry more easily. And now he has been playing for such a long time, he is already hungry. If Su Shik didn't say it, he would have said it. Then, let's go out for dinner together. What do you think, Captain Pang? Su Shik clapped his hands and said with a smile, then looked at Pang Liming with a smile on his face. Let's go. I'll treat you today, just this once. I don't have any more living expenses this month. Pang Liming rolled his eyes and said seriously. Oh, long live the captain. Long live old Pang. Old Pang is awesome. Su Shik also cheered with everyone else, smiling and laughing. Pang Liming, a native of Chaosan, comes from a wealthy family in business. He is a true second-generation rich. He had a BMW worth hundreds of thousands of yuan in his freshman year and bought another one in his junior year. He is not at all arrogant and generous like the second-generation rich people in novels and TV dramas. Since becoming the captain of the basketball team, he often takes his friends out for dinner. Of course, he always pays for the meal. What? You came here to play basketball today just to get a free meal? Pang Liming put his arm around Su Shik's shoulders and asked with a smile. How is that possible? I just love basketball, okay? Su Shik knocked away Pang Liming's hand that was on him and said with a smile. Really? I don't believe it. Pang Luyu Liming shook his head and said seriously. Whether you believe it or not, don't put your hands on me. Be careful. Su Shik curled his lips and said nonchalantly. Wow, what's wrong? Why can't I touch you? Am I taking advantage of you or something? Pang Liming said unconvinced. Your hands are sweaty and dirty. Why do you think that is? Su Shik frowned and said unhappily. Oh, I wondered what you meant. After listening to this, Pang Liming nodded in sudden realization, and then said with a smile. Besides, you're a grown man, but you always put your hands on me. I seriously doubt that you have any bad thoughts about me. Su Shik pursed his lips and said seriously. Oh, don't think too much. Let me tell you, I already have a girlfriend and my sexual orientation is completely normal, okay? Pang Liming had been smiling, but after hearing what Su Shik said, his face changed and he spoke seriously. I suspect that you are only looking for a girlfriend as a cover-up. In fact, you like men by nature. Su Shik also looked serious and said seriously. This is boring. How could I like a man and also like you? Don't think too much, okay? Pang Liming said speechlessly. Yeah, I believe you. Su Shik nodded and said very seriously. Okay, let's go eat together. Pang Liming looked at Su Shik helplessly, then clapped his hands and said to others with a smile. Oh, let's eat. Yeah, let's go. Long live Old Pang. Old Pang is awesome. Because everyone is familiar with the fact that Pang Liming often treats people to dinner, this easy-to-understand slogan has already appeared. Pang Liming rolled his eyes, and then could only lead everyone out as usual. Well, we didn't eat anything particularly expensive. We just went to a spicy hot pot stall outside the school. It wasn't expensive, but with so many people, it wasn't cheap either. But Pang Liming never cared about this. As far as Su Shik knew, he had 20,000 to 30,000 yuan for living expenses a month, so it was not really a burden. Old Su, I didn't ask you before, but now I want to ask, have you made a fortune recently? Pang Liming sat next to Su Shik, holding a skewer of meat, and asked curiously. What do you mean? Su Shik raised his eyebrows and asked casually. You already drive a sports car, but you haven't made a fortune yet? Pang Liming asked with a smile. Oh, well, I didn't get rich, it was my parents. Su Shik shrugged and said with a smile. Your parents have become rich? Oh, so your parents succeeded in starting a business, and you have become a rich second generation? Pang Liming blinked and asked curiously. Yes, that's right. Su Shik nodded and said casually. Su Shik decided that whenever someone asked him about it, he would say this. After all, this would provide a cover-up. Although it might not be very clever, at least it was a cover-up and that was all. It is impossible for others to delve into whether what Su Shik said is true or not. Otherwise, how could there be so many people in this world being deceived by fake rich second generations? Wow, are you so awesome? You have suddenly reached the pinnacle of your life. Pang Li widened his eyes and said with some emotion. Ha, I'm not as good as Brother Pang. You have been rich since childhood, but I'm just nowhere near where I am now. Su Shik waved his hand and said modestly. That's not the case. I can't afford your sports car. I've been craving it for a long time, but my dad won't agree. Pang Liming pursed his lips, spread his hands, and said with regret. You have already changed 2 cars. It's normal that you are not allowed to buy a new one. Su Shik shrugged and said. My dad said the same thing. Pang Liming said helplessly. Well, give me a few more skewers of extra spicy ones. The medium spicy ones are not spicy enough. Su Shik suddenly changed the subject and said with a smile. Yeah, that's right. After saying that, Pang Liming asked the boss to add a few more skewers of extra spicy ones. Ask for leave. I have a severe cold and fever today. After writing 1 chapter, I really can't stand it anymore. I'm sorry. Chapter 66 Interlude. Old Pang, are you going to take the postgraduate entrance examination? Su Shik asked with a smile while chewing the skewer of meat in his hand. No, whoever wants to take the postgraduate entrance examination can do it. I don't want to. I'm a rich second generation who will go home to inherit my property after graduating from university. What's the point of taking the postgraduate entrance examination? Pang Liming waved his hand and said with a smile. Wow, Brother Pang is still the coolest. Su Shik smiled and said. What? Are you planning to study for a master's degree? Pang Liming raised his eyebrows and asked Su Shik curiously. No. Su Shik waved his hand and said casually. Then what the hell are you saying? Is it true? Pang Liming rolled his eyes and said unhappily. That's right, Lao Su, there's something wrong with what you said. Aren't you just praising yourself? Li Leshan, who had been concentrating on eating barbecue, suddenly interrupted. I was just praising myself while praising Lao Pang. It's not a big deal at all. Su Shik waved his hand and said without any shame. The richer you are, the more shameless you are. Pang Liming rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. Eat meat, eat meat. It's meaningless to talk about these things. Meat is still the best. Su Shik waved his hand and continued eating meat. Tisk, I'm already a junior in college. When I go out for internship, I won't have much chance to eat here anymore. Pang Liming suddenly sighed and said with emotion. I'm a sophomore, isn't that only 1 year older than you? I don't seem to be that sentimental, do I? You're just making up your melancholy just to write new words, okay? Su Shik curled his lips and said with a smile. Hey, I'm unhappy when you say that. Why am I pretending to be sad just to write new poems? I'm obviously very sad. Pang Liming became unhappy when he heard that. He slapped the table and said seriously. Yes, you are right. Su Shik laughed, and then spoke casually and even slightly disdainfully. Wow, you're going too far. You can't understand it now because you haven't reached that time yet. You will understand it when the time comes. Pang Liming rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Yeah, okay. Su Shik nodded with a smile. Captain Pang, please give me a note of leave. I don't want to go to evening self-study. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Why do you need a note for leave? Pang Liming waved his hand and said with a smile. Don't I want to be deducted points? But you are not a member of our basketball team. I can't write you a leave note. I can't use public resources for personal gain. I tell you. Pang Liming raised his eyebrows and refused righteously. Then I heard that Su Shik had a leave note, and he was not a member of the basketball team. The other party frowned and asked unhappily. He is a good basketball player and he often trains with our basketball team. The teacher of our basketball team has agreed to give him a leave note. If you can get the teacher to agree, then there will be no problem on my side. Pang Liming had been very friendly before, but when he saw that the other party spoke so excessively and even directly questioned his fairness and impartiality, he turned cold and said. The visitor was immediately intimidated when he saw Pang Liming's cold face. He looked at Pang Liming with a wry smile and said, Oh, so that's how it is. It seems that if I want a leave note, I have to be good at basketball. I have to practice basketball skills with Captain Pang in the future. Yeah. Pang Liming nodded and said nonchalantly, then continued to eat meat and chat with Su Shik and the others. After the other party left, Su Shik smacked his lips, then curiously asked Pang Liming, Have many people asked you for leave? It's okay. There were quite a lot before, but not so many now. In fact, they are all sophomores now, and those who don't want to attend evening self-study classes usually just skip it. There are very few people who don't want to lose points but don't want to attend classes. Pang Liming shrugged and said speechlessly. Maybe he just wants to be better. Su Shik said with a laugh. It's fine if he just wants a leave note, but he also questions me and you. Otherwise, I would have been very friendly to him at the beginning. Pang Liming waved his hand and said with a smile. Yes, you actually dared to question our Captain Pun before. That was really too much. Su Shik smiled and said with an exaggerated expression. That's right, you actually dared to question our Captain Pang. When the others saw this, they also started to make a fuss, smiling and teasing with exaggerated expressions, which actually made Pang Liming blush. Stop. What are you talking about? I don't agree because it is my principle, not because he questions me. A light red flush appeared on Pang Liming's rough cheeks. He then waved his hand and said seriously. Old Pang, you're actually blushing. Li Leshan was sharp-eyed and pointed at Pang Liming's cheek and said it directly. Go away, how could I blush? You saw it wrong. I'm not seeing things. Look, isn't Lao Pang blushing? Oh, it's really red. Pang Liming's face was just a little red at first, but after hearing that, it became redder and more obvious. And the previous incident was drowned out by the laughter and disappeared without a trace. After all, this was just a small episode and no one took it seriously. After all, with so much meat in front of them, who would think about anything else? Soon, the meal was over and everyone dispersed, going back to their homes and their mothers. Don't let your skills go to waste when we play together in the future. Pang Liming patted Su Shik on the chest and said with a smile on his face, but his expression was serious. Of course I won't waste it. I will keep this basketball skill for the rest of my life. Not to mention anything else, just for the cheers and screams of girls, I won't give it up. Su Shik shrugged and said with a grin. Well, now that you put it that way, I believe you. Pang Liming nodded and said seriously. Hey, what do you mean by this? I'm not the kind of person you think I am. When Su Shik heard this, he felt something was wrong and said speechlessly. Yeah, I know. Okay, let's go. Pang Liming nodded and said without any strange expression. Then he waved to Su Shik, Li Lesan, and the others, and turned and left. Chapter 67, 2,550,000. Lao Su, are you going back to the dormitory? Li Lesan put his arm around Su Shik's shoulders and asked with a smile. Let's go back. I haven't slept in the dormitory for a long time. I miss it a little. Su Shik nodded and said with a smile. In fact, Su Shik just felt that living alone in a large villa of several hundred square meters was too lonely and lifeless, and he naturally missed the unrestrained and happy dormitory life. Besides, since Su Shik had decided to study hard, it would definitely be more convenient for him to live in school. Considering many factors, Su Shik decided to continue living in the dormitory. I knew that, old Su, you would never take a photo of us enjoying ourselves alone. Li Lesan patted Su Shik on the shoulder and said seriously. When have I ever enjoyed myself alone? Wasn't it me who treated you to a massage last time? If it weren't for me, would you have gone back to that kind of place? Su Shik curled his lips and said with a smile. Haha, I was wrong, sorry, Lao Su has never forgotten us. Li Lesan spat hard on his palm, then said with a laugh. That's right. Su Shik rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Haha, Lao Su, don't have that resentful expression on your face. You're like a nagging woman. Yu Hongtao also said to Su Shik with a smile. What's wrong? I allow you to be ungrateful, but you still don't want to make me unhappy? Su Shik curled his lips and said speechlessly. Yes, of course. After Su Shik returned to the dormitory, time passed quickly. He attended classes seriously and occasionally had the mood to read a book. The rest of the time he played games with Li Lesan and others. With this kind of life, every day was exceptionally fulfilling, so Su Shik's days passed quickly. Friday came in the blink of an eye, and Su Shik finally sold the stock mentioned by the system. He had bought it for more than 500,000 yuan, and now sold it for more than 2.5 million yuan. With the help of the system, Su Shik made 2 million yuan directly. TSK, how should I spend these 2 million? Squander it? TSK, that's not a good idea. Save it? What a waste. Looking at the 2 million in his bank account, Su Shik smacked his lips and thought intently. Well, I really need to find a way to invest it or something. Otherwise, it would be a waste for me who owns the system. It seems I have to go to an office building or something like that to sign in today. Su Shik pinched his chin, nodded, and made a decision secretly. Old Su? What are you doing? Why are you so absent-minded? Li Lesan suddenly patted Su Shik on the shoulder and asked with a smile. I didn't do anything. I was just checking the balance in my bank card to see how much money I could use this month. Su Shik shrugged and said casually. So, how much money do you have left this month? Li Lesan asked with a curious look on his face. Not much. I'm curious about how much this is. Li Lesan blinked and asked persistently. About 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. Su Shik shrugged and said with a helpless smile. This, you really don't have much left. Li Lesan pursed his lips and said speechlessly and enviously. I'm just kidding. I don't have that much money on hand. Su Shik waved his hand and said with a smile. Oh, I don't believe it. Li Lesan snorted coldly, then said with envy. Okay, whether you believe it or not. Su Shik shrugged and said indifferently. Also, I have something to do outside later. You can play games by yourselves and don't have to wait for me. Su Shik continued. Well, no problem. If you have something to do, just go out. I feel like I should go out for a while. I've been staying in the dorm every day for a while and I'm almost getting moldy. Li Lesan blinked and said with a smile. It's only 5 days. Hasn't it been like this before? Ding Dake raised his head and asked with a smile when he heard this. The past is the past, and the present is the present. I was too shy before, so I didn't run around. Now that I'm a sophomore and familiar with everything, if I don't go out and have some fun, we will have a lot of things to do in our junior year and won't be able to play. Li Lesan raised his eyebrows and explained seriously. Now that you put it that way, I feel like what you said makes sense, but I still don't really want to go out. Dingdake smacked his lips and agreed with Li Leshan's statement, but he still said that he was unwilling to go out. Okay, I know, you just want to stay in the dorm and play games. So, Yu Hongtao, do you want to go out and play during the holidays? Li Leshan nodded indifferently, then looked at Yu Hongtao and asked. Well, let's go out. I don't have anything to do anyway. We can really go out and have some fun together, relax, and change our mood. Yu Hongtao raised his head and looked at Li Leshan, and agreed with a smile. I'm leaving now. After Su Shik put his cell phone into his trouser pocket, he said with a smile, then stood up and left. Is there a stock exchange in Jiling? Let me think about it. I have to go to such a place to sign in once, and then find an opportunity to use the money for the right purpose. Su Shik sat in his luxury car, thinking deeply. Su Shik decided that if he could get a reliable way to make money from the system, he would invest 2 million yuan into it. Then the remaining 500,000 yuan he had earned before, plus the hundreds of thousands of yuan he had received as sign-in rewards in the past 2 days, would amount to 600,000 or 700,000 yuan in total, which was enough for Su Shik to spend. Thinking of this, Su Shik decided to go directly to the Jinling Stock Exchange and sign in there. There would most likely be some rewards related to stocks, right? Su Shik did it as soon as he thought of it. He started the car, drove out of the school and went straight to the stock exchange. Chapter 68, Grenade. Soon, Su Shik drove the car to the Jinling Stock Exchange. Sign in. Su Shik said in his mind as he walked into the exchange hall. Sign in successfully. The host is detected to be in the stock exchange. The value is sufficient and the attribute is special. The specific information of a stock is specially awarded. Wow, it's true. It really is something for this purpose. Su Shik's eyes lit up, he smacked his lips happily, and then sighed. Let's see what it is specifically. Su Shik clicked on the information given by the system and looked at it carefully. It said that if you buy in now, it will take 15 days to reach the first peak, and you won't make as much money as last time, you can only quadruple it. From this point of view, compared with the last reward, this reward is obviously much worse. It seems that rewards of the same type will be weakened? Or is it just that I'm not lucky enough today? But today's sign-in location is obviously much better than the last sign-in location, but his reward is still less, so it is likely that the reward will indeed be weakened. After seeing today's sign-in reward, Su Shik secretly speculated. Well, although the return this time is not as high as last time, I'll still invest 2 million. In this way, as long as I sell it after a while, I can make more than 6 million. Thinking of this, Su Shik exchanged the 2 million for that target stock. After buying the stocks, Su Shik walked out of the trading hall and looked at the time. It was still early and there was no point in going back to the dormitory. After all, Su Shik, like Li Leshan, had been staying in school and the dormitory every day these days and had become moldy, so Su Shik didn't really want to go back. Well, let's go buy a watch. Su Shik nodded and set off. It is said that the poor play with cars and the rich play with watches. Although Su Shik did not have a lot of money, it was not too little either, so it was more than enough for him to buy a watch. Moreover, Su Shik himself also liked watches. After all, those watches were very beautiful, looked very delicate and classy, and had almost no shortcomings except that they were too expensive. But for Su Shik now, being a little more expensive is not a big deal at all. After all, for rich people, it is completely normal to spend just the right amount of money to satisfy their hobbies. As for what watch to buy? Well, what watch can compare to Patek Philippe? Su Shik is a loyal fan of Patek Philippe and has always had an extremely strong love for the appearance of Patek Philippe. However, Su Shik had no money before, and those watches that cost tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of dollars were not something he could covet. So Su Shik can only wait until now. Sir, do you have an appointment? No, well, if I don't have an appointment, can't I buy a watch? Su Shik raised his eyebrows and said with some surprise. He had no idea before that he needed to make an appointment to buy a watch at a Patek Philippe store. But after being surprised, he felt that it was actually quite normal. After all, a Patek Philippe watch costs tens of thousands of dollars. Not really, just asking. The waitress smiled and said seriously. In fact, when she saw Su Shik for the first time, she didn't think he could afford the watches in the store. After all, Su Shik was too young. Even though he looked very noble and obviously a child of a wealthy family, he was still too young. After all, she didn't believe that Su Shik could afford such an expensive watch. Besides, in today's society, there are countless hypocritical and beastly men who pretend to be rich second generations and act like they are real. Moreover, although many second-generation rich people drive luxury cars and supercars worth millions or tens of millions, they do not have much money at their disposal. Most of their pocket money is under the control of their parents. She felt that Su Shik was most likely this kind of rich second generation. But since he is so handsome, and because of my own professional ethics, I won't make things difficult for him. Oh. Su Shik nodded, said oh softly, then walked in with a smile on his face and great anticipation in his heart. Well, the decoration in the store is luxurious enough, almost magnificent, and it doesn't feel vulgar at all. Sir, my name is Xiaolan, may I know your last name? Although she felt that Su Shik's purchasing power might not be sufficient at such a young age, as a qualified waiter and a normal person, she still looked at Su Shik with a smile and said, well, my last name is Su. Su Shik also greeted with a smile. Well, then, Mr. Su, do you have a watch you want to buy? Xiaolan blinked, and the smile on her face became more and more brilliant and real, while she thought to herself, he must be a real rich kid, he can definitely afford it. After all, with this kind of looks and temperament, ordinary people can't afford to have one. Well, the reason is that simple. It's simply because Su Shik is so handsome and has such a great temperament. Moreover, he was smiling at Xiaolan just now, which directly influenced Xiaolan's outlook on life. Not to mention that she initially just thought that Su Shik might not have much spare money to spend. Even if Su Shik was really a heinous person, she would not think that Su Shik was a bad person. Well, I already have it, the 8167A from the Grenade series. Su Shik nodded and said with an unchanged smile. Well, this watch is indeed suitable for you. The style of this watch is more youthful and sporty, more like a younger version of the Nautilus. Xiaolan is indeed a qualified waiter and is very knowledgeable about these watches, she said with a smile. Yeah, I think so too. Other series of watches are either too old-fashioned or I really can't afford them. Su Shik shrugged and said with a smile. This is true. Many Patek Philippe watches are business models, and their style tends to be more mature and businesslike. In addition to the mature ones, Su Shik feels that the Starry Sky series are very youthful and handsome. There is a model in it that Su Shik likes the most, but it is too expensive, priced at more than 2 million, which is a price that Su Shik cannot afford now. I can only settle for the next best thing and buy other styles of watches. Actually, I think that with Mr. Su's temperament, you can handle those mature business-style watches without any problem, Xiaolan said with a smile looking at Su Shik. She could feel that Su Shik was a loyal fan of her brand, so while she felt proud of him, her impression of Su Shik also improved. Forget it. I still prefer grenades. Su Shik waved his hand and said with a smile. Chapter 69, Learn Technology from Teacher Mu. Well, Mr. Su, let me take you to see the watch now. Xiaolan raised the corners of her mouth and said with a smile. Then Xiaolan nodded to Su Shik, turned around and walked in front to lead the way, and Su Shik naturally followed. When he arrived at the place, display cabinets and famous watches appeared in Su Shik's sight. Very beautiful, absolutely. High-end, grand and classy. Let me introduce this watch to you, sir. Xiaolan looked at Su Shik expectantly and asked. Yeah. Su Shik naturally had no objection. He nodded and agreed indifferently. Well, Grenade is actually the common name for Patek Philippe's Aquanaut series. Therefore, the dial and tape design look very much like the appearance of a real grenade, so everyone calls it a grenade. Seeing Su Shik nodded in agreement, Xiaolan hurriedly introduced Su Shik with a smile, taking this opportunity to demonstrate her professionalism. Both the Nautilus and Aquanaut series are very popular styles, and they have a lot to do with each other. If the Nautilus designed by Master Genta is a masterpiece, then Aquanaut is a tribute to Nautilus. It adopts a unified grid design for the dial and strap, but the different methods also make the whole watch blend into one, which is similar in effect. The lightweight tropical composite tape it uses is also reflected in its wearing comfort. The weight of 80 grams makes it feel light when worn. The 324SC movement is the signature movement of Patek Philippe's automatic winding movement. Most men's watches are equipped with this movement. The 18K gold rotor is engraved with the Patek Philippe family's Carazuo cross-star emblem, and the chamfering of the movement plate is also impeccable. It is impeccable in appearance and performance. That's why Su Shik chose to buy it. Well, Mr. Su, how is it? Do you like it? Xiaolan asked with a smile while looking at Su Shik after introducing him. Of course, I like it very much. Well, how much does this watch cost? Su Shik raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. 168,800 yuan. Xiaolan blinked and said. Well, it's not expensive. Well, I'll buy it and pay directly? Su Shik nodded and said calmly. Well, Su Shik said such heroic words with such a calm expression, which gave Xiaolan quite a shock. Well, okay, please follow me. After being shocked by Su Shik, Xiaolan immediately reacted. After all, she worked at Patek Philippe. What kind of rich people had she not seen? Even if I haven't seen it, I have heard of it, so Su Shik is just a small matter. Although she said that, when Xiaolan heard Su Shik was so generous and decided to pay for the watch, she did feel that Su Shik was extraordinary. After all, it only took Su Shik a few minutes to decide to buy the watch. It takes her mother more than this much time to go to the vegetable market to buy vegetables, and the value of this watch is nearly 170,000. Soon, Su Shik paid the money and put the watch in his pocket. Mr. Su, as an excellent watch company, Patek Philippe never disappoints its customers. This watch will definitely appreciate in value in the future. The staff handed the watch box to Su Shik respectfully and said with a smile on his face. Su Shik took the box and nodded indifferently. Anyway, as far as Su Shik knows, Patek Philippe has always said so, but as to whether it can be done or not, that is not certain. Goodbye, Mr. Su. I hope you will visit us again in the future. Xiaolan sent Su Shik out with a smile on her face. Yeah. Su Shik nodded with a smile, then walked out in a good mood. Today he finally bought a watch that he had always liked. When I become really rich, I will definitely buy that 2 million star series. Well, not to mention anything else, just for this watch, I will definitely work hard to make money. It's not that Su Shik had too much money and didn't know where to spend it, it's just that the watch was so beautiful. After buying the watch, Su Shik drove back to his villa. After washing up carefully, he picked up his mobile phone and sent a message to his dance teacher, Mu Liying. Teacher Mu, do you have time today? Su Shik asked while typing with a smile. Well, do you have time? What's the matter, do you want to learn dancing today? Mu Liying replied immediately. It seems that she should have time, Su Shik thought. He and Mu Liying had become familiar with each other during this period, and they had a good chat on the phone. Su Shik sometimes even started to flirt with her intentionally or unintentionally. Of course, it couldn't be too obvious. After all, it was just the first time they met, so Su Shik had a firm grasp of the scale. Our current relationship is probably just that of good friends. In fact, it is very normal. After all, in this era, many people chat very seriously on QQ, unlike later when people chatted frivolously. You know, Xiaoma Go met his wife on QQ. Yes, I didn't go yesterday, Thursday, so I thought I would come to you today, Friday, to learn some technology. Su Shik admitted. Learn technology? Yeah, that's right. In my eyes, dancing is a skill. I think it's quite difficult and complicated. Su Shik explained quickly. Just like Su Shik said, the technology he talked about is simply technology, without any other unhealthy things in it. Well, have you practiced on your own? Of course, I told you, I must learn street dance well, because it's so cool. Su Shik raised his eyebrows and typed quickly. How can you question me? I've said it before, men should keep their promises, and of course they won't give up halfway. Well, that's good. Come over here, just the same place as before, and I'll give you a lesson. Mu Liying said directly without saying anything else. Aha! Okay, I'm going out now. I won't talk anymore. After agreeing, Su Shik went downstairs and drove to the destination. Chapter 70, Straight Man of Steel? This movement is not powerful enough, you should use more force. Yeah, okay. How about it? Is this okay? Su Shik nodded and readily repeated the previous movements, then looked at Mu Liying and asked. Well, it's still not quite right. Having said that, Mu Liying went straight to correct Su Shik's movements. Oh. Feeling Mu Liying's delicate hands, although Su Shik had some strange ideas, he still studied hard. Okay, that's it. Remember this feeling and look for this feeling in the future. As for Mu Liying, she corrected Su Shik's movements normally and didn't think about anything else. A class ended just like that. One person handed in his lessons seriously and studied hard. Time passed quickly. After walking out of the dance studio, Su Shik looked at Mu Liying with a smile and asked, Teacher Mu, do you have time later today? Is there anything wrong? Mu Liying raised his eyebrows and asked Su Shik with a smile. Last time I said I would treat you to a meal when I have time? How about we go out for a meal together today? Sushik blinked and asked with a smile. Okay, I have nothing to do today, so let's go have dinner together. Mu Liying nodded and said with a smile. Yes, teacher, please. After Mu Liying and Sushik came out, Sushik happily opened the car door, then looked at Mu Liying and said with a smile. Yeah. Seeing this, Mu Liying nodded with satisfaction and walked into Sushik's car with a smile. Teacher, is there any place you particularly want to eat? Or, is there any better place? Sushik raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. No, if you think there's someplace nice, then take me there. Besides, I haven't been to any particularly good place. Besides, the guest should follow the host's wishes. Since you're treating us today, it must be you who chooses the place. Mu Liying shrugged and said indifferently. Okay, then, come with me. Sushik tilted his head and said with a smile. Yeah. Mu Liying nodded, looking indifferent. Sit tight and fasten your seatbelts. I'm about to set off. Sushik blinked, gave Mu Liying a wink, and said with a smile. Do we still need to fasten our seatbelts? Mu Liying pursed her lips and asked casually. Of course. Apart from anything else, we have to obey traffic rules and not break the law. Sushik nodded and said seriously. Okay, you're right, it makes sense, no problem. Mu Liying nodded and fastened his seatbelt indifferently. After seeing Mu Liying fastened her seatbelt, Sushik started the car and drove to his destination. Where are you going? I always feel that the place you are going to is getting more and more wrong. You are not going to do anything bad to me? Why don't I know if there is any restaurant in this direction? Mu Liying looked at the scenery outside the window, then said to Sushik with an exaggerated expression. What are you thinking about? I went to a restaurant that just opened not long ago. The environment is good and the food is delicious. I have always wanted to go there, but I haven't been there yet. Sushik said with a smile without moving his head. I see. After hearing what you said, I feel that place is quite high-end. Mu Liying smiled, then looked at Sushik seriously and said. Teacher Mu, if I invite you to dinner, I must find a nice place. Otherwise, wouldn't it be disrespectful to you? Sushik said leisurely while driving seriously. Stop. Just call me Sister Mu from now on. There's no need to call me teacher. It's not friendly at all. Mu Liying smacked her lips and said casually. Okay, Sister Mu, in that case, I won't call you teacher anymore in the future, okay? Sushik's eyes lit up and he said with a smile. Sister Mu, I have actually always wanted to call you sister. After all, you look very young, and calling you teacher seems old. Sushik said with a smile. Do you really think so? Then how old do you think I am? Mu Liying seemed to have encountered something interesting and asked with a smile on his face. You are, probably, 26 or 27? Sushik pursed his lips and said hesitantly. After hearing what Sushik said, Mu Liying's face suddenly darkened, and then he said in a cold tone, well, that's about right. When Sushik saw the change in Mu Liying's expression in the mirror, his heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said, Ahem, I don't think you're that old, probably only about 21 or 22 years old. However, Sushik's subsequent remedies were of no use at all, as Mu Liying's expression remained calm. Well, that's about it. Drive carefully, stop talking, and be careful of accidents. Mu Liying nodded, then said calmly. Yeah. After hearing this, Sushik knew that he would not be able to coax her into submission in a short time. He could only ignore the situation for the time being. After a while, she might not be so angry anymore. Of course, there is also a great possibility that the more she thinks about it, the angrier she will get, and the more unhappy she will become. But Sushik had made up his mind that if her reaction was like this, then Sushik would force himself to pretend to be a straight man, and then there wouldn't be any major problems. Thinking of this, Sushik really started driving seriously and stopped talking about random things to distract himself. After a moment of silence with a cold face, Mu Liying snorted softly and secretly glared at Sushik. After hearing this cold snort, Sushik glanced at Mu Liying, smacked his lips, and said hesitantly, Sister Mu? Are you unhappy? Sushik didn't want to directly bring up the topic of his previous wrong remarks, as it would not only put himself in a completely passive position, but would also make Mu Liying feel that he did it on purpose, implying that she was old. No. Glancing at Sushik, Mu Liying said speechlessly. She now felt that Su Shik looked like a very straight man. For a straight man like him, it was difficult for Mu Liying to get angry over such details. Besides, I am not his girlfriend yet, so I have no right to ask him to take care of me. Thinking of this, and then taking another look at Su Shik's handsome profile, Mu Liying's mood finally improved a lot, and she was no longer so angry. After all, girls have a lot of tolerance for handsome guys.